Salutations, my sleepy friends. I'm sure today was exhausting, so why don't we get cozy and let me tell you a story here tonight where we go back to the year 1955. Not to the poodle skirts and sock hops you might expect, but to a humid evening in a place most Americans had never heard of. A place where the air smelled of jasmine and cooking fires, where ancient temples cast long shadows, and where decisions made in distant capitals were about to change millions of lives. This is the story of Vietnam, told not through the thunder of helicopters, but through the quiet moments when history holds its breath, before everything changes. If you're new here as always, joining the community is super cool and easy. Just tap subscribe and like the video, and let me know where in the world you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, find your sweet spot for sleeping, and let's begin. Picture a summer evening in Saigon, 1955. The city isn't yet the chaotic war zone you've seen in films. Instead, imagine tree-lined boulevards where French colonial architecture meets Vietnamese sensibility. Yellow stucco buildings with green shutters, balconies draped with bougainvillea so vibrant it looks like someone spilled paint across the city. The air hangs heavy with moisture and the scent of street food. Pho simmering in massive pots, the char of grilled pork on sidewalk braziers, and the sharp sweetness of tropical fruit sold from wicker baskets balanced on bamboo poles. You're sitting at a cafe, one of those places where tiny plastic stools serve as chairs, and the coffee comes thick and sweet, filtered through a metal press that drips into your cup with hypnotic patience. Around you, life moves at its own rhythm. A woman in an AO dye, that traditional silk tunic that flows like water when she walks, negotiates with a fruit vendor. The fabric is the colour of twilight, and she moves through the crowd with the kind of grace that makes everyday errands look like choreography. Ceiling fans turn lazily overhead, more for show than function, barely stirring the humid air. Someone's playing music from a radio, not American rock and roll, but something older. Vietnamese traditional music with instruments that sound like water flowing over stones. The melody rises and falls like a conversation you can't quite overhear, but somehow understand. This moment feels eternal, like it could last forever. But history has other plans. Elsewhere in the city, in rooms with better fans and worse coffee, men in various uniforms and civilian clothes are making decisions. Some wear the white suits favoured by Vietnamese politicians. Others sport military greens from countries whose involvement here is still officially advisory. They're drawing lines on maps, signing documents, and making promises they may or may not keep. These are the mechanics of power, the bureaucratic machinery that will eventually produce helicopters and bombs, but for now produces only paperwork and carefully worded statements. The year 1955 sits at a peculiar moment in history. World War II ended a decade ago, long enough for some wounds to scab over, but not long enough for anyone to forget the taste of war. Europe is rebuilding, America is booming, the Soviet Union is consolidating, and in this corner of Southeast Asia, in this place that most Americans couldn't find on a map, something is beginning that will define the next 2 decades. But you wouldn't know it from this quiet evening. Street vendors are more concerned with the day's receipts than geopolitics. Families are sitting down to dinner. Children are doing homework by candlelight in homes where electricity is still a luxury. Life is doing what life does, continuing, adapting and finding joy in small moments, even as larger forces gather like monsoon clouds on the horizon. There's something poignant about these peaceful moments before crisis, isn't there? Like the last normal day before you got that phone call, before the diagnosis, before the thing that divided your life into before and after. History is full of these threshold moments, and in 1955, Vietnam is standing right on one, though most people there don't realise it yet. The French are leaving, or rather they've already left, defeated at a place called Dien Bien Phu the year before in a battle that shocked the Western world. For 90 years, France had ruled this land they called Indochina, and now they're packing up their administration, their culture, and their certainties. What they're leaving behind is complicated. An educated Vietnamese elite who speak perfect French, an infrastructure built for extraction rather than development, and a population that's tasted independence and isn't interested in giving it back. But independence from whom? That's the question hanging in that humid air, as persistent as the smell of fish sauce and jasmine. The Geneva Accords, signed just the year before, divided Vietnam temporarily at the 17th parallel, temporarily being the key word that everyone emphasised and no one really believed. It was supposed to be a provisional arrangement pending elections that would reunify the country. But you know how temporary arrangements sometimes become permanent? Like the temporary spare room that became an office, or the temporary diet that became a lifestyle. That temporary division would last 20 years and consume millions of lives. In Hanoi, in the north, a man named Ho Chi Minh, who'd lived in Paris and New York, who'd worked as a pastry chef and a photo retoucher, who'd read Jefferson and Marx with equal interest, was building a socialist state with help from the Soviets and Chinese. In Saigon, in the south, another man named Ngo Dinh Diem, a Catholic in a Buddhist country, a nationalist who'd spent years in exile, was building something else entirely with American backing. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's sit a while longer in this cafe, watching the light fade and the street lamps flicker on, those few that work. Let's watch how darkness changes the city's character, how sounds become more intimate when vision blurs, and how the temperature drops from oppressive to merely uncomfortable. Someone's cooking something nearby, and the smoke drifts past your table. It smells like lemongrass and chilies, like home cooking anywhere in the world where people make do with what they have, and turn scarcity into flavour through sheer ingenuity. A motorbike putters past. They're rare in 1955, mostly bicycles and the occasional automobile. The sound of its engine is almost comically small, like an angry sewing machine. This is the last moment of one kind of peace. Not the peace of happiness necessarily, but the peace of knowing what tomorrow might bring. After this, Vietnam will enter a period where tomorrow becomes radically uncertain, where the present moment is all anyone can count on, and where planning next week becomes an act of defiant optimism. But tonight, in this cafe, with this coffee, under these stars that don't care about human politics, there's still a kind of quiet. Hold on to it. Remember it. Because we're about to explore how it all came apart and why, and what it meant for everyone involved. To understand Vietnam, you need to zoom out for a moment. Imagine you're looking at Earth from space, not with satellites. They don't exist yet in 1955. But with your mind's eye, picture a planet that's just survived the most destructive war in human history. Cities reduced to rubble, entire populations displaced, economic systems shattered, and in the wake of all that destruction, two superpowers emerged like prize fighters who were the last ones standing. The world after 1945 was like a house after a terrible storm, still standing but fundamentally changed. Windows broken, foundations cracked, everyone inside traumatized but trying to act normal. Europe, which had been the centre of global power for centuries, was exhausted. Britain, France and the Netherlands. They'd all had empires stretching across continents, and suddenly they couldn't maintain them anymore. It's like being in debt for years and finally admitting you can't keep up the payments. Into this vacuum step two very different ideas about how the world should work. On one side, the United States, which had emerged from the war incredibly wealthy and powerful, relatively untouched by the fighting on its own soil. America in the late 1940s and 1950s was like that friend who got a huge promotion while everyone else was struggling. Well-intentioned about helping, maybe, but also a bit tone-deaf about what others were experiencing. On the other side was the Soviet Union, which had lost more people than anyone, nearly 27 million dead, but had also gained enormous territory and influence. The Soviets saw themselves as the vanguard of a new world order, where workers controlled the means of production, and old imperial powers were swept away. It was an appealing message to colonize peoples everywhere who were tired of being told what to do by Europeans. These two powers weren't fighting each other directly. That would have been too dangerous with nuclear weapons now in the picture. Instead, they fought through proxies, through influence, through aid packages and military advisors, and through economic pressure. This was the Cold War, which was only cold if you weren't one of the people living in the places where it turned hot. Vietnam was going to become one of those places. But first, let's talk about what decolonization meant for the people actually living in colonies. Imagine you've spent your entire life under a system where foreigners make all the important decisions about your country. They control your economy, your government, and your education system. They take your resources and give you back scraps. They tell you their culture is superior and yours is backward. This goes on not for years but for generations, until it seems almost natural, like weather. Then suddenly the foreigners announce they're leaving. Freedom, independence, self-determination. Except, now what? The infrastructure is designed to extract resources for export, not develop the local economy. The educated elite were trained to administer someone else's empire, not govern themselves. Different ethnic and religious groups who were kept in check by colonial power start eyeing each other warily, and the economy is integrated into global systems controlled by the same colonial powers that just left. It's like being given the keys to a car you don't know how to drive with a broken transmission in the middle of a highway during rush hour and everyone's honking at you to make a decision. This was the situation facing newly independent nations across Asia and Africa in the 1950s. And the Cold War superpowers were standing on the side of that metaphorical highway, each offering a different kind of help that came with strings attached naturally. For the United States, the nightmare scenario was something called the domino theory. Picture a line of dominoes standing on end. If one falls to communism, policymakers in Washington believed it would knock over the next one, and the next, until all of Southeast Asia turned red. It sounds a bit silly now, this idea that countries were like game pieces with no agency of their own, but in the 1950s, this theory drove American foreign policy with the force of religious conviction. The irony was thick enough to cut with a knife. America, a country founded on anti-colonial revolution, was now committed to preventing other anti-colonial revolutionaries from succeeding if those revolutionaries happened to be communists. It was as if George Washington and Thomas Jefferson were fine as long as they didn't read Marx. Meanwhile, the Soviet Union and China were offering their own kind of support to independence movements. They provided weapons, training, economic aid, and most importantly, an ideology that explained why colonized peoples had been exploited and what they could do about it. Communism's appeal to anti-colonial movements wasn't just about economics, it was about dignity, about a framework that made sense of historical oppression and offered a path forward. Vietnam sat right at the intersection of all these pressures. It had a strong nationalist movement that wanted independence from France. That movement happened to be led by communists. France wanted to maintain some influence over its former colony. America wanted to prevent communist expansion. China and the Soviet Union wanted to support fellow communists. It was like 5 people trying to steer the same car in different directions, while insisting they knew the best route. The Geneva Conference of 1954 was supposed to sort all this out. Diplomats from all the major powers gathered in Switzerland, because Switzerland is where people go when they want to make decisions about other people's countries while enjoying nice chocolate and mountain views. They drew that line at the 17th parallel, scheduled elections for 1956, and probably congratulated themselves on a job well done. What they'd actually done was create a situation that satisfied no one and pleased everyone just enough to keep playing. The North got international recognition but not reunification. The South got a separate state but not security. France got to leave without technically losing. America got an anti-communist bastion but also a massive long-term commitment. It was the kind of compromise that guarantees future conflict, back in that Saigon cafe. None of this geopolitical chess matters as much as whether there's enough rice for dinner, whether the rains will come on time, or whether your children will have better lives than you did. But those personal hopes are about to become entangled with Cold War politics in ways that no one sitting there could imagine. The post-war world was reshaping itself, and Vietnam was caught in the machinery of that reshaping. A small country that would become a proving ground for competing visions of how societies should organise themselves, what freedom means, and how much powerful nations are willing to sacrifice in pursuit of abstract principles, let's travel back further now to understand what Vietnam was before it became a Cold War battleground. Close your eyes and imagine a land that's been civilized for thousands of years, not in the way colonizers meant when they talked about bringing civilization, but truly civilized, with complex social structures, sophisticated culture, and deep philosophical traditions. Vietnam's history stretches back so far it makes American history look like a recent diary entry. The Vietnamese have origin myths involving dragons and fairies, but the archaeological record shows organised agriculture here going back 4,000 years. This isn't some blank space on a map waiting to be filled in by European cartographers. This is a place where people have been having complex thoughts, creating art, falling in love, and arguing about politics since before Rome existed. The Vietnamese spent much of their early history under Chinese domination, about 1,000 years of it, which puts things in perspective. When Americans talk about their Revolutionary War experience under British rule, we're talking about maybe 150 years of colonial experience. The Vietnamese were dealing with Chinese administration for a millennium. They absorbed Chinese philosophy, adapted Chinese writing systems, and borrowed administrative techniques, and still maintained a distinct Vietnamese identity through all of it. It's like living next door to a much larger, more powerful neighbour who keeps walking into your house and rearranging your furniture. You learn from them, sure, but you never forget it's your house. When the Vietnamese finally won independence from China in the 10th century CE, they developed a sophisticated cultural immune system against domination. They knew how to appear compliant while maintaining core values. They understood that politics is often about patience rather than confrontation. Then came centuries of Vietnamese independence, with their own dynasties and conflicts, and their own literature and innovations. Vietnamese poetry from medieval times could make you weep with its beauty. Their military strategies defeated Mongol invasions. The same Mongols who conquered most of Eurasia couldn't subdue Vietnam. This was a culture with deep roots and a strong identity. The French arrived in the 19th century with a different kind of colonialism than the Chinese had practiced. Where China had wanted tributary relationships and cultural influence, France wanted economic extraction and complete administrative control. They called their possession French Indochina and proceeded to treat it as a source of rice, rubber, coal and profits. French colonialism in Vietnam was the kind where they built beautiful architecture for themselves while letting Vietnamese neighbourhoods struggle with basic sanitation. They created a French-speaking Vietnamese elite who could staff the lower levels of administration but never quite reach the top positions. They encouraged internal divisions that made unified resistance harder, and they introduced Christianity, which created a religious minority that would have enormous political consequences decades later. But here's what the French didn't count on. Exposure to Western ideas cut both ways. Vietnamese students who went to France to study engineering or medicine also encountered Western political philosophy. They read about liberty, equality, and fraternity, and wondered why those ideals didn't apply to them. They met socialists and communists who argued that colonialism was an economic system designed to exploit workers, and that seemed to describe their experience pretty accurately. One of those students was a young man named Nguyen Sinh Cung, who would later take the name Ho Chi Minh, which means bringer of light. He worked as a kitchen helper on a French steamer ship, seeing the world from the servant's perspective. He lived in London, Paris, Moscow, and other cities, soaking up ideas like a sponge. He was gentle, polite, wrote poetry, and believed deeply in Vietnamese independence. He also became a communist, because in the 1920s and 1930s, communism was one of the few international movements that actively opposed colonialism. Ho Chi Minh wasn't some distant ideologue who came to power through violence alone. He spent decades building a nationalist movement, organising workers and writing tracts that combined Marxist theory with Vietnamese cultural references. When the Japanese occupied Vietnam during World War II, Ho and his followers, the Viet Minh, organised resistance. When the war ended, they declared independence, and Ho Chi Minh read a declaration that quoted both the American Declaration of Independence and the French Declaration of the Rights of Man. Imagine that moment, September 2nd, 1945, in Hanoi's Badin Square. World War II just ended days ago. The Japanese have surrendered. The French are in disarray. Ho Chi Minh stands before 500,000 Vietnamese people and declares independence, invoking the very values that America and France claim to represent. American intelligence officers were actually present at this ceremony. There are photos of them standing alongside Viet Minh leaders. For a brief moment, it seemed possible that Vietnam could have a relationship with the United States, that the Americans would support Vietnamese independence against French colonialism, and that the anti-colonial principles America claimed to believe in would win out over Cold War anti-communism. That moment passed. France wanted its colony back. The United States wanted to support its European ally more than it wanted to support a communist-led independence movement. Cold War logic took precedence over anti-colonial principles. What followed was the First Indochina War, where the Viet Minh fought the French for 9 years, from 1945 to 1954. That war culminated at Dien Bien Phu, a valley in the northwest where the French established a fortress they thought was impregnable. The Viet Minh, under General Vo Nguyen Giap, did something remarkable. They moved heavy artillery through jungle terrain the French believed was impassable, positioned it in the surrounding hills, and proceeded to rain shells down on the French position for weeks. The siege lasted from March to May 1954, and it ended with French surrender. Dien Bien Phu was more than a military defeat. It was a psychological earthquake that announced colonialism's era was ending. You couldn't simply occupy other people's countries indefinitely anymore, not when those people were organised, determined and willing to sacrifice for independence. But victory at Dien Bien Phu didn't mean freedom for all of Vietnam. It meant the Geneva Conference, the temporary partition, and the creation of 2 separate Vietnamese states that each claimed to represent the legitimate government of all Vietnam. It meant that instead of getting independence, Vietnam got a civil war overlaid with Cold War competition. The Vietnam that existed before 1954 had been many things: a Chinese tributary state, an independent kingdom, a French colony, and a Japanese occupation zone. But it had always been, in the minds of Vietnamese people, one country. Partition violated something fundamental, not just political sovereignty, but cultural identity. You have to understand this. The 17th parallel didn't mark any natural boundary. It wasn't a mountain range or a linguistic divide. It was an arbitrary line drawn on a map by foreign powers, who carved up Vietnam the way you might divide a cake at a party, without asking the cake's opinion. Families were separated. Communities were split. People in the north had relatives in the south, and vice versa. This is what Vietnam was before the divide, a place with its own long history, its own struggles with powerful neighbours, its own successful resistance to domination, and its own ideas about governance and society. It wasn't a blank slate or a domino waiting to fall. It was a country with agency, with leaders who had their own visions and with people who had their own dreams. When Americans later arrived in large numbers, many of them wouldn't know this history. They'd see a conflict that started in 1954, or maybe 1964, when major American involvement began. They wouldn't realise they were stepping into a story that was already centuries old, with antagonists and protagonists already cast, with plot lines already established. It was like showing up for the third act of a play and expecting to understand everything from context clues. The period from 1955 to 1964 should have been about building 2 separate states that might coexist, might eventually reconcile, and might find some modus vivendi despite their different systems. Instead, it became a slow slide toward catastrophe, like watching someone drive toward a cliff in slow motion while various passengers argue about the best route. In the north, Ho Chi Minh and his government were building a socialist state with help from the Soviet Union and China. They were redistributing land from landlords to peasants, a process that was sometimes violent and often ruthless, but that addressed real grievances about land ownership. They were building factories, expanding education, and promoting women's equality. They were also creating a police state with political prisoners, censorship, and the kind of ideological rigidity that communist systems tend to develop. In the south, Ngo Dinh Diem was building something harder to define. He was a nationalist who genuinely wanted Vietnamese independence, but he was also a Catholic in a Buddhist country, an authoritarian who rigged elections, and someone whose family members occupied key government positions in a way that looked suspiciously like feudalism with modern trappings. American aid was pouring in, military equipment, economic assistance, and advisors by the hundreds. The South had the support of the world's most powerful country, and yet it somehow never achieved stability or legitimacy. Diem's problem was fundamental. He was leading a government that most of his own people didn't see as legitimate. The scheduled 1956 elections that were supposed to reunify Vietnam never happened. Both sides, but especially Diem and his American backers, knew Ho Chi Minh would win in a landslide. So instead of democracy, there was indefinite partition. Instead of one Vietnam, there would be two, held apart by military force and ideological division. Imagine you're a Vietnamese peasant in the late 1950s trying to navigate this situation. You live in a village that's been farming the same land for generations. Your grandparents dealt with Chinese overlords, your parents with French colonials, and now there are Americans everywhere. Tall men in uniforms who don't speak Vietnamese and who look at your village like it's a military problem to be solved rather than a community of human beings. The government in Saigon sends officials who demand taxes and loyalty, but don't provide much in return. They're from the city, they speak French better than Vietnamese, and they treat rural people with barely concealed contempt. Meanwhile, some people from your village who went north after the petition occasionally send word that land has been redistributed and that there's no more landlord taking half your harvest. It's propaganda, sure, but it's propaganda that speaks to your actual grievances. Then one night, men appear at your village, Viet Cong, they're called in the south. Though they call themselves the National Liberation Front, they're polite. They help with the harvest, they explain that they're fighting to reunify Vietnam and end foreign domination. They ask for rice, for information about government troops, and maybe for your son to join them. What do? This was the reality of South Vietnam in the late 1950s and early 1960s. A government that controlled the cities but had tenuous authority in the countryside, and an insurgency that was growing because it addressed real problems that the government ignored. It wasn't that all Vietnamese were secret communists waiting to be activated. It was that the government in Saigon failed to give most of its citizens compelling reasons to support it against an alternative that promised land reform, independence from foreign influence and national dignity. The Americans saw this through the lens of Cold War competition. They believed that communism was spreading through subversion and that the solution was to strengthen anti-communist governments militarily and economically. What they missed was that communism's appeal in Vietnam had less to do with Marx's economic theories and more to do with Ho Chi Minh's promise to end foreign domination and restore Vietnamese pride. By the early 1960s, the situation was deteriorating rapidly. Diem's government was becoming more repressive, cracking down on Buddhist monks who protested his policies. The famous photograph of Thich Quang Duc, a Buddhist monk setting himself on fire in Saigon in 1963, that image went around the world and announced that something was deeply wrong in South Vietnam. The Kennedy administration watched all this with growing alarm. They'd increased the number of American advisors in Vietnam from a few hundred to more than 16,000. They were paying for most of South Vietnam's military budget. American helicopters were now flying combat missions, even though officially the US wasn't at war. It was like being involved in a relationship that you keep insisting is casual while spending all your time and money on it. In November 1963, two events reshaped the trajectory of American involvement in Vietnam. First, with American knowledge if not active support, South Vietnamese generals staged a coup against Diem, who was killed along with his brother. The hope was that new leadership might stabilize South Vietnam. Instead, it initiated a period of political chaos with multiple coups and counter-coups. Then, 3 weeks later, President Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas. Lyndon Johnson became president, inheriting a deteriorating situation in Vietnam and a foreign policy establishment that kept insisting American credibility was on the line. Johnson was focused on domestic policy. He wanted to build the Great Society, to pass civil rights legislation, and to address poverty and inequality in America. Vietnam was a distraction he didn't want but couldn't seem to avoid. The drift toward full-scale conflict accelerated. In the Gulf of Tonkin in August 1964, North Vietnamese patrol boats allegedly attacked American destroyers, though the details of what actually happened that night remain disputed. Johnson used this incident to obtain congressional authorization for military action in Vietnam. It wasn't a declaration of war, but it functioned like one, giving the president broad authority to use military force in Southeast Asia. Looking back, these years from 1955 to 1964 feel like watching someone sleepwalk toward disaster. At multiple points, different choices could have been made. The elections of 1956 could have been held. The Kennedy administration could have withdrawn support rather than deepened involvement. The Johnson administration could have seen the Gulf of Tonkin incident as the ambiguous event it was, rather than a clear justification for escalation. But those choices weren't made, partly because of Cold War logic, partly because of bureaucratic momentum, and partly because admitting failure in Vietnam would have required admitting that American power had limits. And so the drift continued, until drift became commitment, until commitment became catastrophe. By 1965, American combat troops were landing in Vietnam in large numbers. What had begun as a handful of advisors had become an army. What had been described as support for an ally had become an American war. And what the Vietnamese had experienced as a struggle for independence and unity was being transformed into a Cold War battleground where superpowers contested ideological supremacy. The quiet night in 1955 was gone, replaced by the sound of helicopters, artillery and bombs that would echo for the next decade. We're not going to dwell on the violence itself. You came here for rest, not nightmares. But to understand Vietnam's impact on history, you need to grasp the scope of what happened between 1965 and 1973, when America fought its longest war in a place most Americans still couldn't locate on a map. Picture instead the absurdity of it, the ways war reveals how institutions can commit themselves to failure with perfect sincerity. The American military, the most powerful in human history, found itself fighting an enemy that refused to cooperate with American definitions of warfare. The North Vietnamese and Viet Cong wouldn't stand in open fields for set-piece battles, where American firepower could be decisive. They disappeared into villages that looked identical to friendly ones. They moved supplies along a route called the Ho Chi Minh Trail, which wasn't actually a trail but a network of paths through jungle, so dense that American bombers dropped millions of tons of ordnance without ever cutting it. The war became defined by metrics that measured everything except what mattered. Body counts became the measure of success, which created incentives to define any dead Vietnamese person as an enemy combatant. Percentage of territory controlled, pacification programs, strategic hamlets, all these impressive-sounding initiatives that looked good in PowerPoint presentations, if PowerPoint had existed, but bore little relationship to the reality of Vietnamese villages. American soldiers, many of them drafted, arrived in Vietnam for one-year tours. Imagine the logic. You'd train someone in warfare, send them to a confusing place where they couldn't distinguish friend from enemy, where the heat and humidity were oppressive, where booby traps and snipers could kill you during what seemed like routine patrols, and then just when they'd figured out how to survive, you'd send them home and replace them with someone new who had to start the learning process over again. It was like trying to build institutional knowledge at a company with 100% annual turnover. Meanwhile, back in America, something unprecedented was happening. People were watching this war on television. Not sanitized newsreels like World War II, but actual footage of combat, casualties and destruction. The evening news brought the war into living rooms across America, and what people saw didn't match what their government was telling them. The disconnect grew wider each year. Officials in Washington insisted progress was being made. that there was light at the end of the tunnel and that victory was achievable with just a bit more commitment. Then, in January 1968, during the Tet Offensive, North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces launched coordinated attacks across South Vietnam, even briefly penetrating the US Embassy compound in Saigon. The Tet Offensive was actually a military defeat for the North. They suffered enormous casualties and didn't hold any of the territory they briefly captured. But it was a psychological victory that devastated American public support for the war. If the enemy could launch attacks of this scale after years of American military effort, then what exactly was being accomplished? Let's shift perspective to understand this from the Vietnamese side. In the north, the entire society was mobilized for war. The capital, Hanoi, endured bombing campaigns designed to break morale. The famous Christmas bombing of 1972 dropped more tonnage on Hanoi in 12 days than was dropped on Germany in 1943. People lived in bunkers, children carried on education in underground classrooms, and factories were dispersed into caves and camouflaged in forests. The North Vietnamese strategy wasn't to win militarily in the conventional sense. They knew they couldn't match American firepower. Their strategy was to outlast American will. It was a bet that the American public would eventually tire of a war that seemed endless and purposeless, that domestic opposition would eventually force American withdrawal. It was a strategy of patience and endurance, and it worked. In the South, the situation was even more complex. Not everyone supported the Northern Communists, far from it. Many Vietnamese genuinely feared communist rule, remembered land reform campaigns that had killed landlords, and worried about religious freedom under an atheist state. But the South Vietnamese government remained corrupt and ineffective. American money created an artificial economy where prostitution and serving Americans were often more lucrative than productive work. Traditional Vietnamese culture was being dissolved in a solution of American affluence and military presence. Villages became pawns in a larger game. The Viet Cong would arrive at night, and the South Vietnamese or American forces during the day. Villagers were caught between competing powers, never knowing which side would be there tomorrow, which promises were real, or which threats were empty. The strategy of winning hearts and minds was undermined by free fire zones, where anything that moved could be shot, by artillery that destroyed villages to save them, and by a fundamental disconnect between American understanding and Vietnamese reality. The anti-war movement in America grew from small protests to mass mobilizations. It wasn't just hippies and radicals. Eventually it included veterans, soldiers' families, mainstream politicians, celebrities, and ordinary middle-class Americans who'd started to question why their country was spending blood and treasure in a conflict that seemed to serve no vital American interest. The war became the defining issue in American politics. Lyndon Johnson, who'd won a landslide election in 1964, declined to run for re-election in 1968 because the war had destroyed his presidency. Richard Nixon won promising peace with honour, then continued and even expanded the war for 4 more years while simultaneously negotiating an exit. Nixon's approach included Vietnamization, gradually turning the fighting over to South Vietnamese forces while withdrawing American troops. It also included expanding the war into Cambodia and Laos, trying to cut supply lines and destroy North Vietnamese sanctuaries. This expansion brought more death to more people in more countries, all in service of a strategy that was essentially trying to retreat without admitting defeat. The Paris Peace Accords, signed in January 1973, ended direct American military involvement. American prisoners of war came home. American troops withdrew. But the agreement didn't end the war. It just removed America from it. North and South Vietnam continued fighting, and everyone knew it was only a matter of time before one side prevailed. In April 1975, North Vietnamese forces entered Saigon as South Vietnamese resistance collapsed. The famous images of helicopters evacuating Americans from the embassy roof, and of people clinging to landing skids desperate to escape, these captured the chaotic end of America's longest war. Vietnam was finally reunified, not through the elections promised in 1956, but through the military victory of the North over the South. The war had killed somewhere between 2 and 3 million Vietnamese, estimates vary widely, plus 58,000 Americans and hundreds of thousands of Cambodians and Laotians. It had dropped more bombs on Southeast Asia than were dropped in all of World War II. It had sprayed millions of gallons of chemical defoliants that would affect health for generations. It had created millions of refugees. And in the end, the outcome was exactly what would have happened in 1956 if the elections had been held, a united Vietnam under communist rule. Now we're in the aftermath. And this is where the story becomes less about Vietnam and more about consequences that rippled outward, like waves from a stone dropped in water. Take a deep breath. The war is over, but its effects are just beginning to be understood. For America, Vietnam became a syndrome, a condition, a disorder, a wound that wouldn't heal cleanly. The war had divided the country more deeply than anything since the Civil War. It had revealed that American power had limits, that military might couldn't solve every problem, and that the world was more complicated than Cold War binaries suggested. American veterans came home to a country that didn't know what to do with them. Unlike World War II veterans who returned to parades and gratitude, Vietnam veterans often faced indifference or hostility. Many struggled with what we now call PTSD, but then was barely recognised. They'd experienced things that changed them fundamentally, and they returned to a society that wanted to forget the war had happened. The memorial that was eventually built in Washington, the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, became one of America's most visited and emotionally powerful monuments. It's just a black granite wall carved with names, but people come and touch those names, leave letters and objects, and cry for losses that happened decades ago. The wall's reflective surface means you see yourself among the names, which is uncomfortably appropriate. Vietnam's legacy is something Americans carried with them. The war changed American military doctrine fundamentally. The Pentagon spent years analysing what went wrong, developing new theories about limited war, counterinsurgency, and the relationship between military force and political objectives. They created the concept of the Powell Doctrine, the idea that America should only use overwhelming force for clear objectives with broad public support and a defined exit strategy. It was essentially a list of everything Vietnam wasn't. American journalism changed too. Before Vietnam, reporters generally deferred to government accounts of military operations. The relationship between press and government was cosy, almost collaborative. Vietnam broke that trust. Reporters in Vietnam saw things that contradicted official statements. They reported what they saw. When the government said pacification was succeeding, reporters could point to evidence it wasn't. This adversarial relationship between press and government became the new normal, for better and worse. The anti-war movement transformed American politics in ways that lasted for generations. It connected to civil rights struggles, women's liberation, and environmental activism, creating a broader progressive coalition that questioned authority and traditional institutions. But it also created a backlash, a conservative movement that saw anti-war protesters as disloyal, and that conflated criticism of the war with criticism of America itself. That divide still runs through American politics today. For Vietnam itself, victory came with devastating costs. The country was physically destroyed, infrastructure wrecked, agricultural land poisoned by chemicals, and unexploded ordnance scattered across the countryside like terrible seeds that still kill people today. The post-war government's harsh policies towards South Vietnamese who'd worked with Americans or the Saigon government drove hundreds of thousands of people to flee as boat people, many dying at sea or in refugee camps. The unified Vietnam that emerged was poor, isolated and recovering from decades of war. The communist government implemented policies that sometimes worked and sometimes failed spectacularly. There were re-education camps for former South Vietnamese officials and soldiers, basically gulags by another name. There were failed economic programs that created poverty and food shortages. It took years of pragmatic reform, of gradually opening to market economics and international trade, before Vietnam began to prosper. But here's something remarkable. Vietnam today is one of the fastest growing economies in Southeast Asia. The generation born after the war, which is now most of Vietnam's population, has created a vibrant, dynamic society. They use smartphones, start businesses, and travel internationally. Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City are full of cafes where young people work on laptops and argue about the future. The war is history to them, important history, but not their defining experience. The relationship between Vietnam and America gradually normalised. In 1995, 20 years after the war ended, the two countries established diplomatic relations. American companies invested in Vietnam. Vietnamese students came to study at American universities. Trade grew. It wasn't forgetting. Both countries still carry scars. But it was moving forward. Veterans from both sides have met, sometimes developing friendships based on shared experience, even though they were once enemies. There's something profound about former combatants recognizing each other's humanity decades later, acknowledging that they were all caught in systems larger than themselves, following orders they didn't fully understand, and fighting for causes that turned out to be more complicated than they were told. The environmental legacy remains troubling. Agent Orange, the chemical defoliant that America sprayed to remove jungle cover, has affected multiple generations with birth defects and health problems. Unexploded bombs and landmines still injure people, especially children. These are wounds that don't heal with time, that keep creating new victims decades after the war ended. Cambodia and Laos bore their own scars from the war's expansion. The secret bombing of Cambodia helped destabilise that country, creating conditions for the rise of the Khmer Rouge, whose genocidal regime killed nearly a quarter of Cambodia's population. Laos became the most heavily bombed country per capita in history, with consequences that persist today. Vietnam was never just about Vietnam. It was always a regional catastrophe. The war's effect on the Cold War itself was paradoxical. On one hand, it seemed to demonstrate the limits of American power, emboldening the Soviet Union and its allies. On the other hand, it may have contributed to the Cold War's eventual end by exhausting American appetite for containment strategies and prompting a shift toward détente and eventually engagement. In American culture, Vietnam became a reference point for quagmire, for well-intentioned intervention gone wrong, and for the gap between government statements and reality. Every subsequent military action was measured against Vietnam. When America invaded Iraq in 2003, people asked if it would become another Vietnam. The comparison was sometimes apt, sometimes not. But the fact that Vietnam became the standard for failed wars tells you something about its psychological impact. Southeast Asia's trajectory was shaped by Vietnam but not determined by it. The domino theory proved wrong. Thailand didn't fall to communism, nor did Malaysia or Indonesia. Instead, the region developed in complex ways that Cold War binaries couldn't capture. The Association of Southeast Asian Nations became a successful regional organisation promoting economic cooperation. The communist victory in Vietnam didn't trigger the regional catastrophe American policymakers feared. Perhaps the strangest aspect of Vietnam's long shadow is how it became a reference point for completely opposite lessons. Conservatives argued Vietnam showed the dangers of fighting wars without full commitment and clear objectives. Liberals argued it showed the dangers of military intervention in complex situations we don't understand. Hawke said we could have won with more force. Dove said we should never have been there. Both sides claimed Vietnam validated their worldview, which suggests the war's lessons are ambiguous enough to support multiple interpretations. For individuals who lived through that era, Vietnam marked them in personal ways that statistics can't capture. It's the friend who didn't come home, the relative whose name is on that wall in Washington. The college years were spent protesting or defending the war, the sense that their country lost its innocence, that the post-war optimism of the 1950s gave way to skepticism and division that never fully healed. The draft's end in 1973, prompted largely by Vietnam, changed America's relationship with military service. An all-volunteer force meant that future wars would be fought by a smaller percentage of Americans, creating a civil-military divide where most people had no personal connection to military service. This has consequences. It's easier to support wars when you and your family won't be going. In literature and film, Vietnam produced an entire genre. From The Deer Hunter to Apocalypse Now, from Tim O'Brien's stories to Graham Greene's prescient novel The Quiet American, written before major American involvement, artists tried to make sense of the war's moral complexities and its impact on individuals. These works often focused less on grand strategy than on the experience of being caught in an incomprehensible situation, which may be the most honest way to understand Vietnam. The war taught a generation of American leaders to be sceptical of military solutions to political problems, until it didn't. The lessons of Vietnam seemed clear in the 1980s, questionable by the 1990s and forgotten by the 2000s. Each generation has to learn similar lessons in new contexts, which suggests that historical memory is fragile, and that the patterns that doomed Vietnam can recur in different forms. As we approach the end of our journey through Vietnam's history, let's zoom out one final time to consider what this all means, not just for Americans or Vietnamese, but for how we understand power, justice, and the persistent human tendency to believe we can control outcomes in systems too complex to fully comprehend. The Vietnam War was, in many ways, a failure of imagination. American policymakers couldn't imagine that Vietnamese nationalism might be stronger than Cold War ideology, that a poor agricultural society could outlast the world's most powerful military, or that good intentions and superior firepower might not be enough. They saw Vietnam through the lens of Munich and the domino theory, not through the lens of Vietnamese history and aspirations. This failure of imagination was partly cultural. American officials who made decisions about Vietnam often had no deep knowledge of Vietnamese history, language, or culture. They applied templates from Europe to Southeast Asia, assumed that everyone wanted what Americans wanted, and believed that economic and military aid could buy loyalty. It was the kind of mistake that seems obvious in retrospect, but was invisible to people trapped in their own assumptions. The war also revealed something about how democracies wage wars. The American system of government, with its checks and balances and public accountability, wasn't designed for sustained military conflicts that don't directly threaten national survival. World War II worked because the threat was existential and clear. Vietnam didn't work because the threat was abstract and distant, and as casualties mounted, the American public increasingly questioned whether it was worth the cost. This raises uncomfortable questions about democratic warfare in the modern era. If democracies can't sustain wars that their publics don't understand or support, does that make them weaker than authoritarian systems that can mobilize resources without worrying about public opinion? Or does it make them wiser, because that public accountability serves as a check on costly mistakes? Vietnam also highlighted the problem of prestige in international relations. The United States kept fighting partly because withdrawing would signal weakness, would damage American credibility, and would encourage other challenges to American power. But this logic created a trap. The longer America stayed, the more costly withdrawal became, which meant staying longer, which made withdrawal more costly still. It's like staying in a bad relationship because you've already invested so much time that leaving feels like admitting you wasted years of your life. The war demonstrated that technology and firepower can't solve political problems. America had helicopters, bombers, chemical weapons, enormous artillery, and the most sophisticated military technology of the era. None of it mattered when the fundamental problem was that the South Vietnamese government lacked legitimacy with its own people. You can't bomb your way to political legitimacy. You can't use technology to create the kind of social cohesion and institutional trust that makes governments work. For developing nations watching from elsewhere in the world, Vietnam sent a complex message. On one hand, it showed that determined resistance could defeat even superpowers. On the other hand, it showed the devastating cost of such resistance. Millions dead, infrastructure destroyed, development delayed by decades. Victory didn't necessarily mean prosperity or freedom. It meant survival and the chance to rebuild. The war's impact on international law and norms was significant. The extensive documentation of war crimes, the moral questioning of chemical warfare, and the debate about the legitimacy of the war itself, all of this contributed to evolving standards about what's acceptable in armed conflict. The laws of war are always aspirational and often violated, but Vietnam pushed conversations about restraints on military action in ways that influenced subsequent conflicts. Climate and ecology became concerns partly because of Vietnam. The massive use of chemical defoliants and the environmental destruction from bombing and military operations, these raised awareness about warfare's ecological costs. Modern militaries now consider environmental impacts in ways they didn't before Vietnam, though this consideration is still far from comprehensive. The refugee flows from Vietnam changed immigration patterns and policies worldwide. The Vietnamese diaspora spread across the globe, creating communities from California to Australia to France. These refugees and their descendants became successful Americans, Australians and French citizens, while often maintaining Vietnamese cultural identity. Their experience challenges simple narratives about assimilation and cultural preservation. In Vietnam itself, the legacy is complicated by the fact that the victorious communists continued ruling after the war ended. The government controls the historical narrative, emphasizing resistance to foreign aggression, while downplaying the Civil War aspects and the post-war hardships. Young Vietnamese know the official story, but are increasingly curious about different perspectives, especially as they interact with the world through technology. The economic trajectory of post-war Vietnam offers surprising lessons about pragmatism and adaptation. The communist government that fought for decades to unify the country under socialism eventually adopted market reforms that created rapid economic growth. It's as if they won the war on ideological grounds but made peace on practical ones, recognizing that economic development required engaging with global capitalism rather than isolating from it. America's relationship with its Vietnam War history remains uncomfortable. The war is taught in schools, but often in sanitized ways that emphasize American mistakes without fully confronting the violence and destruction. There's a tendency to focus on how the war affected Americans rather than what Americans did to Vietnam. This isn't unique to America. All countries struggle with acknowledging their worst moments, but it suggests that coming to terms with Vietnam remains incomplete. The experience created what we might call learned caution in American foreign policy, at least for a generation. Post-Vietnam, there was skepticism about military intervention, questions about whether American values could or should be exported through force, and recognition that some problems have no military solutions. This caution influenced decisions not to intervene in various conflicts during the late Cold War, but caution faded over time. By the 1990s, with the Soviet Union gone and America as the sole superpower, confidence returned. Military interventions in the Balkans seemed to work. The Gulf War's quick success suggested that Vietnam was an aberration, that American military power could achieve political objectives if properly applied. This renewed confidence contributed to decisions about Afghanistan and Iraq that created their own quagmires, suggesting that Vietnam's lessons keep needing to be relearned. Perhaps the deepest legacy is about humility, the recognition that power has limits, that good intentions aren't enough, that the world is more complex than our models of it, and that other people's histories and aspirations matter as much as ours do. These lessons are uncomfortable for any powerful nation because they require accepting that you can't always get what you want, that sometimes you're wrong, and that your actions can cause harm even when you're trying to help. Vietnam also reminds us that real people pay for grand strategies. Behind every statistic was someone, a Vietnamese farmer whose village was destroyed, an American soldier who came home damaged, a child born with birth defects from chemical exposure, or a refugee who lost everything fleeing violence. History often focuses on leaders and decisions, but wars happen to ordinary people whose names we'll never know. We've travelled far from that cafe in Saigon in 1955, through decades of conflict and its aftermath. Let's return there now, in imagination, with everything we've learned. If you could sit in that cafe again, knowing what would come, what would you want to tell the people around you? That their children would survive the next 20 years? That their country would eventually prosper? That the sacrifices would lead somewhere other than where everyone expected? You might want to tell the American advisors just beginning to arrive that their well-meaning efforts would help initiate something terrible. That the domino theory they believed in would prove wrong. That the enemy they underestimated would outlast them. But they probably wouldn't listen. They were certain of their mission, confident in their power, and unable to imagine failure. You might want to tell the Vietnamese making their evening plans that the temporary division would become a permanent wound, that families separated for a year would be apart for decades, and that the country would be transformed in ways no one anticipated. But they already knew, on some level. They'd been through enough foreign occupations to understand that when great powers involve themselves in your homeland, ordinary people pay the price. The story of Vietnam is ultimately about what happens when abstractions, domino theories, Cold War competition, revolutionary ideology meet reality in the form of human communities with their own histories and aspirations. The abstractions never quite fit. The reality always proves more complex than the theories predict. And the cost of forcing reality to match theory falls primarily on those with the least power to resist. But it's also a story about resilience. Vietnam survived. America recovered. The wounds remain, but don't define everything. Life continues, adapts, and finds joy even in difficult circumstances. The cafes in Saigon, now Ho Chi Minh City, still serve that strong, sweet coffee. The smell of pho still drifts through morning streets. Young people still dream about their futures, mostly unaware that their country was once a battlefield where superpowers contested for supremacy. There's something almost miraculous about this resilience, about how quickly extraordinary horror can be absorbed back into ordinary life. It's not forgetting, the memories and scars remain, but it's moving forward because life demands it. You can't spend forever reliving trauma. At some point you have to make dinner, help your children with homework, laugh at something silly and plan for tomorrow. As you prepare for sleep tonight, consider how much of history happens in the spaces between the dramatic moments, in the quiet nights before conflicts begin, in the ordinary days during wars, and in the slow healing afterward. History books focus on battles and peace treaties, on leaders and their decisions, but history is mostly people trying to live their lives while events beyond their control swirl around them. The Vietnam War changed history by revealing limitations of power, by demonstrating that military might can't substitute for political legitimacy, and by showing that determined people fighting for what they believe in their homeland have advantages that technology can't overcome. It changed American culture, Vietnamese society, Cold War dynamics, and how we think about intervention and warfare. But perhaps its deepest lesson is simpler, that we should be humble about our ability to control events, careful about the consequences of our actions, respectful of other people's agency and complexity, and aware that history is made by human beings who suffer and hope and dream just as we do. The jasmine is still blooming somewhere in Southeast Asia tonight. Street vendors are still negotiating prices with customers. Families are still gathering for meals. The world that was reshaped by Vietnam continues turning, carrying within it all the lessons learned and forgotten, all the sacrifices made and commemorated, and all the quiet nights when anything seemed possible before history took its course. As you drift towards sleep, let go of the complexities and tragedy. Remember instead that quiet evening in 1955, before the storm, when life was simply life, complicated and beautiful and ordinary, the way it always is in the spaces between historical events. Remember that even after terrible things happen, cafes serve coffee, children laugh, and jasmine blooms in the evening air. Rest well. History continues, but so does the ordinary miracle of human life finding ways to flourish even in difficult soil. That's the lesson worth carrying into dreams, not the wars or the grand strategies, but the persistence of everyday beauty, everyday resilience, and everyday hope. The ceiling fans still turn, the coffee still drips, and somewhere, always, it's a quiet night before history changes, which is to say, it's just another evening in a world full of people trying to live their lives with dignity and grace. Sleep well. On September the 7th, 1533, Elizabeth Tudor was born at Greenwich Palace, amidst a flurry of anticipation and unease. Her father, King Henry VIII, had broken from the Catholic Church to marry her mother, Anne Boleyn, so Elizabeth's birth was charged with political tensions. The king, desperate for a male heir, found himself disappointed when the infant turned out to be a girl. Still, baby Elizabeth bore the weight of dynastic hopes. Her every coo or cry analysed for signs that the Tudor line might endure. The infant's earliest days unfolded in a court grappling with religious upheaval. Henry's new Church of England stood at odds with Rome. Courtiers whispered about the king's next move. The Queen, Anne, attempted to shield her daughter from the swirling environment, ensuring she received the best available wet nurses and comfort. However, the precariousness quickly became apparent. A few years later, Anne faced execution due to dubious charges of treason and adultery. Motherless at 2, Elizabeth was declared illegitimate by her father's decree, losing her title of princess. Raised in separate royal households, Elizabeth seldom saw Henry VIII. Various stepmothers came and went, with some offering brief maternal warmth. She formed a particularly close bond with Catherine Parr, Henry's 6th wife, who oversaw her education. Elizabeth's tutors recognised a remarkably bright mind. She excelled in languages by adolescence. She spoke fluent Latin, French and Italian, eventually picking up Spanish as well. She pored over classical texts, gleaning rhetorical finesse from Cicero and moral lessons from Greek philosophers. Even in childhood, she learned to keep her emotions cloaked, forging a calm exterior that masked inner tensions, an attribute that would prove crucial in her future reign. A fateful shift occurred when Henry died in 1547, leaving Elizabeth's half-brother Edward VI as king. Under the regency of Protestant reformers, the religious climate skewed more radical. Elizabeth, though outwardly cooperative, carefully navigated factional disputes. She relocated the household of Catherine Parr, who had remarried to Thomas Seymour. That arrangement sparked scandal. Seymour was rumoured to show Elizabeth overly familiar attention, fueling gossip that tarnished her reputation. The teenage princess soon departed, mindful that any whiff of impropriety could end her precarious position in the succession line. This brush with danger reinforced her instincts for self-preservation. Edward's short reign was followed by that of Elizabeth's half-sister, Mary I, a devout Catholic determined to restore papal authority. Mary viewed Elizabeth with suspicion, seeing in her a rallying figure for Protestant interests. As rebellions cropped up, Elizabeth found herself accused of complicity. She was taken to the Tower of London, where her mother had met her end, and then placed under house arrest at Woodstock. The gloom of potential execution hung over her, but lacking firm evidence, Mary couldn't condemn her. Over 2 years, Elizabeth trod a careful path, denying any involvement in plots while discreetly maintaining her network of Protestant allies. Eventually, Mary's failing health lifted Elizabeth from her shadow. In November 1558, Mary died, childless. Elizabeth, at 25, ascended the throne. The people welcomed her with cautious optimism, hoping for an end to religious strife. However, no one could foresee the firmness with which Elizabeth would steer the ship. She inherited a kingdom exhausted by years of persecution and entangled in European alliances. Furthermore, lingering doubts about her legitimacy and ability to produce an heir plagued the realm. Courtiers pressed for her to marry promptly, believing a queen regnant threatened stability unless a husband took the reins. Elizabeth, though aware of the political logic, also recognised that marriage might curb her autonomy. In her first weeks as queen, Elizabeth took bold symbolic steps. She chose moderate Protestant advisers like William Cecil, striving to unify the country. She declared her intent for a religious settlement that neither persecuted Catholics harshly nor caved to papal demands. She navigated a delicate balance, cognizant that either extreme could undermine her rule. She moved her court to Whitehall, re-establishing routine ceremonial events that signalled the monarchy's continuity. Observers described her as poised, with sharp eyes that hinted at an agile, strategic mind. The once exiled princess stood now at the centre of power, forging a monarchy that would come to define an era. Thus, the stage was set for a pivotal chapter in English history. Elizabeth's early experiences, maternal execution, paternal neglect, complex family ties, had shaped a cautious, perceptive approach. She had learned to conceal personal feelings behind a stately demeanour, armed with intellectual acumen gleaned from classical texts. The realm now looked to her for stability, religious compromise, and a reassertion of national identity. For Elizabeth, it was time to prove that a female sovereign, even one with a contested legitimacy could guide England through its labyrinth of political storms. From the outset of her reign, Elizabeth I confronted a land torn by religious factionalism. Under Mary I, staunch Catholic policies reigned, with Protestant heretics burnt at the stake. Though those violent measures ended, many Catholics remained loyal to Rome. Meanwhile, radical Protestants clamoured for more extreme reforms. Elizabeth recognised that a middle path was essential for national peace. The Elizabethan religious settlement of 1559 aimed for a broad church approach. The Act of Supremacy declared her supreme governor of the Church of England, and the Act of Uniformity prescribed a moderate Protestant liturgy. While it alienated hardliners on both sides, it established a stable framework that endured. This religious compromise had consequences. Catholics abroad questioned her legitimacy, urging Mary, Queen of Scots, Elizabeth's Catholic cousin, to claim England's throne. Mary, exiled from Scotland in 1568, ended up in England, effectively under house arrest. Elizabeth, wary of dethroning a fellow anointed queen, faced a quandary. Mary's presence fueled conspiracies, yet executing her set a dangerous precedent. This predicament lingered for decades, turning Mary into an epicentre of Catholic plots that threatened Elizabeth's life and reign. Beyond religion, Elizabeth's foreign policy shaped her early years on the throne. England was militarily weak, overshadowed by Spanish might. The Queen needed alliances, but hated entangling treaties that might compromise her independence. She courted suitors from across Europe, France's Duke of Anjou, Austria's Archduke Charles, using marriage negotiations as diplomatic chess moves. Each negotiation offered short-term benefits, but she consistently evaded an actual wedding. By keeping her hand in marriage available, Elizabeth dissuaded certain powers from aggression, hoping for eventual union. The saga of the Virgin Queen was as much political strategy as personal inclination. Economically, Elizabeth inherited a treasury battered by wars. Her ministers, notably William Cecil, Lord Burghley, instituted reforms, curbing inflation and streamlining revenue collection. They supported maritime ventures, encouraging sea captains like Francis Drake to harass Spanish shipping and seize treasure. Such semi-official privateering enriched royal coffers and stoked Spanish hostility, culminating in deeper rivalries. Meanwhile, domestic industry, woolen cloth, for instance, expanded, aided by the stable environment Elizabeth's government fostered. As for the Queen herself, the court recognised her keen intellect and formidable will. She cherished erudition, employing multiple secretaries to handle a constant influx of diplomatic dispatches. Fluent in French and adept in Latin, she occasionally scribbled notes in Italian or Spanish. She revelled in masques and pageants, endorsing the arts to glorify her monarchy. She made a point of progresses, travelling with her retinue through the countryside, letting her subjects glimpse the royal presence. This practice built loyalty, for seeing their queen in person, resplendent with pearls and embroidered gowns, stirred patriotic pride. A lesser-known aspect was her reliance on intelligence networks. Elizabeth, aware that conspiracies loomed, authorised spy masters like Sir Francis Walsingham to intercept letters, employ informants, and uncover plots. This clandestine apparatus uncovered multiple assassins or traitors financed by Spain or papal agents. By revealing such threats, the Queen justified harsher policies against recalcitrant Catholics. Some criticised these tactics as oppressive, but to Elizabeth, survival mandated vigilance. Another challenge: cultural expectations for queens. She faced jabs about her gender, with some male courtiers urging a kingly partner. She responded by forging a regal persona, insisting subjects see her as both king and queen, a line reflecting her dual role. She skillfully navigated male-dominated councils, awarding title carefully to ensure no single noble overshadowed her. She also used fashion as a political tool. Her elaborate gowns, iconic ruffs, and jewel-laden wardrobes signalled the monarchy's majesty. This cultivated image buttressed her authority in an era still grappling with a female sovereign. In parallel, Elizabeth's personal circle remained small. She could be witty and charming, dancing or joking with favourites like Robert Dudley. But letting affection overshadow prudence risks scandal. Rumours flew about her closeness to Dudley, fueling suspicion that she might marry him. The potential controversy was immense, given Dudley's questionable reputation. In the end, Elizabeth never wed. She cherished her autonomy, well aware that a consort could overshadow or manipulate her. The choice drew bafflement from the foreign courts, but domestically, it enhanced her mystique. The Virgin Queen identity solidified, spurring propaganda that cast her as wedded to the realm itself. Elizabeth's early reign involved balancing various tasks such as forging a delicate religious settlement, spurring economic growth, outmanoeuvring suitor entanglements, and stamping out plots. She skillfully used image and ceremony to unify the realm, though critics lurked. Her government's stability rested on an ongoing dance with foreign powers and internal factions. Despite the swirling tensions, Elizabeth projected calm confidence, forging a national identity that recognised the Queen's central role. Her mid-reign would bring graver trials, culminating in decisive conflicts that tested the mettle of both monarch and kingdom. By the mid-1580s, Elizabeth's realm faced a new wave of external threats. The ascendant Spanish Empire under King Philip II brimmed with zeal to reassert Catholic supremacy and avenge the raids on Spanish commerce by English privateers. Religious tensions spiked further after the Pope excommunicated Elizabeth, effectively urging Catholic monarchs to depose her. In response, the Queen's advisors realised that war with Spain was no longer a distant possibility but a near inevitability. They bolstered the navy, encouraging shipbuilders to refine vessels for speed and manoeuvrability. Commanders like Drake refined hit-and-run tactics designed to hamper Spain's massive, slower galleons. Additionally, the Mary, Queen of Scots dilemma reached a climactic stage. She had been implicated in multiple plots, culminating in the infamous Babington plot of 1586, which aimed to assassinate Elizabeth and seat Mary on the throne. Caught with incriminating letters, Mary was tried for treason. Elizabeth agonised over signing Mary's death warrant. The thought of executing an anointed queen offended her sense of divine order, but counsel pressed her that Mary's continued survival endangered national security. Reluctantly, Elizabeth signed. Mary was beheaded in 1587, an act that scandalised Catholic Europe. Elizabeth feigned dismay at the news of Mary's actual execution, chastising ministers for carrying out the sentence too hastily. The sincerity of her regret remains debated. This event further incensed Spain, and soon word came that Philip II was assembling an invincible armada. In 1588, that formidable fleet sailed for the English Channel, intending to rendezvous with forces in the Low Countries and deliver an invasion. England braced for catastrophe. Elizabeth visited her troops at Tilbury, clad in armour, delivering a rousing speech about having the heart and stomach of a king. That rallying cry, though perhaps embroidered in subsequent retellings, captured the national mood. The English Navy engaged the Armada in a series of skirmishes, employing fireships to sow chaos. Stormy weather and miscalculation forced the Spanish to scatter around the northern coasts, suffering devastating losses. The triumph at sea became a cornerstone of Elizabeth's legend, though historians note the fortune of unseasonable gales played as large a role as strategic brilliance, buoyed by victory. Elizabeth's popularity soared. Poets extolled her as a goddess presiding over a fortuitous age. London's population boomed. Commerce thrived in relative security. Courtiers staged elaborate masques, celebrating Gloriana, a moniker borrowed from Edmund Spenser's allegorical poem, The Fairy Queen. This cult of Elizabeth, with pageantry and stylized iconography, shaped a golden aura around her monarchy. She bestowed knighthoods on naval heroes like Drake, though she never turned them into unstoppable political rivals. Indeed, part of her genius lay in praising men just enough to secure their loyalty, but not so extravagantly as to overshadow her own regal glow. Yet cracks surfaced. The war with Spain dragged on sporadically. English expeditions to support Protestant rebels in the Netherlands or to raid Spanish ports often ended in fiascos, draining resources. The Queen's earlier frugality turned to reluctance about fully funding new campaigns, prompting friction with bold but cash-strapped commanders. Some younger courtiers, like the Earl of Essex, grew impatient with Elizabeth's measured approach. Essex attempted to replicate despite Drake's glories. He led half-baked military forays and returned with meagre spoils. Tensions between the old Queen and these ambitious youths escalated, culminating in the Essex Rebellion of 1601, where he tried a coup. She crushed it swiftly, and Essex was executed. As Elizabeth aged, her once intimate circle diminished. Longtime advisors such as William Cecil passed away, and favoured courtiers either died or fell out of favour. The Queen, famous for her fine dresses and elaborate wigs, now faced a more solitary existence. Gossip about her vanity circulated. She insisted on controlling her image, refusing to appear as a frail matron. She demanded loyalty from ladies-in-waiting, scolding them if they dared overshadow her attire or conversation. Although the realm viewed her as Gloriana, she struggled to maintain a mythic aura behind closed doors. Diplomatically, the final years of her reign saw a cooling of tension with Spain, not via a formal peace but through mutual exhaustion. The impetus for large armadas had waned, with Spain focusing on European entanglements. England, for its part, lacked the finances to continue heavy engagements. Meanwhile, the seeds of colonial expansion were sown. English seafarers eyed North America, establishing fledgling outposts. The concept of an overseas empire was embryonic but emerging. Thus, approaching the turn of the century, Elizabeth presided over a stable yet evolving monarchy. She had defied invasion, faced down conspiracies, and reigned as an iconic figure admired across Europe. But the question of succession remained, unmarried and childless. She had never named an heir. The matter loomed, spurring subtle negotiations as different claimants circled. This final stretch of her reign tested whether the Tudor line's magic could endure beyond her mortal presence, or if it would seamlessly transition to a new dynasty. By the twilight of her reign, Elizabeth I found herself contending with the question that had dogged her for decades. Who would follow her upon the throne? No official heir had been named, though many whispered that James VI of Scotland, a Protestant and son of the executed Mary, Queen of Scots, was the likely candidate. Elizabeth, ever cautious about naming a successor, understood that the moment she sanctioned an heir, her authority might wane. Yet the gentry and the powerful were anxious, fearing a resurgence of civil strife if the crown's transition lacked clarity. As the 1590s waned, the Queen's court saw fewer robust festivities. Elizabeth's health was not the best, and her mood darkened by the loss of cherished confidants. Once a favoured explorer, Sir Walter Raleigh fell from Elizabeth's favour. The Earl of Essex, her erstwhile golden boy, died a traitor. Meanwhile, the luminous circle that had celebrated her youth, Bess of Hardwicke, Countess of Leicester, and others, had scattered. England's population soared beyond 4 million, many living precariously in squalid conditions. Bread riots flickered in adverse harvest years, and the cost of warfare remained burdensome. Some critics murmured that the Queen's refusal to adapt to a new generation's demands indicated the monarchy was adrift. Yet Elizabeth never lost her political savvy. She carefully managed sessions of Parliament, deftly deflecting demands for certain policy changes. She employed subtle flattery, reminding them that as a mother to her people, she prized their well-being above all. This rhetorical style, combining maternal sentiments with regal authority, continued to woo the common folk. Indeed, from the countryside to London's teeming streets, loyalty to the Queen remained high, an outgrowth of national pride partly forged by that earlier victory over the Spanish Armada. In the realm of arts, the Elizabethan theatre blossomed, spearheaded by William Shakespeare, Christopher Marlowe, and others. Though Elizabeth seldom attended public performances at the Globe, she invited theatrical troupes to court. She found enjoyment in comedic interludes, even if she publicly maintained a formal veneer. This cultural renaissance, ignited under her watch, was a point of national distinction, with travelling players bringing both dramatic flair and moral allegories to distant corners. The synergy of crowns and creativity underscored an epoch known as the Elizabethan Golden Age. Throughout, the religious settlement endured, though Puritan elements pressed for stricter reforms. Criticising the hierarchical structure of bishops, the Queen tolerated moderate Puritan pleas but cracked down on radical preachers who undermined her supreme governorship. Catholic recusants faced fines or pressure to conform, though large-scale persecution was less aggressive than during Mary's reign. Despite friction, Elizabeth's stance staved off religious civil war. This equilibrium, though not perfect, enabled commerce and exploration to flourish. Merchants ventured to the Levant, the Baltic, and the Americas, sowing early seeds of a global maritime trade. In the final few months of her life, Elizabeth retreated to Richmond Palace. She was increasingly frail, refusing medical interventions that seemed invasive. Court rumours multiplied. The Queen's mind was drifting. She was losing appetite, or she stood for hours too proud to rest. Modern historians debate the exact cause of her decline. Some speculate pneumonia or depression. She dreaded naming James publicly, but subtle negotiations with his envoys paved the way for a smooth succession. Advisors like Robert Cecil quietly prepared the details. According to tradition, Elizabeth, too weak to speak in her last hours, made a vague gesture endorsing James as successor. She died on March 24, 1603, aged 69, after 44 years on the throne, a record at the time for an English monarch. Her coffin was carried from Whitehall to Westminster Abbey, the silent crowds reflecting on an era shaped by her image. That day closed the Tudor line, with James VI of Scotland becoming James I of England, inaugurating the Stuart dynasty. Yet the Tudor brand had not ended in chaos. Elizabeth's measured approach, for all her reluctances, ensured a relatively peaceful handover. In the wake of her passing, tributes soared. Pamphlets hailed her as the wisest princess, the mother of her people, and a near-legendary figure who steered the nation from the shadows of religious tyranny. The wave of national mourning overshadowed her shortcomings, which included excessive favouritism, suspicion of rivals, and stifling certain freedoms. Over the next centuries, historians would reinterpret her story, dissecting the illusions of the Virgin Queen narrative, acknowledging her harsh treatment of dissenters, yet marvelling at her capacity to wield authority in a fiercely patriarchal world. The stage was set for the transition from Tudor to Stuart, and though overshadowed by the next monarchy's own tensions, Elizabeth's reign retained a special glow in England's collective memory, an epoch where a single woman's will shaped destiny. Immediately after Elizabeth's death, a swirl of legacies confronted the English. James I, newly ascendant, inherited a stable realm, but also the burden of living up to the fabled Gloriana. Over the ensuing decades, the myth of Elizabeth would be embellished by dramatists, historians, and genealogists, forging a romantic image of a queen unblemished by error. Yet parallel undercurrents recognised her complexities. Among the common folk, stories abounded of her witty repartee, her skill in navigating suitors, and the spectacle of her court. In the Catholic diaspora, she was demonised as a heretic who had executed Mary, Queen of Scots. This ideological tug-of-war shaped how Europe at large recalled her reign. During the 17th century, English authors occasionally staged plays referencing Elizabethan glories to critique or praise current rulers. The Elizabethan Age label took hold, conjuring a golden past full of maritime exploits and cultural refinement. Meanwhile, Puritan writers viewed the Queen more critically, noting that her religious compromise left them yearning for a more thorough reformation. Some pamphleteers portrayed her as a cunning politician, adept at double-dealing among Europe's Catholic powers. Over time, these multiple vantage points consolidated into a layered portrait. In the 18th and 19th centuries, national pride soared, fueling revivalist interest in the Tudors. Elizabeth's image was moulded by Victorian taste, emphasising her unmarried status as a demonstration of moral fortitude. Painters depicted her in elaborate ruffs, overshadowing any mention of the day-to-day hardships endured by her subjects. She became an icon of English independence, especially when the British Empire sought parallels between the forging of a national identity under Elizabeth and contemporary empire building. The Armada triumph narrative overshadowed the fact that storms aided English success. Her issues with Mary, Queen of Scots, became fodder for tragic romanticism, focusing on courtly betrayals and heartbreak. This romanticisation sometimes neglected the Queen's shrewd, often ruthless governance. Scholars of the 20th century took a more critical lens. They delved into archival documents to unearth how Elizabeth's intelligence network operated, how her finances were managed, and how propaganda shaped public perception. They passed the famed Golden Speech of 1601, analysing the rhetorical strategies she used to quell a restless parliament. The more historians explored, the clearer it became that her success hinged on forging an image that balanced motherly affection with regal severity, ensuring subjects revered rather than resented her. Scholars recognised the notion of the cult of Elizabeth, with its orchestrated pageantry as an early form of state PR. From the perspective of women's history, Elizabeth's significance soared. She defied the misogynistic assumptions of her era, refusing to cede authority to a husband or to male advisors. That independence, though hard-won, showcased the potency a female ruler could wield in a male-dominated society. Yet the same narrative acknowledges she was no radical feminist. She often leveraged stereotypes of female frailty or used her womanly nature strategically in negotiations. Thus, her complex relationship with gender roles remains a topic of ongoing debate. Archaeological digs at palaces and old estates uncovered physical traces of her travels, like ephemeral scaffolds for pageants or remains of feasting halls. These glimpses illustrate the vast logistical machine behind each royal progress. The Queen might arrive with hundreds of courtiers and servants, imposing a heavy burden on local nobility hosting the entourage. Yet, from a political standpoint, these visits effectively reaffirmed the monarchy's presence across the realm. Over and over, Elizabeth used personal displays to connect with communities. In cultural memory, items such as the Tudor Rose, elaborate state portraits by painters like Nicholas Hilliard, or references to the Virgin Queen remain in the public imagination. Filmmakers in the 20th and 21st centuries capitalised on this allure, producing adaptations that frame Elizabeth's story with romance and triumph. Some films portray her as near saintly, others highlight her paranoia or the brutality of her crackdown on perceived threats. The continuing fascination underscores how she embodies a transitional moment in Europe, where medieval structures gave way to early modern states, with new forms of diplomacy, espionage, and ideology all converging. Thus, centuries removed from her actual reign, Elizabeth I stands as both a symbol of national identity and a figure whose complexities resonate with present debates. The interplay of female leadership, religious diversity, personal freedom, and the power of constructed image. Re-evaluating her life reveals how skillful governance can stabilise a fractious kingdom, even if it requires navigating a delicate balance between tolerance and coercion. The conversation around Elizabeth remains dynamic, shaped by each generation's vantage on monarchy, gender, and the cost of maintaining a carefully wrought facade of unity. Elizabeth's story resonates with the notion that midlife can be a time of both reflection and strategic boldness. She ascended the throne at 25, but arguably her most defining decisions, the forging of a moderate religious settlement, the careful dance of marriage negotiations, unfolded as she matured. In the face of personal regrets, lack of a direct heir, and external crises, Spanish hostility, internal plots, she repeatedly displayed resilience under the lens of older wisdom. Yet that sagacity was not innate. It sprang from a youth marked by precariousness, shaping a thorough calculation in adult life. One lesser discussed aspect is her intellectual curiosity. She was no passive figurehead. She read widely, from classical philosophers to contemporary political treatises, and engaged in theological debates with ambassadors. She wrote translations of texts, including Plutarch, honing linguistic precision. In an era when many noblewomen possessed only basic literacy, Elizabeth's depth of scholarship commanded respect. She used this knowledge to steer councils, referencing classical examples of leadership or mercy, grounding her decisions in a broader worldview than simple realpolitik. Another dimension concerns her approach to management and delegation. Faced with a swirl of court factions, some aligned with Cecil, others with Dudley, and various earls vying for influence, she balanced them by a rotating favour, ensuring no single man overshadowed the rest. This delicate manoeuvre allowed her to maintain her position as the ultimate arbiter, thereby preventing entrenched monopolies of power. While modern management gurus highlight transparency or direct leadership, Elizabeth's method was subtler. She nurtured multiple power centres, pitting them gently against each other to sustain a stable equilibrium. This method reveals a strategic cunning that, while occasionally breeding resentment, retained her supremacy in a fractious environment. The swirl of secrecy surrounding Mary, Queen of Scots, also underscores Elizabeth's careful manipulation of intelligence. She personally reviewed coded letters, weighed evidence, and authorised infiltration of Catholic circles. These actions might unnerve contemporary moral standards, yet in the cutthroat reality of 16th century politics, such espionage was standard. The difference is Elizabeth's relative subtlety. She rarely boasted of her spy master's successes. She recognised the value of illusions, letting conspirators believe they had infiltrated her circle while, in fact, her watchers tracked every step. Age imbued her with a distinct sense of gravity. In speeches to Parliament, she framed herself as a guardian of the realm's welfare, addressing them as my lords and my good people, tapping into paternal or maternal imagery. She rarely showed overt temper in public, though courtiers recalled her sharp tongue in private, laced with scathing wit. She might banish a courtier from her presence for a trifling offence, then recall him soon after, sending the message that loyalty was paramount while partial forgiveness might be extended. This capacity to pivot from severity to magnanimity cemented her as unpredictable yet revered, a trait modern leaders might emulate in more tempered forms. Beyond the realm of politics, her personal attire and courtly fashion set trends across Europe. She championed fresh tailors to experiment with embroidered silks, extensive ruffs, and striking colour palettes. But behind the magnificence was a strategic layering of fabric. It signified her rank while concealing normal ageing or times of ill health. The resulting mystique helped define the monarchy's brand. Similarly, she championed structured ceremonies, like elaborate coronation anniversaries or public feast days. These events reaffirmed the bond between sovereign and subject, forging an emotional tie that buttressed the monarchy's intangible authority. Her approach to the arts had lasting effects. She never personally funded epic building projects like some European royals given her limited treasury, but her patronage of music, portraiture, and drama triggered a cultural efflorescence. Key composers thrived, producing refined polyphonic works performed at chapel. Her endorsement of secular drama laid the groundwork for Shakespeare's rise. She recognised that cultural prestige elevated national pride, thus investing in intangible capital that would outlast her. This fosters an analogy to modern soft power, a concept in global relations. In sum, Elizabeth's mid to late reign exemplifies how a leader can orchestrate multi-layered strategies, leaning on intellectual depth, balancing internal factions, leveraging espionage, and forging cultural identity. Her longevity on the throne was no accident. It was an evolving mastery of monarchy in an era thick with risk. For those in midlife, her model suggests that the lessons gleaned from earlier turmoil, exile, precarious legitimacy, can blossom into confident leadership when harnessed with discipline. Even so, her story underscores that behind the regal facade lay real heartbreak and regrets, particularly on questions of family and moral contradictions. That humanness only deepens the fascination with this queen who navigated a world not designed for women in power, forging a golden age from the crucible of adversity. When Elizabeth I died on March 24, 1603, at Richmond Palace, she left a kingdom dramatically changed from the one she inherited. Elizabeth averted religious civil wars, asserted an English navy against Spanish dominance, and planted the seeds of a maritime empire. Yet the Queen's final moments offered a poignant contrast to the ceremonial grandeur that had marked her public life. Accounts say she refused to rest, standing or sitting in pensive silence for hours, as if grappling with the knowledge that her story was nearly done. The question of her successor, James VI of Scotland, was all but settled. Elizabeth's last gesture, whether a whispered name or silent acceptance, cleared the way for the Stuarts, bridging the Tudors to a new era. The immediate aftermath saw an outpouring of tributes. Noble houses and commoners alike mourned the Virgin Queen, the stalwart figurehead who had reigned 44 years. Her body was transported by barge along the Thames, a spectacle of black drapes and heraldic flags. Observers lining the shores recalled how, decades earlier, a young queen had ascended to quell the chaos left by her half-siblings. Now, the realm faced another transition. But Elizabeth's half-century of leadership gave many confidence in the monarchy's stability. James's succession was mostly peaceful, a testament to the processes Elizabeth had overseen. Over the centuries, historians dissected her image with fresh angles. Some championed her as a golden archetype, praising her unwavering sense of duty. Others uncovered her manipulative use of virginity as political currency, or pointed out the authoritarian edge in how she stamped out dissent. 20th century scholarship introduced psychoanalytic readings, linking her mother's beheading to her reluctance to marry. Meanwhile, feminist analyses recognized her capacity to subvert patriarchal norms by forging a distinctly female monarchy that demanded masculine respect. Archaeological research, too, contributed. Excavations at palatial sites uncovered courtyards used for lavish tilts or dancing events, fragments of decorative tile bearing Tudor roses. Art restorations revealed how state portraits were retouched to remove wrinkles or human imperfections, reinforcing her iconic aura. The evolution of her visual propaganda parallels modern brand management, illustrating how monarchy leveraged illusions to maintain public fascination. Elizabeth's era, characterised by Drake's circumnavigation, Shakespeare's stage, and an assertive national identity, evoked a deep sense of nostalgia among everyday English folk. Actual living conditions for peasants remained harsh, but the sense of belonging to an up-and-coming realm soared. Elizabeth harnessed that pride to unify a land threatened by continental powers. She left behind no direct heir, but her intangible bequest was a monarchy reinvigorated by a sense of national destiny, though future conflicts like the English Civil War would test that unity severely. In the present, Elizabeth's story continues to enthrall. Tourists flock to the Tower of London or Hampton Court, longing for glimpses of her era's grandeur. Historians piece together details from diaries, ambassadors' dispatches, and state papers. The creative arts produce films reimagining her as everything from an iron-willed warrior to a lonely figure overshadowed by politics. Such portrayals reflect changing cultural values. We admire her resilience, critique her harshness, empathise with her personal constraints. Each generation reads new lessons into her life, whether celebrating female power or lamenting the cost of absolute monarchy. Her tomb rests in Westminster Abbey, overshadowed by the more elaborate memorial of her half-sister Mary I. Erected during James I's time, it depicts Elizabeth recumbent, ironically sharing a memorial with Mary in a symbolic burying of old rivalries. While the effigy is fairly simple, visitors often linger, mindful that the occupant reshaped Europe's power balance. The inscriptions hail her as a paragon of wisdom, praising her as of her sex the pride, of all time the wonder. The rhetoric might be thick, but it echoes how she was revered by her contemporaries. In the end, Elizabeth I stands as a testament to the synergy of personal cunning, cultural stewardship, and circumstance. The child overshadowed by a father's quest for a male heir grew into a queen who refused to be overshadowed by any spouse or continental monarch. That improbable arc, from uncertain princess to undisputed sovereign, still captivates. Her life underscores that leadership is rarely straightforward. Forging alliances, stifling conspiracies, and projecting authority demand constant recalibration. Indeed, her success lay not in an unyielding set of principles, but in agile responses to crises. Through this fluid style, she carved a stable realm from a swirl of dangers. Centuries later, that story endures, bridging history and myth, echoing that a lone determined figure, armed with intellect, cunning, and stagecraft, can shift an entire kingdom's course. Imagine yourself relaxing in your preferred chair on a cool October evening, perhaps with a toasty beverage in hand. Tonight, we will revisit a period in which America believed it had successfully mastered the legal printing of money, when your neighbour's barber was providing stock recommendations, and when the question what could go wrong was on the brink of receiving the most costly response in history. The time period is the 1920s, and you are currently experiencing the Roaring Twenties, as it is also known. In the background, Calvin Coolidge is so silent as president that people jest about having to check his pulse. While flappers are dancing, the Charleston and jazz music is spilling out of speakeasies. However, the genuine excitement is not located in the illicit gin joints or the dance halls. It is on Wall Street, where an entire nation has persuaded itself that purchasing stocks is as dependable as the sunrise. After the end of World War I, the United States found itself in a unique situation. America's factories were operating at full capacity, manufacturing a wide range of products, including refrigerators, radios, and automobiles, while Europe was still in the process of assembling the parts and calculating the cost. Henry Ford had discovered a method to make cars affordable for the general public, and as a result, everyone became interested in purchasing one. Please note that the car in question is not a single vehicle. Rather, it is a modern, more gleaming model that is replaced every few years. The stock market, which was previously the domain of affluent industrialists and their well-connected acquaintances, appeared to be accessible to all. Between deliveries, newspaper boys were exchanging stock recommendations. Your neighbourhood grocer may casually mention that he earned more money last week by playing the market than he did selling vegetables throughout the month. It was as if Wall Street had discovered a mystical money tree and all you had to do was move its branches. In retrospect, the amusement of this episode was primarily due to the fact that everyone believed it was a straightforward matter. You were not required to comprehend the actual operations of a company, its profitability, or its existence in any meaningful sense. It was enough to tell you that its stock price rose yesterday and will likely rise again tomorrow. The logic was unwavering. Stocks consistently increase, everyone was becoming wealthy, and anyone who advocated for a different outcome was evidently too traditional to comprehend contemporary economics. Investment clubs emerged in communities similar to book clubs. However, rather than engaging in discussions about the most recent novel, members would convene to compare the amount of money they had earned that week. Women who had never visited a bank were pooling their grocery money to purchase shares in companies they were unfamiliar with. College students were ditching classes to observe the ticker tape at brokerage offices, treating it as the most thrilling entertainment in town. The newspapers contributed to this hysteria by publishing breathless accounts of ordinary individuals who achieved financial success. The taxi driver retired at 35, the secretary purchased a small apartment building with her stock profits, and the homemaker funded her daughter's wedding with a single, well-timed purchase of Radio Corporation stock. These narratives spread swiftly, much like gossip at a church gathering, inspiring everyone to aspire to become the next successful individual. Banks began lending money to individuals who desired to purchase equities to capitalize on the current prosperity. The reasoning appeared to be sound. If stocks consistently increased, lending money to individuals to purchase equities would be virtually risk-free. They called it buying on margin, a fancier term than borrowing money to gamble, but that's what it was. You could acquire $1,000 worth of securities with only $100 of your funds, and the bank would provide the remaining funds. You would sell the securities, repay the loan, and retain the profit when they appreciated. What could possibly go wrong? As you prepare to retire for the evening, envision a world in which all individuals were financial geniuses. The future appeared as predictable as a well-oiled timepiece, and the sole concern was not whether or not one would become wealthy, but rather how wealthy an individual would become. Although crash is still several months away, the following morning in our narrative, you awaken in an America that is persuaded it has outsmarted economic history. The year is 1928, and if you had suggested to anyone that the party might be ending shortly, they would have looked at you as if you had announced that the sun was planning to stop rising. The foundation of all this confidence was not wholly unreasonable, which is why it was so perilous. The American industry was performing exceptionally well. General Electric and General Motors were not merely manufacturing products, they were also developing products that were significantly altering the way people lived. The world was brought into people's living rooms for the first time, replaced gas lamps, automobiles replaced horses, and radios were introduced. However, this is the point at which the situation becomes intriguing, much like the moment a kettle of water reaches boiling point. The stock prices of these companies were not merely reflecting their success, they were also reflecting the success of the companies, the wildest dreams of everyone about their future success, a generous helping of pure speculation and whatever the barbershop employee heard from his cousin who worked on Wall Street. Consider Radio Corporation of America, or RCA as it was commonly known. The corporation was at the epicenter of the radio boom, and the radios were truly revolutionary. For the first time in human history, it was possible to listen to a concert in New York from the comfort of your living room in Kansas. It was akin to alchemy, but it was both profitable and genuine. This enthusiasm was evident in the stock price of RCA. RCA's stock price increased from $85 per share to $420 per share in 1928. It is not a typo. It nearly quadrupled in a single year. It is reasonable to assume that the five-fold increase in a company's stock price over the course of a year would induce some degree of anxiety among investors. You would be mistaken. In contrast, it heightened individuals' enthusiasm. The reasoning was elegantly circular. RCA's stock was increasing due to its exceptional performance, which was evident in the company's stock price. It was evident that the individual who suggested that a stock price increase of 400% in a single year might be premature was unaware of the fundamental principles of contemporary investing. The truly cunning aspect, and this is the point at which the creativity is almost admirable, was the manner in which individuals convinced themselves that this time was different. Speculation and foolishness were the causes of previous stock market bubbles which ultimately exploded. However, the foundation of this prosperity was the robust productivity and innovation of the United States. Radios, automobiles, electricity powers these appliances, see exploration corporations or tulip bulbs. They were genuine businesses that manufactured genuine products for genuine customers. What individuals failed to comprehend was that it is possible to have a legitimate organisation that produces genuine goods and yet pay an exorbitant amount for its inventory. It is comparable to paying $50 for an exceptionally high-quality fruit. $50 is not a reasonable price, although the apple is, and everything you wished for. In the interim, the institutions were experiencing their own variation of this logic problem. They observed that all individuals who had borrowed money to purchase equities had made a profit. Consequently, it was a secure decision to lend money to purchase equities. The fact that everyone had made money precisely because they were lending money to buy stocks, creating the very demand that drove prices up, somehow eluded notice. It was akin to a dog pursuing its tail, except that the dog was sits that it was making progress. Beginning in 1929, the financial system was borrowing approximately $8.5 billion. To provide context, this was approximately equivalent to the entire federal budget at the time. It was as though the entire financial system had decided to place all of its be decided and was exceedingly confident in its decision. You are beginning to comprehend the issue, are you not? People were not being irrational. Rather, they were reacting logically to the stimuli they observed. The economy appeared robust, stocks were increasing, and individuals were earning money. However, they were all reacting to the same information in the same manner, resulting in a situation in which everyone was correct until, all of a sudden, everyone was proved incorrect. Consider the confident investors of 1929 as you prepare for bed. They were completely unaware that they were living through the economic equivalent of a cartoon character who runs off a cliff but doesn't fall until he looks down. They would examine their portfolios each morning and examine their paper profits. The red flags were up everywhere by the summer of 1929 if you knew where to look. But when there are warning signs at a party, no one wants to be the one to bring them up. As if you were the designated driver who keeps telling everyone to slow down while your friends are having the time of their lives. A few jerks tried to crash the party. A famous and respectable banker named Paul Warburg warned that the stock market had become too risky for investors. The reaction was about what you'd expect. The next day, the stock price of his bank dropped, and newspapers called him negative for no reason. It was a typical case of shooting the messenger, but this time the messenger was trying to keep people from crossing the street. A famous economist named Roger Babson said in September that, "Sooner or later a crash is coming." Babson was known for being right about financial trends. That day the market fell sharply. Some people even called it the Babson break. But it quickly rose again. People thought Babson was an old-fashioned cynic who didn't know how the new economy worked and wrote him off. Everyone was happy that the ruler seemed to have a lot of money, so no one wanted to hear that he didn't have any clothes. At the same time, the smart money, that is, the people who knew what was going on, was quietly leaving the market. John F. Kennedy's father, Joseph, reportedly said that he knew it was time to get out of the stock market when his shoeshine boy started giving him stock tips. It made perfect sense. If everyone thinks stocks are a good way to make money, then stocks probably aren't so good after all. However, for every Joseph Kennedy who quietly sold his interests, there were thousands of regular Americans who doubled down. It made sense. If stocks were a solid investment last year, they were probably an even better investment this year. You might have thought you could drive even faster since you hadn't gotten a speeding ticket yet. All the excitement on Wall Street masked some really bad economic news in the summer of 1929. The production of goods in factories was beginning to slow down. Car sales were going down, less building was being done, but who cared about dull things like industrial production when RCA was still going up and everyone knew someone who had made a lot of money in the market? This part of the story is almost like a dream. The real economy, which includes factories, farms, and other businesses that do real work, was getting tired. However, the stock market, a symbol of the real economy's performance, consistently reached unprecedented heights. It felt like a movie where the music is happy and upbeat, but the ship is slowly sinking on the screen. Despite its role as the responsible adult in these scenarios, the Federal Reserve found itself in a challenging situation. Every time the Federal Reserve attempted to curb the out-of-control stock trading, they faced accusations of harming the US economy. It is challenging to be the authority that must bring an end to a gathering when all participants are enjoying themselves. This is especially true if ending the party means disrupting the fun. The Federal Reserve did raise interest rates in August 1929, thinking that the action would stop some people from borrowing money on speculation. After stumbling for a few days, the market just shrugged it off and kept going up. You tapped someone on the shoulder, but they just turned and danced faster. By September, it was clear that the prices of the most famous stocks did not make sense by any standard measure. People put a lot of value on companies, as if they would keep growing at impossible rates forever. Someone must have known that you would be 15 feet tall by age 30, since you had grown 6 inches taller between the ages of 12 and 14. What was really sad was how many regular people had put their life savings into this market. Individuals who had diligently saved money, led frugal lifestyles, and meticulously planned for their retirement for decades suddenly began to question the wisdom of their cautious approach. They sold their bonds, took out mortgages on their homes, and put all of their money on the further rise in stock prices. Imagine that people in the United States in September 1929 were pleased with their investments and planning to retire early. As they went to sleep that night, they had no idea that they were about to learn one of the most expensive lessons in the history of the economy. The first few days of October 1929 were the same as any other month during the boom. People got up, looked at their stock prices, smiled at their gains on paper, and went about their days feeling like they were great at money. But if you looked really closely, and not many people did, you might have seen that the base was beginning to crack. On October 3rd, the market had what traders called a technical correction. This was the first real sign of trouble. In Wall Street talk, that means, don't worry about it. Prices dropped for no reason. It may not seem like a big deal, but the Dow Jones Industrial Average went down by about 6 points. This is because people were used to it going up every day. But everyone knew that markets have bad days every so often. It was important not to freak out. Fear was for people who didn't know that America had entered a new age of permanent wealth. The deal was a chance for the smart money, or at least the money that thought it was smart to buy. Stocks for sale. How could you say no to that? The market exhibited the typical behaviour of fluctuating unpredictably when it is uncertain about its direction for the next 2 weeks. The market fluctuates daily, yet it largely remains steady, akin to an inebriated individual attempting to maintain a straight path. Not many people were worried. The market was just taking a break before the next step up. On October 18th, however, the music began to slow down. This date would become famous over time. The market dropped considerably, but this time it felt different. It wasn't the slow decline in early October. Instead, it seemed like the market remembered something important but didn't like it. As of this point, many people had borrowed money to buy stocks, leaving them open to something called a margin call. To explain, let's say you borrowed $900 to buy stock worth $1,000. It's possible that you'd owe more money than the stock was worth if it dropped to $800. The bank would call and ask you to either add cash or sell stock to repay the loan. Many people got those calls on October 18th. You aren't concerned about getting a good price when you have to sell stock to pay back a loan. You just need to get rid of it quickly. Prices drop even faster when many people need to sell quickly at the same time. This leads to more margin calls, which cause even more people to sell. It's like a cascade of money, where each rock that falls sets off more rocks. The weekend of October 19th and 20th likely marked the last time most Americans believed they were living in an era of never-ending wealth. Newspapers, always willing to help, wrote stories that made people feel better by saying that this was only a short-term setback. Smart buyers took advantage of this chance to identify deals. By Monday, everything would be fine. On Tuesday, October 21st, everything was fine. The market opened, trade went on, and the world didn't end. However, the situation remained largely unchanged. Throughout the day, prices steadily declined, akin to water gradually draining from a bathtub. Tuesday was worse, Wednesday was even worse. Friday, October 24th, which would become famously known as Black Thursday, something very important had changed. It wasn't a fix, an update, or any other polite business term for the same thing. It was just pure fear. Imagine waking up on October 24th to find that your nest egg has shrunk. Not just a little, but by a large enough amount that you feel like you need to do some math in your head. When you attempt to contact your dealer, the phone lines experience congestion. Nobody appears to understand the status of their investments, despite everyone's efforts to learn. An all-time high of over 12 million shares were traded that day, which is about 3 times the normal amount. The stock prices were meant to be shown on ticker tape machines all day, but they couldn't keep up. They were hours behind schedule by the afternoon, so no one knew what anything was worth. People bought and sold stocks without knowing what the prices were, and sellers didn't know what they were getting charged. As you go to sleep tonight, picture what Wall Street looked like that Thursday night. Many people gathered around the stock exchange. Ticker tape was strewn across the streets like confetti after a parade that no one wanted to go to, and the sound of a party ending for the evening could be heard somewhere in the darkness. The party finished on October 24th. On October 29th, also known as Black Tuesday, the police were called, all the lights were turned on, and everyone saw the mess they had made. It's already very different from the world you went to sleep in when you wake up that Tuesday morning. Over the weekend, it became clear that this wasn't just a short-term setback, even though banks and well-known financiers were working hard to restore trust. It really happened. There was a full-on banking panic. It was challenging for the morning newspapers to stay positive, but you could read the fear in the words. The headlines talked about temporary market adjustments and buying opportunities for smart investors, but the numbers indicated that things were not what they seemed to be. Stocks were going down quickly after slowly going up for months. When the stock market opened at 10 a.m, millions of shares were already available for sale. Prices don't just drop during a panic. They crash because everyone wants to sell, but no one wants to buy. It's like musical chairs, but someone took away all the chairs at once and everyone saw it at the same time. Over 16 million shares were traded that day, which was a record that wouldn't be broken for almost 40 years. Black Thursday was already too busy for the ticker tape machines to keep up. By noon, they were reporting prices from 10 a.m. They were hours behind by the afternoon. People made financial decisions based on data that was almost immediately outdated. Imagine the scene inside the brokerage offices. Phones were ringing non-stop, workers were rushing to handle sell orders, and customers were squeezing together to find out what was going on with their investments. Everyone was talking at the same time and trying to shout over the others. The ticker tape machines clattered, and people began to realise something terrible was happening. The most distressing aspect was witnessing ordinary individuals discover they had lost their entire life savings. The secretary had used the money she earned from selling stocks to purchase that apartment building. The value of her stocks had dropped since she bought them. The car driver who quit when he was 35, his search for work had begun again. Who was the mother who paid for her daughter's wedding? There was no way for her to tell her family that the money was still there. But it wasn't just small buyers who lost all their money. The banks that gave all that money to buy stocks were also in a lot of trouble. People couldn't pay back their margin loans because the value of their stocks dropped below what they borrowed. These circumstances meant that the banks were left with useless paper. There was a chance that some banks, especially smaller ones that had done a lot of dealing in the stock market, would fail. What a strange irony. The system that had made all those paper riches was now destroying them just as quickly. Calls on margin, which at first seemed like a smart way to boost gains, were now making losses worse. People who bought stocks in several different companies thought they were lowering their risk, but they soon learned that when there is a panic, all stocks go down at the same time. There were stories going around all day that would become part of Wall Street folklore. There was the story that stockbrokers jumped out of office windows, which was mostly made up, but a few people did kill themselves in the weeks that followed. The stories of millionaires who went from being rich to being middle class in one day, and middle-class families who went from being rich to being poor, were more true. The Dow Jones Industrial Average had declined by 12% by the time the market closed at 3 p.m. At that point, it was the second worst single-day percentage drop in its history. But the percentage doesn't show how sad it was for the millions of Americans who went to bed that night, knowing that their financial plans, their hopes of retiring early, or sending their kids to college had been turned into useless paper certificates. Evening newspaper headlines, which attempted to maintain a positive outlook, proclaimed phrases like "market hits bottom" and "worst is over." They were mistaken. The stock market crash didn't end on Black Tuesday. It was just the worst day of what would be a much longer and worse slide. There was a huge financial hangover in the United States in the days after Black Tuesday. You know how it feels to stay up too late at a party and then question every choice you made the night before? That's how you feel in the morning. In November 1929, that was the whole country. The first thing that happened was denial, which is probably the most normal thing that can happen. This had to be temporary, right? Once prices dropped enough, smart money would come back into the market. Someone, like the government or the banks, would figure out how to fix this. The newspapers thought so too, because they kept writing upbeat stories about bargain hunters and buying opportunities all the way through November. As it turned out, President Herbert Hoover was in office when the music stopped. He initially made an effort to project confidence. He made reassuring statements about the basic strength of the American economy, which were accurate but not very helpful. It is akin to informing someone that their house is structurally sound, while it is engulfed in flames all around them. It was true that the economy was strong, but that didn't help the millions of people who had just seen their funds disappear. The weeks following the crash revealed the interconnectedness of everything. The stock market was no longer just a place for rich investors to have fun. It was an important part of American business. Banks had given out loans based on stock prices that were too high. A lot of businesses planned to grow because they thought the good times would last. Regular families had made big financial choices based on gains that were only on paper and were now gone. It was almost as bad for people's mental health as it was for their finances. For nearly a decade, Americans were told that wealth was normal and that anyone could get rich by trading in the market. Individuals who believed they were financially savvy had to quickly confront the possibility that they had been part of a widespread illusion. The most terrible thing about the crash was that it showed the lies that had kept the boom going. Could you please share those stories again about secretaries and cab drivers achieving financial success? Those people were now broke, and their stories were meant to warn instead of inspire. Investment clubs that had sprung up in neighbourhoods across the country quietly broke up because their members were too ashamed to talk about their losses. It was clear by December 1929 that the result wasn't going to be a quick comeback. Stock prices kept going down, but not in big drops all at once. Instead, they went down slowly and steadily, in a way that was almost worse than the initial fear. Panic is at least interesting. Slow decline is just sad. It's like every day seeing someone you care about get sick and not being able to do anything about it. Banks that were eager to give money to buy stocks were now desperately trying to get those loans paid back. But a stone doesn't have blood, and people can't give you money they don't have. The first banks to fail were the smaller ones that had been most involved in stock market speculation. As the crashes spread, they moved up to the bigger banks. Not many people knew the truth yet, but the stock market crash was only the beginning. Those who thought the crash wouldn't affect the real economy, factories, farms and shops, were about to be proven wrong. Losing their life savings discourages people from making purchases. When people don't buy things, businesses stop making them. People lose their jobs when companies stop making things. People tend to stop buying things when they lose their jobs. Once it starts, it's very difficult to break out of this vicious circle. Unemployment began to rise at the end of 1929, but people didn't fully understand how dire things were going to get for a few more months. Not only did the stock market crash wipe out wealth, but it also destroyed trust. It turns out that confidence is one of the most important parts of a healthy economy. The sad irony was that the things that made the boom so amazing, hope, willingness to take risks, and the belief that anything was possible, were now backfiring. At first, everyone thought stocks could only go up. Now, everyone thought they could only go down. Prices were going down too low because of the same herd attitude that had pushed them up too high. Now that the story is over, you may be thinking about what happened next and, more importantly, what we learned from this costly lesson in being humble with money. The first question is about the Great Depression, which happened for 10 years and had a giant impact on American society. The second question has a more difficult answer, because the lessons people learned from the crash of 1929 weren't always the ones that history was meant to teach them. At the time, it looked like the most important lesson was that trading in the stock market was risky and not something regular people should do. For a generation of Americans, investing in stocks lost all charm. It felt akin to dealing with explosives. This may have been an overreaction, but it was to be expected from people who just saw their neighbours lose everything. It took a while, but the government also learned some things. A lot of the worst things that happened in the 1920s were stopped by new rules. To keep an eye on the stock market, they established the Securities and Exchange Commission to monitor the stock market. customers' money to bet on stocks. Deposit insurance was made so that people wouldn't lose their savings if their bank went out of business. While these changes were wise, they arrived too late to assist those who had already lost their lives. But here's the thing about people. We're very adept at forgetting the exact lessons we learned from the last disaster, while still being open to the next one. People who lived through 1929 were very wary of speculating in the stock market. Their children and grandkids, who didn't live through the crash, were not as careful. America experienced another speculative frenzy in the 1990s. This time, the speculation frenzy focused on internet stocks, which often lost money and sometimes made no profit at all. People quit their jobs to become day traders. New technology seemed to change everything, and stock prices that had nothing to do with how businesses actually worked made the dot-com bubble of the late 1990s eerily resemble 1929. Experts were quick to point out why this time is different. People were shocked when that boom burst in 2000, even though anyone who knew what happened in 1929 could have seen it coming. The 2000s housing bubble had easy credit, gambling, and the belief that prices could only rise. People were once again shocked when that boom burst in 2008, causing another financial crisis. Every generation must acquire these lessons independently, often through painful experiences. It's challenging to remember the most important lesson from 1929 when the market is booming. Markets are driven by feelings as much as they are by economic facts. When everyone is happy, prices go up way past what makes sense. Prices drop below what makes sense when everyone is negative. It makes sense to be careful when everyone else is happy and brave when everyone else is sad, but that means going against your feelings in the crowd, which is never easy. Another thing I learned is that adding more complexity doesn't always get rid of the risk. It just hides it. In the 1920s, the system of margin loans seemed like a smart way to let more people participate in the growth of the market. In fact, it made the crash worse by amplifying gains and losses. It seems like every time there is a financial crisis, something new comes out that is meant to make investing safer, but ends up making it riskier. The 1929 crash may have taught us more than anything else that there is no such thing as cheap money. The people who got rich in the 1920s stock market weren't smarter than everyone else. They were just lucky enough to own stocks when everyone else wanted to buy them. When that changed, their paper gains went away just as quickly as they came. As you drift off to sleep, contemplate those lessons and how strong the people who lived through that time were. They rebounded, absorbed their mistakes, and bolstered and stabilized the economy. Despite the devastating impact of the 1929 crash, it was not a catastrophic event. Not just what can go wrong, but also how people fix things is sometimes the most important thing to learn from the past. The stock market did perform better in the end, but it took 25 years for it to hit its high points again in 1929. People became more careful and less trusting of plans to get rich quickly. They also learned to value steady, long-term growth more than big gains. They also learned that people are creative and strong, even in uncertain markets. Good night, and remember that the oldest piece of investment advice is probably still the best. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Picture yourself settling into the evening warmth of your shelter 30,000 years ago. The fire crackles softly beside you, casting dancing shadows on stone walls that have become more familiar than any home you've ever known. Outside, the wind carries a different song than it did in your grandfather's time. Sharper, colder, with an edge that speaks of changes your people are still learning to understand. You weren't born when the world began its slow slide toward endless winter. Your grandmother used to tell stories of forests that stretched beyond the horizon, of berries so abundant they stained your fingers purple for days, and of rivers that never wore their crystal armour of ice. Those tales felt like dreams, warm and impossible, told around fires that seemed smaller each passing season. The change didn't announce itself with fanfare. Nature rarely does. Instead, it whispered its intentions through subtle signs that took generations to decode. Winters stretched a little longer. Spring arrived with hesitant steps. The great herds began their migrations earlier, then later, along paths that made no sense to hunters who had followed the same routes for countless seasons. Your people adapted the way humans always have, not with grand gestures, but with 1,000 small adjustments that felt natural at the time. When the familiar berry bushes failed to thrive, you learned which bark could be chewed for sustenance. When the streams began freezing solid, you discovered that certain stones, when heated by the fire, could be wrapped in hide and tucked against your body to ward off the bone-deep cold that crept in during the longest nights. The mammoths, those walking mountains of fur and wisdom, became your unwitting teachers. You watched them strip bark from trees with their enormous trunks and learned which varieties held the most nutrition. You observed how they used their tusks to dig through snow to reach the hardy grasses beneath, and copied their technique with your tools, crude but effective. But perhaps the most important lesson came from watching how they moved together. Never alone, always in their family groups, sharing warmth, sharing knowledge, and sharing the burden of survival. Your people had always been social creatures, but the growing cold taught you that cooperation wasn't just pleasant, it was essential. The caves you called home grew more crowded, but also more warm. Bodies pressed together meant sharing heat, stories, and hope. The elders, once content to sit apart in quiet contemplation, became the keepers of crucial knowledge. They remembered which plants could be dried and stored, which animal behaviours predicted harsh weather, and which techniques worked best for preserving meat when hunting was beneficial. You learned to read the sky with new eyes. Cloud formations that once simply promised rain now held messages about the severity of coming storms. The way snow fell, thick and wet or fine and stinging, told you whether to venture out for supplies or hunker down for days. Even the behaviour of small creatures became a language you needed to understand. When the hardy ground squirrels disappeared deeper into their burrows, you knew to do the same. The fire never went out. That became your tribe's most sacred rule, more important than any ceremony or tradition. Someone always watched the flames, fed them carefully hoarded fuel, and protected them from wind and rain, and the thousand things that could steal away your lifeline to warmth and light. The firekeepers developed an almost mystical understanding of wood and tinder, knowing instinctively which materials would burn longest, which would provide the most heat, and which could be coaxed into flame even when damp. As you lay here listening to the eternal conversation between flame and fuel, you can almost sense the generations of your ancestors who sat in similar spots, watched similar fires, and made daily decisions that determined whether they would see another sunrise or succumb to the cold. Their wisdom flows through you like warmth from the hearth, an inheritance more precious than any material treasure. Morning arrives with the particular silence that only deep snow can create. You wake to a world muffled and transformed, where familiar landmarks hide beneath white blankets, and every step outside requires careful consideration. This is your daily puzzle now, reading the landscape that changes overnight, learning to see opportunity where others might see only obstacle. Your feet have grown wise over the years, knowing without looking where the hidden rocks create solid footing, and where the snow might give way to reveal a twisted ankle or worse. You've learned to trust the subtle messages your body sends, the way your breathing changes in different kinds of cold, how your skin tingles when the air holds the promise of more snow, and the particular ache in your joints that means the weather will shift before nightfall. The hunting has changed, becoming more of a chess game than a chase. The large prey animals have developed their own survival strategies, clustering in sheltered valleys, growing thicker coats, and becoming more wary and difficult to approach. But you've noticed something interesting. They're also becoming more predictable in some ways. Desperation creates patterns, and trends create opportunities for those patient enough to observe and learn. You've found that tracking in snow presents both advantages and challenges compared to the mud during warmer seasons. The prints tell clearer stories, how long ago the creature passed, whether it was healthy or struggling, and whether it was alone or part of a group. However, snow also deceives, shifting and drifting, concealing tracks or generating false ones as wind patterns manipulate the accumulated powder. The smaller prey has become your specialty. Rabbits, ptarmigan, and the occasional beaver, when you can find open water, are creatures that might have gone unnoticed in times of plenty, but now represent the difference between a successful day and an empty belly. You've learned to think like them, to understand how they move through their frozen world, where they shelter, and what drives them from safety into the open where patient hunters wait. Ice fishing has become an art form in your tribe. The elders teach youngsters to read the ice like a book, where it's thick enough to support a person's weight, where the fish gather in the deeper pockets that don't freeze solid, and how to cut holes without creating dangerous weaknesses in the surface. There's a meditative quality to sitting beside these holes, wrapped in furs, waiting for the subtle tug that means dinner. But perhaps the most crucial skill you've developed is the ability to recognise what you call gift days. Those unexpected breaks in the weather when the sun shines with almost forgotten warmth, when the wind dies down to a whisper, when the world briefly remembers what kindness feels like. These days are precious beyond measure, opportunities to venture farther from shelter, check trap lines, and gather the last stubborn berries that somehow survived the latest freeze. On gift days, you can almost pretend that this endless winter might be temporary, that somewhere beyond the horizon, the world still holds green places where life continues in the old ways. But you've grown too wise to let such thoughts linger long. Hope is useful, but only when balanced with realistic preparation for what tomorrow might bring. The night sky has become your calendar and compass. With so many landmarks buried under snow, navigation relies more heavily on the stars that shine with crystalline clarity through the cold, thin air. You've learned constellations your grandmother never needed to know, and seasonal patterns that help track the slow passage of time when each day blends into the next in an endless cycle of survival tasks. Your hands have become tools as specialised as any carved implement. Your fingers can detect the difference between snow that will compact into building material and snow that will only frustrate construction efforts. Your palms can gauge the heat radiating from stones around the fire, knowing precisely when they're ready to be wrapped and used for warming beds or drying damp clothing. The rhythm of your days has settled into patterns that would seem monotonous to someone from easier times, but you've learned to find subtle variations that keep life exciting. The way morning light hits the ice formations outside your shelter changes daily, creating a natural artwork that costs nothing to enjoy. The sounds your fellow tribe members make as they go about their tasks become a familiar symphony that speaks of safety and community. Even your dreams have adapted to this frozen world, filled with images of warmth and abundance that feel less like memories and more like promises, visions of a future when the ice retreats and the world remembers how to be green again. You've become a master of the almost good enough, the nearly perfect solution, and the creative workaround that turns potential disaster into minor inconvenience. Every morning, just like every other, presents a small crisis that requires resolution, using whatever materials are readily available within your shelter's reach. Today's challenge: the binding on your best winter boot has finally given up, worn through by countless miles of walking on surfaces that would have destroyed footwear in days rather than seasons, back when replacement materials were easily found. But replacement isn't really the right word anymore. Nothing gets replaced. Everything gets repaired, repurposed, and reimagined into something that serves the same function, more or less for a little while longer. You evaluate your options with the expertise of someone who has tackled similar issues numerous times. The leather strips you've been saving might work, but they're earmarked for a repair to the shelter's door covering that becomes more urgent with each windstorm. The sinew from last week's successful hunt is already spoken for. Promise to reinforce the handles on tools that can't afford to fail at crucial moments. Then you remember the inner bark technique one of the elders demonstrated last autumn, back when such knowledge felt like intriguing trivia rather than essential survival skills. Certain trees, even in their winter dormancy, hold flexible fibres just beneath their outer bark. Finding the right tree means a cold walk through snow that comes up to your thighs, but the alternative is spending the rest of winter with inadequate footwear, which isn't really an alternative at all. The expedition becomes an opportunity to check the trap lines you set 3 days ago, a hopeful exercise that pays off more often than you might expect. Small creatures continue to move through their frozen world, following needs and instincts that make them predictable to anyone who has learned to think like prey rather than predator. You find evidence of activity, tracks that speak of desperate hunger overcoming natural caution, the kind of desperation that drives animals into situations they would normally avoid. This knowledge feels like holding a secret, understanding something about how survival changes behaviour in ways that can be anticipated and used. The bark harvesting requires patience and technique that would have baffled your younger self. If you are overly aggressive, you risk damaging the tree beyond its capacity to recover when the warmer weather returns. If you are overly cautious, you may not obtain sufficient material to justify the effort. The balance point exists in that narrow space between waste and want, the place where most of your decisions live these days. Back at the shelter, the work of preparation begins. We must process, soften, and braid the bark to make it sturdy enough to withstand another season of rigorous use. Your hands know this work intimately now, fingers moving with practiced efficiency, while your mind wanders to other problems that need solving. The food stores require constant attention and creative management. What seemed like adequate supplies when the snow began to fall now need to be stretched further than originally planned. You've learned to make soup from ingredients that would have been discarded in easier times, bones boiled until they release every possible nutrient, vegetation that provides bulk if not flavour, and combinations that work better than their individual components suggest they should. But perhaps the most important thing you've learned is how to turn scarcity into a kind of game. Discovering innovative methods to utilise well-known materials turns into a challenging task that is rewarding in its own right. Creating comfort from unlikely sources develops into a skill set that makes you valuable to your community in ways that go beyond simple survival. The evening fire becomes your workshop, a place where damaged items get evaluated for repair potential, where materials get sorted and assessed for future projects, and where the day's small victories get shared with others who understand the satisfaction of making something work when it really shouldn't. Your fellow tribe members have developed their own specialties born from necessity. One member of your tribe discovered how to make glue from fish bones and tree sap. One individual has mastered the art of weaving grass into waterproof containers. The individual who learned to predict weather changes by watching how the smoke from your fire behaves in different atmospheric conditions. These skills create a web of interdependence that makes everyone more secure. When your boot repair technique works perfectly, others learn from watching. When someone else solves a problem you've been struggling with, the knowledge becomes shared property, part of the collective wisdom that keeps the group alive. The satisfaction that comes from successful improvisation feels different from any pleasure you experienced in easier times. It's deeper, more fundamental, tied to the basic animal pleasure of continued existence. Each small solution builds confidence for facing the next challenge, creating a foundation of competence that makes even serious problems feel manageable. Tonight, as you test your repaired boot and find it solid, flexible, and ready for whatever tomorrow's journey demands, you realise that this forced creativity has changed you in ways that go beyond simple skill acquisition. You see possibilities where others might see only problems and opportunities where others notice only obstacles. The morning you wake to find the valley empty of the great caribou herd hits like a physical blow to your stomach. For 6 seasons, their migration through your territory had been as reliable as sunrise, providing meat, hide, bone, and antler. Essentially everything your people needed to survive another harsh winter cycle. But nature, as you've learned repeatedly, makes no promises about consistency. Standing at the edge of what had been their feeding ground, you read the story written in disturbed snow and scattered droppings. They were here 3 days ago, maybe 4. Then something. Weather pattern, predator pressure, or simply some instinct bred into them over thousands of years, convinced them to alter a route that had seemed permanent as the mountains themselves. Your tracking party spreads out, looking for clues about which direction they chose, but the recent snowfall has obscured most signs. What remains tells a story of sudden decision, rapid movement, animals following leaders who seem to know something about coming conditions that human observers missed entirely. The implications settle over your group like cold fog. Winter still has months to run, and the stored supplies that seemed adequate when supplemented by predictable hunting now look disturbingly insufficient. This is the kind of crisis that separates surviving tribes from those that become cautionary tales told around other people's fires. But panic serves no purpose, and your people have faced resource crises before. The discussion that evening around the fire focuses on practical alternatives, immediate adjustments that can be implemented while longer-term solutions develop. Rationing becomes more strict, but not desperately so. Not yet. Hunting parties will range further, follow different patterns, target prey that requires different techniques but might be more reliable. You remember stories from your grandfather about the winter when the salmon failed to run, forcing his people to develop fishing techniques for species they had previously ignored. The winter when a rockslide blocked access to their primary gathering grounds, leading to the discovery of new food sources in previously unexplored territory. Crisis in these stories often became the mother of innovation. The small game hunting intensifies, becomes more systematic and scientific. Every member of the hunting party develops expertise in reading the subtle signs that indicate where rabbits shelter during storms, how ptarmigan move between feeding and roosting areas, which valleys provide protection for the hardy creatures that don't migrate away from winter's worst conditions. Your trap lines multiply and become more sophisticated. What started as simple snares evolve into complex systems that funnel prey toward capture points, that trigger automatically when animals pass through, that remain effective even when snow conditions change dramatically. The engineering challenges become puzzles worth solving for their own sake, mental exercises that keep minds sharp during the long dark months. Ice fishing transforms from an occasional supplement to a primary protein source. The techniques that seemed exotic when fish were merely a pleasant addition to abundant meat now become essential survival skills. Every adult learns to read ice conditions, to find the spots where fish gather in winter, and to construct and maintain the tools necessary for consistent success. But perhaps the most important change is psychological. The loss of the expected herd forces everyone to stop thinking like people who live in a world of reliable abundance and start thinking like inhabitants of a place where resources are always questionable, where backup plans need backup plans, and where flexibility matters more than efficiency. The children adapt fastest, as children always do. They turn the new hunting techniques into games, compete to see who can spot the most promising trap locations, and treat the challenge of finding food in an apparently empty landscape as an adventure rather than a crisis. Their enthusiasm becomes infectious, reminding the adults that innovation can be fun even when motivated by necessity. New alliances form with neighbouring groups. Information about game movements becomes currency traded for access to different hunting territories, knowledge about food preservation techniques, and stories about how other tribes have handled similar challenges. Isolation, which might have seemed like safety in easier times, now feels like dangerous vulnerability. The season progresses with a rhythm different from previous winters, less predictable, but somehow more intriguing. Each successful hunt feels like a small victory worth celebrating. Each new technique that proves effective becomes a gift to future generations. Each day that ends with adequate food and fuel for warmth feels like evidence that adaptation works when approached with patience and creativity. You begin to understand that the herd's absence, while initially terrifying, might ultimately make your people stronger. Dependence on any single resource creates vulnerability. Diversification creates resilience. The skills you're developing out of desperate necessity might serve you well even when, if, easier times return. The long nights provide time for planning, for sharing knowledge, and for developing the mental and social strategies that complement the practical techniques of survival. Stories become more than entertainment. They become repositories of wisdom, ways of passing along successful approaches to problems that every generation faces in different forms. By midwinter, the crisis has transformed into a different kind of normal, challenging but manageable, requiring constant attention, but no longer generating the fear that accompanied those first empty mornings in the abandoned valley. February arrives wearing its traditional mask of deception, days that hint at spring's approach, while nights that remind you winter still has teeth. Your people call this the hunger moon, when stored supplies run lowest and hunting becomes most difficult, when the gap between what you have and what you need grows wide enough to keep everyone awake listening to their stomachs argue with their resolve. The morning ritual of inventory has become a meditation on scarcity. You count dried strips of meat that have grown steadily smaller and tougher, examine preserved berries that looked abundant in the autumn but now seem pitifully few, and assess the remaining cache of nuts and seeds that represent your backup plan. Mathematics has never felt so personal or so urgent. But hunger, you've discovered, is not the simple thing you once thought it was. There's the immediate hunger that follows a missed meal, sharp and demanding attention. There's the deeper hunger that comes from weeks of reduced portions, a gnawing companion that colours every decision and makes concentration difficult. And then there's what you've come to think of as smart hunger, the alert awareness that comes when your body begins operating with the heightened efficiency of an organism fighting for survival. Smart hunger sharpens your senses in unexpected ways. Sounds become clearer, smells more distinct, and visual details that would normally escape notice suddenly seem important and worth remembering. Your body learns to extract maximum value from every calorie, allowing it to function effectively on less fuel than you would have thought possible. It's uncomfortable, but it's also oddly educational. The hunting party's success rates have improved dramatically over the past month, but not in ways that would have been predictable earlier. The large game remains scarce and unpredictable, but your understanding of small prey has evolved to an almost supernatural level. You can predict with remarkable accuracy where rabbits will be moving at different times of day, which areas will hold ptarmigan after different weather patterns, and how ice conditions affect fishing success. Your trap lines have become works of art, efficient systems that seem to catch animals almost by magic, but actually work through careful observation of animal behaviour patterns. You've learned to think like prey, to understand how hunger affects decision-making in creatures whose survival depends on avoiding exactly the kind of traps you're setting. The psychological aspects of hunger management become as important as the physical ones. Mood regulation, energy conservation, and maintaining hope when circumstances suggest despair. These skills develop alongside the practical techniques of finding food. The evening gatherings around the fire serve purposes that go beyond sharing warmth and light. They become group therapy sessions where people share strategies for coping with discomfort and techniques for maintaining mental clarity when the body's running on reserves. Food preparation has evolved into high art. Every scrap gets used, every possible nutrient extracted, every meal planned to provide maximum satisfaction from minimum ingredients. Soups that would have seemed thin and inadequate in times of plenty now taste rich and nourishing. Combinations of ingredients that would never have been tried when better options were available turn out to create surprisingly satisfying meals. The children handle the situation with remarkable grace, perhaps because they lack adult memories of easier times for comparison. They approach each meal as adequate rather than insufficient, accept smaller portions as normal rather than hardship, find entertainment in the creative food combinations that necessity produces. Their resilience becomes a source of strength for adults who struggle more with the psychological aspects of scarcity. But perhaps the most remarkable change is how the community is drawn closer together. Shared hardship creates bonds that comfortable times never forge. People who might have had minor conflicts in easier circumstances now focus entirely on mutual support. Individual competitiveness gives way to group cooperation, since everyone understands that the survival of each depends on the survival of all. Information sharing becomes more complete and systematic. Successful hunting techniques get demonstrated and practiced until everyone masters them. Food preservation methods get refined through group experimentation. Even small discoveries, a new plant that can be eaten safely, a different way to prepare familiar ingredients, get communicated quickly throughout the group. The daily routine has adapted to conserve energy while maintaining necessary activities. Movement becomes more economical, with fewer unnecessary trips outside the shelter, more careful planning of essential tasks. Rest periods are scheduled to maximize recovery, work periods organized to use available energy most efficiently. Sleep patterns change in interesting ways. The long nights that once seemed oppressive now feel like opportunities for deep rest that helps the body manage stress and conserve resources. Dreams become more vivid, perhaps because the sleeping mind has fewer distractions from hunger and discomfort. Some people report dreams that seem to provide useful information about finding food or solving practical problems. As the month progresses, you begin to understand that this experience is teaching lessons that go beyond simple survival techniques. You're learning about your own capacity to adapt, about the difference between wants and needs, about how community bonds strengthen under pressure. The hunger moon is revealing strengths you didn't know you possessed, and showing you that humans can function effectively under conditions that once would have seemed impossible to endure. The anticipation of spring takes on meanings that city dwellers could never understand. Becomes a hope so fundamental it feels like prayer. The first sign comes not through sight or sound, but through something deeper. A subtle shift in the quality of light that your winter-trained senses detect before your conscious mind processes what has changed. The snow still falls, the wind still carries its bitter edge, but something in the air whispers of transformation beginning in ways too small to see, but too important to ignore. You notice it first in the behaviour of the small creatures, whose survival depends on reading environmental cues with absolute accuracy. The Arctic foxes seem less desperate in their hunting, moving with a confidence that suggests they sense abundance coming. The ravens, those black-winged prophets of change, gather in larger groups and call to each other in patterns that sound almost celebratory. The ice on the streams begins singing different songs. Where it once groaned with the solid weight of deep freeze, It now produces subtler sounds, tiny cracks and shifts that speak of expansion and contraction, of a frozen world beginning to remember flexibility. These sounds become your morning weather report, more reliable than visual observation for predicting what the day will bring. But change in the natural world never arrives as suddenly as human impatience would prefer. Spring is not an event but a process, a gradual negotiation between winter's retreat and warmth's return. Some days bring false promises, temperatures that rise enough to create hope, followed by storms that remind you why patience matters more than optimism. The hunting changes again, requiring new strategies for prey animals whose behaviour shifts with the subtle environmental cues they're far better at reading than any human observer. Migration patterns begin to reverse, slowly and tentatively, as creatures start their gradual movement toward summer territories that have been empty and frozen for months. Your body begins responding to changes you can't quite identify. Energy levels fluctuate in new ways, sleep patterns shift, and appetite changes from the grim determination of deep winter to something that occasionally resembles actual pleasure in food. It's as if some ancient biological clock is beginning to reset itself, preparing for conditions that aren't here yet but are definitely coming. The social dynamics of your group start evolving as well. The intense cooperation forced by crisis gives way to more relaxed interactions, though the bonds forged during the hardest months remain strong. People begin talking about projects they want to tackle when movement becomes easier, plans they want to implement when resources become more abundant, and changes they want to make to improve next winter's preparations. But perhaps the most significant change is psychological. The bone-deep weariness that settled over everyone during the darkest months begins lifting, replaced by something that feels almost like anticipation. This is not a celebration, as it would be premature and potentially dangerous, but rather a cautious readiness for better times ahead. The daily routines that kept everyone sane during winter's worst now feel slightly less essential. The rigid scheduling of tasks, the careful rationing of resources, and the conservative approach to energy expenditure, these survival strategies remain important, but they no longer feel like the only thing standing between life and death. Snow conditions become unreliable in ways that are both frustrating and encouraging. Temperature fluctuations create layers of ice, slush, and powder, making navigation challenging on surfaces that were reliable for travel yesterday. But these same changes create new opportunities for hunting and gathering in areas that were previously inaccessible. The fire's behaviour changes too, responding to atmospheric conditions that shift more rapidly than they did during winter's stable deep freeze. Smoke patterns become harder to predict. Drafts create new challenges for maintaining consistent heat, but the amount of fuel needed to keep warm begins decreasing in small but noticeable increments. Equipment maintenance takes on new importance, as gear that survived winter's steady conditions faces the stress of temperature changes, moisture fluctuations, and increased activity levels. Tools that worked perfectly in consistent cold now require adjustment for conditions that change hourly. It's a different kind of challenge, less desperate than winter survival, but requiring different skills and attention. The night sky tells new stories as cloud patterns become more variable, star visibility changes with atmospheric conditions, and the aurora displays shift in intensity and frequency. Navigation becomes more complex but also more interesting, requiring adaptation of techniques that worked well during winter's predictable conditions. Food gathering opportunities begin appearing in unexpected places and times. Ice fishing remains productive but requires new techniques as ice conditions become less reliable. Small game behaviour changes as animals prepare for their own spring transitions, creating different hunting opportunities that require modified approaches. Your people begin discussing summer preparations, topics that would have seemed impossibly optimistic just weeks ago. Conversations turn toward tool repairs that can wait for better weather, shelter improvements that will require materials not yet available, and strategic planning for taking advantage of the abundance that seasonal change promises to bring. The community's mood lifts perceptibly, though everyone remains too experienced to let hope override caution. We won't forget the lessons learned during the most challenging months, but they no longer feel like the only valuable knowledge. Spring brings its own challenges and opportunities, requiring different wisdom and strategies for success. As you sit by tonight's fire, watching flames dance with the effortless confidence of a blaze that no longer requires constant feeding and anxious tending, you realise that something fundamental has shifted in your understanding of what it means to be human. in a world that makes no promises about comfort or ease. The winter that seemed like it would never end has indeed ended, though not with the dramatic flourish you might have expected. Spring arrived through 1,000 small negotiations between ice and warmth, between scarcity and abundance, and between the survival strategies that kept you alive and the adaptation strategies that will carry you forward. You survived, but more than that, you learned to thrive in conditions that once would have seemed impossible to endure. Your hands have become libraries of practical knowledge, knowing without conscious thought how to assess ice thickness, how to determine which wood will burn longest in different weather conditions, and how to read animal tracks in various types of snow and soil. Your eyes have learned to see opportunities where others might notice only obstacles, to spot the subtle signs that indicate where food can be found, where shelter can be improved, and where danger might be developing. But perhaps the most important change is in how you think about security itself. The old assumptions about what constitutes safety, abundant stored resources, predictable seasonal patterns, reliable sources of everything necessary for comfortable survival, have been replaced by something more flexible and ultimately more reliable. Confidence in your ability to adapt to whatever conditions actually exist, rather than whatever conditions you might prefer. The community that emerges from this extended trial feels different from the group that entered it. Bonds forged by shared hardship create a social foundation stronger than convenience or tradition alone could provide. Everyone has seen everyone else function under pressure, contribute solutions to shared problems, and maintain hope and humour when circumstances suggested despair. These are people you know you can depend on because you've already depended on them successfully. The skills developed out of desperate necessity have become sources of pride and pleasure that extend far beyond their survival value. Trial and error led to the evolution of trap designs, which now stand as both artistic achievements and functional tools. The food preparation techniques born from scarcity have created cuisine that satisfies in ways that go beyond simple nutrition. The resource management strategies developed for survival have applications that will improve life even when abundance returns. Your relationship with the natural world has deepened in ways that might seem paradoxical to outside observers. The environment that once seemed hostile and threatening now feels like a complex partner in an ongoing negotiation. You understand its moods and patterns more intimately, and can read its signals more accurately, but you also respect its power and unpredictability more completely. It's not that nature has become friendly, it's that you've learned to be a more worthy participant in its ongoing processes. Your mind is already shaping the stories that will unfold during this era. These are not tales of heroic conquest over natural forces, but rather tales of successful adaptation, creative problem-solving, and community resilience. These stories will serve future generations not as entertainment, but as practical wisdom, templates for handling challenges that will inevitably arise in different forms. Sleep comes easier now, not because conditions have become completely comfortable, but because you've learned to find rest even when circumstances aren't ideal. Your dreams have also transformed, now brimming with imaginative visions of unexplored possibilities, instead of fearful scenarios of things going wrong. The future feels like something you can engage with actively rather than something that simply happens to you. The morning rituals that once focused primarily on assessment of resources and planning for survival now include time for appreciation of beauty, for pleasure in simple accomplishments, and for anticipation of projects that serve purposes beyond mere necessity. Life has regained some of its richness, even while remaining grounded in realistic awareness of what the world actually offers, rather than what it might ideally provide. As the fire settles into the steady burn that will carry warmth through the night, you understand that this experience has prepared you for whatever comes next in ways that go far beyond the specific skills of Ice Age survival. You've learned to pay attention to subtle changes, to respond creatively to unexpected challenges, and to find satisfaction in making the best of whatever circumstances actually exist. Tomorrow will bring its own puzzles and opportunities, small crises and unexpected gifts. But tonight, surrounded by the quiet breathing of your sleeping community, warmed by fire and furs and the deep satisfaction of another day successfully navigated, you rest in the knowledge that humans are remarkably capable creatures when they need to be, and that you are, in all the ways that matter, remarkably and wonderfully human. Outside, the world continues its ancient conversation between challenge and adaptation, between the difficulties that test survival and the creativity that makes survival worthwhile. You've learned to speak this language fluently, and that knowledge will serve you well in whatever seasons lie ahead. Imagine spending the night in that ideal position where your mattress has adapted to your unique shape over the years, pulling your covers up to your chin. You sigh with satisfaction after stretching out and possibly wriggling a little to find a cool spot on your pillow. Isn't this nightly routine as instinctive as breathing? Here's something that might literally make you sit up in bed. For the majority of human history, people would have assumed you were either dead or insane based on your horizontal sleeping position. You heard correctly. For centuries, our ancestors slept upright, leaning against headboards, walls, or specially made sleep chairs that resembled medieval torture devices more than furniture. Imagine attempting to explain your memory foam pillow and California King mattress to a person from the 1600s. They would most likely start organising your funeral by calling the local physician. Now, before you start to feel proud of your contemporary sleeping arrangements, keep in mind that these were not primitive people who had not yet mastered the art of lying down. The issues they were facing would make your worst Monday morning seem like a day at the spa. When you realise what they had to contend with, you may come to value their resourcefulness. They had good reasons for staying up all night. It wasn't an overnight change from sitting to lying down. Superstitions, medical theories that would make a fortune teller blush, and social customs so deeply embedded that shifting sleep positions was practically revolutionary were all part of this slow, centuries-long shift. Consider it the slowest rebellion in history, waged one pillow at a time. You see, back then, sleep was more than just rest. It was linked to beliefs about health, religion, social standing, and even survival. Depending on where you slept, you might be viewed as wealthy or impoverished, healthy or ill, or virtuous or sinful. It was similar to social media, except that instead of sharing photos of your breakfast, people were making snap judgments about how you spent your unconscious hours. The rules that governed the medieval world were entirely different from those that govern us today. Plague, infection, starvation, or even just your neighbour's goat running loose and trampling on your turnip garden were all potential causes of death. Every choice, including how you positioned your body for those valuable few hours of rest, carried weight in such a precarious world. They were being realistic in ways we can hardly fathom now, not being dramatic. The interesting part is that sleeping upright wasn't a peculiarity of Europeans. Similar customs were independently developed by cultures in Asia, Africa, and the Americas. This implies that the difficulties our ancestors encountered were universal, which is why sitting up at night seemed like the sensible option. It was adaptation to conditions that we are grateful to have left behind, not ignorance. You're taking part in a relatively new human experiment as you lie there tonight, horizontal and comfortable. As a result of centuries of incremental change, medical progress, and social evolution, your sleeping habits are truly revolutionary. You're living the kind of luxury that ancient kings and queens could only imagine every time you turn your pillow to the cool side or change your blanket. Indeed, sweet dreams. Let's take a moment to explore the medieval mind. Suppose you lived in a world where the only thing you knew about medicine was how to balance your humours, not the kind that make you laugh, but the enigmatic bodily fluids that were supposed to regulate your health. The four horsemen of medieval medicine, blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile, were more difficult to balance than putting together IKEA furniture without the manual. The learned physicians of the day believed that lying flat dangerously disturbed these humours. They held that horizontal stretching caused blood to pool in the wrong places, causing imbalances that could cause disease or even death. It was similar to the medieval game of Operation, except that you might actually die in place of a buzzer going off. According to the doctors, sitting upright maintained the delicate balance required for life by allowing your humours to flow correctly. However, the medical issues extended beyond the enigmatic fluid management. Medical professionals actually thought that lying flat exposed one to night vapours, which were poisonous gases that were said to rise from the earth and enter houses through floor cracks. Since these vapours were believed to be heavier than air, they gathered close to the ground. Like a human periscope avoiding toxic clouds, sleeping upright literally lifted you above the danger zone. Not that this was all superstition. Homes from the Middle Ages weren't exactly ventilation marvels. Imagine sharing your living space with animals for warmth in a building that is a combination of a house and a barn. With fumes from animal feces, smoke from poorly ventilated fires, and the general mustiness of damp stone walls, the air quality was likely suspect. Even though the justification for sitting up was wildly incorrect, it's possible that it improved breathing and air circulation. The implications for religion were just as strong. According to medieval Christianity, the dead lay flat, and imitating death while you slept was a sign of tempting fate. By implying that you were prepared for eternal rest, you were effectively inviting the Grim Reaper. According to church doctrine, the righteous should always be on guard, even when they are sleeping, prepared to pray or run at any time. Lying down was regarded as spiritually hazardous because it suggested a state of vulnerability and relaxation. Additionally, think about the practicality, or lack thereof, of medieval bedrooms. Unlike you, most people did not have private sleeping quarters. Guests, servants, and families shared a room and frequently a bed. Only the very wealthy could afford privacy, and even then it was a luxury. Sitting up in such crowded conditions was a matter of space management, not merely health or religion. If everyone slept upright, leaned against walls, or shared big chairs made for several people, you could fit more people in a room. Additionally, the fear of unexpected death while sleeping was incredibly useful. People died suddenly and often in a time before modern medicine. The sick and dying, those too weak to sit up, were thought to lie down. By sleeping upright, healthy individuals showed that they were still strong enough to keep their posture while they were unconscious, demonstrating their vitality. It served as a nightly affirmation that I'm still here, still fighting, still ready for whatever dawn might bring. As you unconsciously sink into your horizontal position tonight, keep in mind that you are doing something that your forefathers would have regarded as either courageous or foolish, or perhaps both. Your readiness to lie down demonstrates how much we've learned about safety, health, and the basic art of getting a decent night's sleep. You may be asking yourself, what exactly were they sitting on if everyone was sleeping upright? Depending on your stance on comfort versus functionality, the medieval furniture industry had to get inventive in ways that would make contemporary ergonomic designers cry with envy, or horror. The sleep chair is the equivalent of a recliner in medieval Europe, but it lacks the cup holders, the reclining feature, and pretty much every other feature that makes modern furniture bearable. These devices had the appearance of someone marketing them as bedroom furniture after crossing a church pew with a torture device. A high, straight back, armrests at precisely uncomfortable angles, and occasionally a tiny ledge or platform to place your feet on were all features of the basic design. Obviously comfort was not the main issue. Of course, fancier versions were owned by the wealthy. In addition to being upholstered with fabrics that cost more than the average person's yearly income, their sleep chairs were carved from pricey woods and occasionally had tiny storage spaces for personal belongings. Consider them the luxury vehicles of the world of sitting sleep. They are still essentially uncomfortable, but they do so in a stylish way. In a time when one-size-fits-all was the norm, some had adjustable backs that could tilt slightly, providing what amounted to customization. The interesting part, though, is that these chairs served as status symbols in addition to being useful pieces of furniture. Your sleep chair's design and quality made your social standing as obvious as driving a Ferrari today. Nobility displayed ornate pieces that looked more like thrones than sleeping furniture, while wealthy merchants might have chairs with modest carving and comfortable padding. The impoverished, on the other hand, used crude wooden stools or simply leaned against walls, transforming any level surface into a makeshift bed. The extremely wealthy slept in rooms made especially for standing. Imagine hallways with built-in benches, walls with tapestries and cushions for leaning against, and unique alcoves carved into the stone that would allow several people to sit and sleep comfortably. They resembled human parking garages, made to hold bodies in their vertical resting position, rather than bedrooms as we know them. Some clever furniture makers made communal sleep benches, which are long, church pew-style seats that can hold whole families or groups of tourists. Picture yourself arriving at a medieval inn, finding yourself seated on a bench beside total strangers, and spending the night together like birds on a wire. It was obvious that personal space was an unimagined luxury. In fact, these pieces were incredibly well crafted. In the absence of power tools or contemporary methods, medieval woodworkers produced elaborate supports, precisely measured angles, and joints that could sustain human bodies for decades at a time. They had a deeper understanding of structural integrity, balance, and weight distribution than some contemporary furniture. Even though they slept on pieces made to last for centuries, your ancestors may have slept upright. It's interesting to note that some sleep chairs had clever features that contemporary furniture designers might find appealing. Detachable cushions allowed for seasonal comfort adjustments, adjustable footrests accommodated varying leg lengths, and hidden compartments protected valuables while you slept. Some even had little tables attached so that you could easily access prayer books, candles, or water at night. The wealthy, who could afford to try out new sleeping arrangements, were the first to gradually move away from sleep chairs. Sleep chairs did not vanish overnight as lying-down beds gained popularity. Some families kept them as emergency furniture for visitors or in case of illness, and many were repurposed as everyday seating. Relics of an alien civilization that somehow managed to sleep while simultaneously defying comfort and gravity can be found in museums today. You may be horrified to learn that for the majority of human history, privacy while sleeping was practically unheard of. Your ancestors lived in a world where sleeping was a social activity, similar to eating dinner or going to church, except that everyone was unconscious. This contrasts with your own luxury of having your own room, bed, and space to sprawl however you like. Imagine a normal medieval home. In addition to sharing houses, families also shared sleeping quarters with apprentices, servants, extended family, and frequently overnight travellers. Every evening, the great hall of a manor house would be transformed into a human dormitory, with people lining up along benches and walls in a manner reminiscent of medieval airport seating during flight delays. However, the delay persisted each and every night. Sitting upright was not only morally or medically right in these crowded sleeping arrangements, but it was also practically required. You'll see why lying down wasn't an option if you try to picture cramming 15 people into an area meant for 8. Everyone had to make the most of their vertical space, which made sleeping a human geometry exercise. Like knowing how to fix clothes or preserve meat, the ability to sleep while seated evolved into a survival skill. The social dynamics of sharing a bed were intriguing and intricate. Unwritten rules dictated who was allowed to lean against which walls, who was given priority near the fire, and who was forced to make do with the drafty spots by windows. The nightly seating arrangements were influenced by physical condition, age, and social standing. It was similar to musical chairs in the Middle Ages, except that no one won, and everyone had to sleep where they ended up. Taverns and inns elevated communal sleeping to a whole new level. People from various towns, social classes, and backgrounds would spend the night next to each other, sharing body heat and likely more germs than anyone would want to consider. It was simply good business to pack as many upright sleepers as possible into each room, because innkeepers charged by the space rather than the person. You didn't pay for privacy or comfort. You paid for a place on a bench or against a wall. In fact, this system produced its own social mores and manners. Rules about snoring, changing positions, and what to do if your sleeping neighbour began talking in their sleep or having nightmares were developed. Protocols for sharing blankets, keeping modest in close quarters, and handling the inevitable personality conflicts that occur when strangers are compelled to spend night after night in close quarters were all in place. Even though their sleeping arrangements were far more comfortable, the wealthy were not completely immune to communal sleeping either. For convenience and security reasons, noble households continued to have servants sleep in the same rooms as their masters. Even affluent families frequently shared sleeping quarters, with parents, kids, and occasionally grandparents each finding a place in the family sleeping chamber. These arrangements were made even more complex by seasonal variations. People naturally huddled closer together in the winter to stay warm, but in the summer they positioned themselves strategically close to windows and doors to take advantage of any breezes. Most people had to make do with the same space year-round, changing their positions and arrangements according to weather and temperature, while the wealthy might have had the luxury of seasonal sleeping chambers, different rooms for different times of the year. Although germ theory was not yet sufficiently understood for people to be concerned about it, disease transmission in these settings must have been spectacular. Everyone in the sleeping chamber was likely to get a cold after someone else did. Although people blamed illness on bad air or divine punishment rather than the obvious problem of dozens of people breathing on each other all night, plague outbreaks most likely spread through communal sleeping arrangements like wildfire. The wealthy were the first to gradually transition to private sleeping. Families started to divide sleeping arrangements by generation, then by gender, and finally by personal preference as wealth and homes grew. The The fact that you can sleep by yourself, in your own room and in your own bed, is a testament to centuries of economic and social advancement that your forefathers could hardly have dreamed of. How then did people go from sleeping upright for centuries to the horizontal free-for-all you see today? Everyone deciding to roll over and try lying down at the same time wasn't a sudden revelation. The gradual change from a communal survival strategy to the private, comfortable experience you know today was fueled by advancements in architecture, medicine, and social attitudes. Like most revolutions, this one started with the rich. Some aristocrats and rich merchants had started experimenting with lying down sleep by the late medieval era, though at first it was considered a luxury rather than a common practice. These early adopters, who were prepared to forego the purported spiritual and medical risks in favour of comfort and novelty, were essentially the beta testers of horizontal sleeping. Think of them like the original smartphone buyers, who were initially viewed as crazy until everyone wanted one. The ancient theories of humours and night vapours were gradually disproved by new concepts about medicine and the human body that emerged during the Renaissance. When doctors noticed that wealthy people who slept on their backs weren't dying in frightening numbers, they started to wonder if sitting up straight was really necessary for good health. Medical texts began to imply that lying flat might be helpful for some ailments, especially for those with back pain or respiratory issues. It took decades for the radical idea to become widely accepted. This transition was made possible in large part by architecture. Families could now afford to use entire rooms for sleeping, as homes grew bigger and more upscale. People no longer had to share sleeping quarters with strangers, servants, and extended families thanks to the invention of separate bedchambers. Experimenting with various sleeping positions without social scrutiny or space constraints was made possible by privacy. At last, you were able to extend your body without pushing your neighbour in the ribs. Equally significant was the development and enhancement of appropriate beds. When there were beds in the Middle Ages, they were frequently just mattresses with straw on wooden frames. The fact that these were not very comfortable for lying down likely contributed to the preference for sleeping upright. However, lying down became more and more desirable as mattress technology developed. Yes, there was such a thing as mattress technology in the pre-industrial world. Horizontal sleeping became not only feasible, but also enjoyable thanks to feather beds, better textiles, and enhanced frame construction. During this time, religious views also changed. Many medieval Catholic teachings, including some of the superstitions surrounding sleeping positions, were contested by the Protestant Reformation. Protestant theologians were more interested in the pragmatic issues of rest and health than they were in the symbolic meaning of lying flat. This change in religion allowed people to try different sleeping positions without worrying about endangering their eternal souls. These changes were hastened by the printing press, which disseminated novel concepts regarding health and sleep more rapidly than in the past. Advice regarding appropriate sleep positioning started to appear in medical texts, home management manuals, and even popular literature. For the first time in history, written information about bedroom layout, sleep hygiene, and the advantages of various sleeping positions was available to the general public. Information that had previously only been accessible to academics and doctors became widely accessible. During this time, social perceptions of rest and vulnerability also changed. New perspectives on the significance of adequate sleep for well-being and productivity started to replace the medieval emphasis on ongoing alertness and preparedness. Over time, lying down, once interpreted as a sign of spiritual laxity or weakness, became linked to wisdom and self-care. People started to realize that getting enough sleep was not a luxury or an indulgence, but rather necessary for both physical and mental well-being. Not every social class or geographical area experienced the shift in the same way. Compared to rural farmers or the urban poor, wealthy urban populations adopted horizontal sleeping much earlier. Because they lacked the resources to alter their sleeping habits, some remote communities continued to practice upright sleeping well into the modern era, not because they liked it. Sleeping positions have changed over time, reflecting larger trends in social and economic development that still influence our way of life today. Horizontal sleeping had become so commonplace by the time your grandparents were born that most people had forgotten it had ever been a topic of debate. The medieval world's communal sleeping arrangements and sleep chairs appeared as antiquated as any other historical oddity, fascinating but unrelated to contemporary living. Given that, for the majority of history, owning a bed was equivalent to owning a luxury car, something that unmistakably indicated that you were not struggling to survive, the evolution of beds from basic sleeping platforms into the ornate kingdoms of comfort you know today is a tale worth telling. The development of bed technology reflects the larger changes in privacy, comfort, and our evolving relationship with sleep in general. When there were early beds at all, they were basically raised platforms made to keep people off of damp, cold floors and away from different animals that like to live on the ground. These were useful answers to environmental problems, not the comfortable havens you hide away to every night. A wooden frame, any available stuffing material, straw, feathers if you were lucky, or just extra blankets folded for padding, and some rope or leather strapping for support. Comfort wasn't a design objective, it was a happy accident. Naturally, long before beds were comfortable, the wealthy used them as status symbols. With intricately carved posts, pricey fabrics, and curtains that could outstrip the cost of most people's homes, medieval noble beds were symbols of craftsmanship and wealth. These beds were furniture pieces intended to both rest and impress guests. The curtains, also known as bed hangings, had several uses. They kept body heat during chilly evenings, offered seclusion in shared sleeping quarters, and showcased the owner's wealth through their design and quality. The interesting thing is that even these ornate beds weren't made with lying down in mind. Assuming that people would sleep sitting up, or at least somewhat upright, supported by pillows and bolsters, many medieval beds were built. Compared to more recent models, the mattresses were frequently fairly firm, and the pillows were smaller and less flexible. Although technically feasible, lying flat on these early beds would have been uninviting, akin to camping on a wooden platform with little padding. A key factor in the lying down revolution was the advancement of mattress technology. From basic sacks filled with straw, medieval mattresses developed into increasingly complex structures made of feathers, down, and even early spring systems. A single bed in a wealthy home may have several layers of mattresses on it, providing a sleeping surface that is sufficiently soft to allow for truly comfortable horizontal rest. In reality, the term sleep tight refers to the practice of tightening the rope supports beneath mattresses in order to maintain the right firmness. Imagine having to tune your bed like a guitar every night before bed. The first private sleeping areas in history were made possible by privacy curtains surrounding beds, which served as more than just decorative accents. Couples and families could finally enjoy the luxury of sleeping in privacy inside these curtained beds, free from the prying eyes of guests, servants, and extended family. Because of this privacy, people could try out various sleeping positions, including the radical idea of lying down, without worrying about being judged by others. Beds turned into private realms where people could disregard the norms of social conduct. The Renaissance introduced fresh concepts for designing bedrooms that prioritized privacy and comfort. Instead of serving several purposes, bedrooms started to be designed with sleep in mind, and beds took center stage in these spaces. With better proportions, enhanced support systems, and accessories made especially for horizontal sleep, furniture manufacturers created specialty bed designs that were optimized for lying down. The entire sleeping environment was redesigned around the idea of cozy, private rest, and pillows got bigger and softer. Blankets also got more elegant. The art of making beds was turned into a mass production industry during the Industrial Revolution. For the first time in history, middle-class families could afford comfortable beds thanks to springs, metal frames, and standardized sizes. The modern bedroom as you know it started to take shape as what had been luxury items turned into necessities for the home. For the first time, people could afford beds made especially for sleeping on their backs, complete with cozy surfaces and appropriate support systems. To your ancestors, modern mattress technology would have seemed like magic. Beds are now highly engineered comfort devices thanks to memory foam, temperature control, adjustable firmness, and specialized support systems. It's likely that your mattress has more technology than whole medieval homes. Medieval kings could never have dreamed of the degree of personal luxury that comes with being able to alter the temperature and firmness of your sleeping surface to suit your own tastes. You're savouring the result of centuries of human ingenuity in the quest for better sleep when you get into your bed tonight, with its precisely calibrated firmness, climate-controlled comfort, and private sanctuary atmosphere. Your bedroom is more than just a place to sleep. It's a private haven furnished with extravagances that no king or queen has had access to for the majority of human history. And now, at the conclusion of our exploration of the strange history of human sleeping positions, you are lying comfortably horizontal and learning about ancestors who would have viewed your current position as either morally dubious or medically dangerous. Isn't that quite a change? The modern marvel of sprawling across a king-size mattress without giving a thought to humours, night vapours, or spiritual vulnerability has replaced centuries of sleeping upright. When you consider the irony of our current sleeping conditions, it's delicious. The majority of the issues that necessitated upright sleeping have been resolved. We have comfortable mattresses, clean air, private bedrooms, and medical knowledge that would have amazed medieval doctors. But we have also created completely new sleep problems. While your ancestors were concerned about spiritual threats and night vapours, you're concerned about screen time, caffeine consumption, the ideal temperature of your room, and whether the final episode of your favourite show will keep you up with plot twists. Additionally, we've developed sleep issues that would have completely perplexed medieval people. Millions of people who have access to the most comfortable sleeping conditions in history suffer from sleep disorders like sleep apnea, restless leg syndrome, and chronic insomnia. The hardware issues of sleep, such as furniture, privacy, and safety, seem to have been resolved, but new software issues relating to stress, lifestyle, and the fast-paced nature of contemporary life have been introduced. You might be lying awake wondering whether you remembered to set your alarm, or whether that work email was important enough to reply to right away, just as your ancestors fell asleep from physical exhaustion. The economic power of the sleep industry today would have astounded medieval furniture makers. We've transformed rest into a consumer category, with countless subcategories, including memory foam, adjustable bases, sleep tracking devices, customized pillows for all possible needs, white noise machines, blackout curtains, and even apps that optimize your sleep cycles. While medieval people only had one sleep chair, you now have hundreds of mattress options to choose from, all of which promise to transform your sleeping experience. Some medieval practices have been validated by modern sleep science, while others have been refuted. It turns out that some conditions, especially acid reflux and sleep apnea, can benefit from sleeping a little higher. For some people, sleeping in adjustable beds or recliners relieves back pain or breathing issues. Your ancestors were not wholly incorrect about the advantages of sleeping upright. They simply lacked the medical knowledge to comprehend why it occasionally worked, or the alternatives that would have made lying down more secure and comfortable. Intriguingly, the social dimensions of sleep have also resurfaced. Even though we now have privacy and separate sleeping areas, loneliness and isolation related to sleep are still problems for many people. Medieval communal sleeping arrangements automatically met the human need for comfort and connection during sleep, which is reflected in co-sleeping with partners, pets, or even weighted blankets. Although we now have more control over where we sleep, we occasionally miss the social aspects of sharing a bed. Our sleeping habits are still being altered by technology in ways that medieval observers would find enchanted. A level of individualized sleep optimization never before seen in human history is represented by smart mattresses that automatically change their firmness, sleep tracking devices that keep an eye on everything from heart rate to room temperature, and apps that wake you up during the best times to sleep. You are interacting with an advanced technological ecosystem that is intended to improve your quality of sleep, not just lying down to sleep. Think about the amazing journey that led humanity from upright, communal sleeping to your own private, horizontal luxury as you get ready for bed tonight. Your private bedroom, your cozy mattress, and your freedom to lie down without worrying about dying or receiving a punishment from God are all symbols of centuries of human development, invention, and shifting societal perceptions of leisure, privacy, and comfort. In fact, one of the most revolutionary human behaviours of the last millennium is the simple act of falling asleep, something you do without thinking. Your horizontal position symbolises freedom from social restraints, freedom from medieval anxieties, and access to comforts that have been out of reach for the wealthiest people for the majority of human history. Dream sweet dreams, sleeper of revolution. Your ancestors would undoubtedly be impressed by your mattress, jealous, and perhaps a little concerned about your soul. You know how some days start perfectly ordinary and then take a left turn into absolutely bonkers? Well, Tuesday morning began with me standing in my kitchen, coffee mug in hand, staring at the antique brass compass I'd inherited from Great-Aunt Moira. The thing had been gathering dust on my windowsill for months, but something about the way the morning light caught its worn engravings made me pick it up. The compass felt surprisingly warm in my palm. almost like it had been sitting in sunshine all morning instead of shadow. I traced the Celtic knots carved around its rim with my finger, wondering if Moira had actually used this thing, or if it was just another piece of Scottish family folklore collecting cobwebs. The needle spun lazily, pointing not north but to some direction that seemed to exist only in its own mysterious geography. That's when things got interesting in the way that makes you question your morning coffee choices. The world around me began to shimmer like heat waves rising from summer pavement, except my kitchen suddenly felt anything but warm. Colours bled at the edges of my vision, and that peculiar ringing you get in your ears during airplane takeoff filled my head. I had just enough time to think, well, this is either a stroke or something considerably more unusual, before everything went sideways. Time travel, as it turns out, feels remarkably like being tumbled in the world's largest washing machine, while someone plays a bagpipe orchestra directly into your skull. Not unpleasant exactly, but definitely not something you'd want to experience right after breakfast. The sensation lasted either 3 seconds or 3 centuries, time being somewhat negotiable during interdimensional transit, apparently. When the world stopped spinning like a cosmic carnival ride, I found myself standing in what appeared to be a meadow that had never heard of lawnmowers, hedge trimmers, or any other modern conveniences. Tall grass swayed around my ankles, dotted with wildflowers that looked like they'd stepped straight out of a medieval illuminated manuscript. The air carried scents I couldn't quite place. Wood smoke, something cooking that might have been bread, and the earthy richness of a world where exhaust fumes hadn't been invented yet. The silence hit me first. Not the kind of quiet you get in suburban neighbourhoods at 2 a.m, but the deep, breathing silence of a place where the loudest sound for miles might be a bird calling or wind moving through leaves. No traffic hum, no air conditioning units, no distant leaf blowers, just the world as it existed before we filled it with the constant background chorus of modern life. I looked down at the compass still clutched in my hand, its needle now pointed steadily in one direction, with the confidence of something that finally knew where it belonged. The brass felt cool again, ordinary, as if it had never been anything more than a family heirloom, with a tendency toward dramatic gestures. The landscape stretched around me in rolling green hills that seemed to go on forever, punctuated by stands of trees that looked older than anything I'd ever seen. In the distance, smoke rose from what might have been chimneys, though calling them chimneys might be generous. Stone structures dotted the hillsides, not ruins, but buildings that were clearly lived in, used, part of someone's daily life. My modern clothes felt suddenly conspicuous. Jeans and a fleece jacket probably weren't going to help me blend in wherever, or whenever, I'd landed. The realization crept over me slowly, like cold water seeping through boots. I was no longer in Kansas, Toto, and I had a sneaking suspicion I wasn't in the 21st century either. A distant sound drifted across the meadow. Voices, maybe, and something that could have been livestock. Civilization, or at least what passed for it in whatever era I'd stumbled into. The compass needle held steady, pointing toward those distant wisps of smoke, as if it knew exactly where I needed to go. I took a deep breath of air that tasted like it had never met a factory, adjusted my grip on Great Aunt Moira's compass, and started walking toward whatever adventure awaited. After all, when you've accidentally time-travelled to what appeared to be medieval Scotland, standing around in a meadow questioning your life choices seemed less productive than finding out where you'd actually ended up. Besides, the coffee back home was getting cold anyway. Walking through medieval Scotland, I discovered, is like hiking through the world's most authentic historical reenactment, except nobody told you the rules, and there's no gift shop at the end. The path I followed, and I use the term path generously, for what was essentially a suggestion of where people might have walked repeatedly, wound through countryside that looked like every romantic Highland calendar you've ever seen, minus the modern photographers, and plus a concerning amount of what might charitably be called natural fertilizer. The compass led me toward a cluster of buildings that materialized from the landscape like something emerging from a dream. Stone cottages with thatched roofs huddled together as if sharing warmth, connected by what I gradually recognized as streets, in the same way that rivers are connected by riverbeds, more suggestion than engineering. Smoke curled from chimneys in lazy spirals, and the whole scene had that soft-focus quality you see in paintings, except it smelled considerably more authentic. As I got closer, the sounds of daily life began to filter through the morning air. Voices spoke in such thick accents that they might as well have been speaking Gaelic, which I realised with growing concern they probably were. The rhythm of hammering, the lowing of cattle, and other sounds indicated that people were going about their perfectly normal medieval morning routines, possibly from a smithy nearby. The first person I encountered was a woman hanging laundry on a line strung between two posts, singing something under her breath that sounded like a lullaby written by someone who understood both joy and sorrow intimately. She wore a long dress in a shade of brown that probably had a fancy, historical name like umber or russet, covered by an apron that had clearly seen heavy use. When she spotted me approaching, her song trailed off, and she straightened slowly, taking in my appearance with the careful attention of someone evaluating whether I was lost, dangerous, or merely peculiar. Given my jeans, sneakers, and fleece jacket, I was probably hitting all three categories simultaneously. The conversation that ensued would have been amusing if it hadn't been crucial to my immediate survival. She spoke in what I eventually recognised as English, but English that had taken such a scenic route through time and regional dialect that understanding it required the kind of mental gymnastics usually reserved for solving crossword puzzles in foreign languages. Through a combination of pointing, pantomiming, and the universal language of looking completely bewildered, I managed to communicate that I was a traveller from, well, far away, seemed safer than 700 years in the future. She introduced herself as Elias, which she pronounced in a way that made my attempts to repeat it sound like someone sneezing while trying to say Alice. Elias had the kind of practical kindness that comes from living in a world where hospitality might be the difference between life and death for travellers. She scrutinised me thoroughly, observing my clearly unfamiliar attire and apparent bewilderment, before making a seemingly decisive assessment of my overall innocence. Within minutes I found myself sitting on a wooden stool in her cottage, which was simultaneously smaller and more complex than I'd expected. The single room served as kitchen, living room, bedroom, and probably several other functions I hadn't identified yet. A fire burned in a stone hearth that dominated one wall, filling the space with warmth and the kind of wood smoke that makes you think of winter evenings even in broad daylight. She ladled something from a pot hanging over the fire into a wooden bowl and handed it to me with the universal gesture of "eat this before you fall over." The stew, and I'm calling it stew because that seemed like the closest modern equivalent, contained ingredients I couldn't entirely identify, but which tasted like someone had managed to make comfort food out of whatever was available in a world before grocery stores. As I ate, Elias continued talking in her musical, incomprehensible dialect, occasionally gesturing at my clothes or the compass I still carried. I nodded at what seemed like appropriate intervals and tried to look grateful rather than completely lost, which wasn't difficult since I was in fact deeply thankful and completely lost. The stew was surprisingly delicious, warming me deeply and easing the residual disorientation from my temporal journey. Outside, the village continued its daily rhythm, blissfully unaware that someone from the future was sitting in Elias's cottage, trying to figure out how to explain the concept of time travel through interpretive dance. Medieval Scottish villages, I learned over the following days, operate on a social system that makes modern office politics look straightforward. Everyone knows everyone else's business, but they discuss it in such elaborate circumlocutions that understanding what's actually happening requires the analytical skills of a detective and the patience of a saint. Elias, with her practical demeanour, appeared to have taken on the role of my cultural interpreter and general caretaker. She'd found me clothes that wouldn't immediately mark me as either foreign or potentially magical. A long tunic in undyed wool, rough brown trousers, and shoes that were less shoes and more leather suggestions wrapped around my feet. The transformation from 21st century person to medieval peasant was remarkably thorough, though I kept the compass hidden in an inner pocket like a technological talisman. The daily rhythm of village life unfolded around me like a complex dance. I was learning one stumbling step at a time. People rose with the sun because artificial lighting consisted of candles and firelight, both too precious to waste on staying up late binge-watching anything. Work commenced immediately and persisted until dusk, interspersed with meals that became unique events. Food, I discovered, was both simpler and more complicated than I'd expected. Simpler because ingredients were limited to what could be grown, caught, or raised locally. More complicated because preparing even basic meals required skills I'd never developed, like knowing which wild plants were edible versus which ones would make you see colours that didn't exist. Elise took my culinary education seriously, teaching me to identify herbs by smell and touch, to judge when bread was properly kneaded by the way the dough felt under my hands, and to tend a fire so it provided steady heat without consuming all the fuel. These lessons came with running commentary in her musical dialect, most of which went over my head, but some of which I was beginning to understand through sheer repetition and context. The village blacksmith, a man named Hamish, who looked like he could arm wrestle bears for entertainment, became another inadvertent teacher. He spoke even less comprehensible English than Elias, but his demonstrations of metalworking were clear enough. Watching him shape iron with hammer and fire was like seeing magic that happened to obey the laws of physics. The rhythmic ringing of his hammer provided the village's soundtrack, a steady percussion that marked the passage of working hours. What struck me most was how much everyone knew about everything. Elias could predict weather by reading clouds, identify plants that would cure headaches or settle stomachs, spin wool into thread, weave thread into cloth, and cook meals that turned basic ingredients into something approaching delicious. Hamish could make tools, horseshoes and weapons, and probably fix anything made of metal. Everyone possessed practical knowledge that had been passed down through generations of trial and error. I, meanwhile, knew how to operate a microwave and had strong opinions about coffee brands. The skill gap was humbling. The social dynamics fascinated me in ways that probably weren't entirely healthy. Decisions seemed to emerge from informal discussions that could last days, with everyone contributing opinions in ways that looked chaotic, but followed patterns I was slowly learning to recognise. Leadership existed but was more collaborative than hierarchical, at least on the level of daily village life. My presence had become a source of mild entertainment for everyone. People needed to teach the stranger, who appeared out of nowhere, basic survival skills that most people learned as children. But there was no mockery in their attention, just curiosity and the kind of practical helpfulness that comes from living in a community where everyone's survival depends on everyone else's competence. The evenings were my favourite time. After the work was done and the animals settled for the night, people would gather around fires to share stories, songs, and whatever passed for local gossip. These sessions were like a combination of theatre, news broadcast, and social media feed, all rolled into an oral tradition that stretched back generations. I listened more than I spoke, partly because understanding their stories required most of my mental processing power, but mainly because the storytelling itself was so rich. These weren't just tales, they were living history, entertainment, moral instruction, and community memory all woven together in voices that knew how to make words dance. Sitting by firelight, surrounded by voices speaking in rhythms older than written history, I began to understand why my great-aunt Moira's compass had brought me here. The present wasn't just a different time, it was a different way of being human, one that operated on completely different assumptions about what mattered and how life should be lived. Just when I'd started feeling reasonably confident about my ability to navigate medieval Scottish life without accidentally starting a witch trial, or dying from eating the wrong mushroom, the universe decided to remind me that historical periods come with historical problems, the kind that don't have modern solutions. It started with Hamish not showing up at his forge for 2 consecutive days. In a village where everyone's routine was as predictable as sunrise, this was equivalent to the town clock stopping. Elias noticed first, the way mothers notice when children are too quiet. She stood in her doorway, looking toward the silent smithy with the expression of someone calculating distances to the nearest help. The explanation, when it came, arrived in the form of young Tevish running through the village like his hair was on fire, shouting something in rapid Gaelic that sent every adult within hearing distance into immediate action. Even with my improving language skills, I caught only fragments, something about riders, weapons, and a word that might have been MacLeod, spoken in the tone usually reserved for natural disasters. Within minutes, the village transformed from sleepy rural community to organised emergency response team. Men appeared with weapons I hadn't known they possessed, swords, spears, and bows that looked both well-maintained and frequently used. Women began securing livestock, hiding valuables, and preparing for what was clearly a familiar drill. Elias grabbed my arm with a grip that suggested this was not the time for questions. She led me to her cottage, where she began pulling up floorboards to reveal a cache that contained everything from silver coins to woolen cloaks to what appeared to be important documents wrapped in oiled cloth. The hiding place was obviously well planned and frequently accessed. Through gestures and her increasingly urgent dialect, she managed to communicate that raiders, possibly clan rivals, possibly just opportunistic troublemakers, were approaching from the east. This was apparently a recurring problem, like having neighbours who borrowed your tools and never returned them, except the tools were your livestock, and the borrowing involved weapons. The next few hours unfolded like a medieval disaster movie, except with no special effects budget and considerably more authentic terror. The village emptied as people moved to defensive positions or hiding places that had clearly been planned in advance. I found myself following Alias to a cave system in the nearby hills, along with most of the women, children and elderly villagers. The caves were more sophisticated than I'd expected, dry, well ventilated and stocked with supplies that suggested this wasn't anyone's first rodeo. Someone had carved rough shelves into the stone walls, and these held water containers, preserved food, and bundles of warm clothing. This was infrastructure born from necessity, the kind of preparation that comes from living with ongoing uncertainty. Waiting in the cave, listening to the muffled sounds of what might have been conflict in the distance, gave me plenty of time to contemplate how unprepared I was for medieval life's more challenging aspects. My modern sensibilities kept expecting someone in authority to handle the situation. Police, military, some form of organised government response. Instead, the villagers were handling it themselves with the calm competence of people who'd never had the luxury of expecting rescue from outside. Hours passed with a kind of slow intensity that makes you hyper-aware of every sound. Children remained remarkably quiet, as if they understood the stakes without needing explanation. Adults took turns at the cave entrance, listening for signals that would indicate whether it was safe to return. The compass in my pocket felt warm against my leg, a reminder that I had options these people didn't. I could potentially use it to return to my time and escape this danger entirely. But the thought felt like abandonment, like walking away from people who'd shown me kindness when I was completely helpless. Late in the afternoon, Tavish appeared at the cave entrance with news delivered in excited whispers. The raiders had moved on without attacking the village directly, apparently deciding the target wasn't worth the effort. But they'd taken livestock from the outlying farms, including Hamish's prize bull and several sheep belonging to other families. The relief was palpable, but it came mixed with the grim understanding that the victory was only a temporary reprieve. Medieval life, I realised, existed in a constant state of low-level emergency, where security was temporary and survival required constant vigilance. As we emerged from the caves and made our way back to the village, I found myself looking at my temporary home with new eyes. These buildings were more than just charming historical structures. They served as fortress walls, safe harbours, and the delicate boundary between civilization and chaos, in a world more fragile than I had ever imagined. Recovery from a medieval crisis, I learned, doesn't involve insurance claims or government assistance. It involves community action that makes barn raising look casual. The villagers' response to the recent raid played out like a carefully choreographed dance that everyone knew the steps to except me. Within hours of returning from the caves, assessment and redistribution began. Hamish's lost bull was mourned briefly, then replaced through a complex system of shared resources that involved everyone contributing something: grain, labour, animals, or promissory notes for future services. Watching this unfold was like seeing economics in its most basic form, where value was measured in practical terms and everyone's survival depended on everyone else's generosity. My role in this recovery effort was initially unclear. I possessed no livestock to share, no traditional skills to contribute, and no accumulated social capital to draw upon. Standing around looking sympathetic wasn't going to help anyone replace stolen sheep. But Elise, with her gift for practical solutions, found ways to make me useful. She set me to work helping with tasks that required more hands than skill, holding wool while she spun it into thread, carrying water for various household needs, and learning to tend the fire so it burned efficiently without consuming precious fuel. These weren't glamorous contributions, but they freed her to focus on more complex work, which in turn helped the overall community effort. The compass in my pocket seemed to pulse occasionally, as if reminding me of its presence. Sometimes I'd catch myself wondering what would happen if I used it, whether I'd return to my own time and place, leaving this community to handle their challenges without the minor assistance I was learning to provide. The thought always left me feeling oddly hollow, like contemplating leaving a book unfinished. As days passed, I began to understand the intricate social network that held the village together. Relationships here weren't just personal, they were economic, political and survival-based all at once. When old Morag shared her preserved vegetables with families who'd lost stores to the raiders, she wasn't just being kind, she was investing in a network of reciprocity that might save her life someday. My language skills improved through necessity and immersion. Conversations that had been incomprehensible began revealing their meanings, though I still missed subtleties and references to shared history. The dialect was like a musical instrument I was learning to play. I could manage simple melodies, but the complex compositions were still beyond my reach. Hamish, recovered from whatever had kept him away during the raid, took an interest in my metalworking curiosity. His forge became a second classroom where I learned that working with iron required patience, timing, and physical strength I was slowly developing. The rhythm of hammer on anvil was meditative in ways I hadn't expected, and there was profound satisfaction in shaping metal into useful forms. Under his patient instruction, I managed to create my first piece, a simple hook for hanging pots. It was crude, functional, and probably embarrassing by medieval standards. But Hamish examined it with the seriousness of a master craftsman evaluating important work. His nod of approval felt like earning a diploma from the University of Practical Life. The village's children became another source of education, though they were probably learning as much from me as I was from them. My stories about the future, carefully disguised as tales from far away, fascinated them. In return, they taught me games, songs, and the kind of local knowledge that adults took for granted but visitors needed to learn. Through their patient instruction, I discovered which berries were safe to eat, how to read weather signs and cloud formations, and the proper way to approach various animals without getting kicked, bitten, or worse. I realised that children's knowledge, unfiltered by assumptions about what everyone already knew, was often more practical than adult knowledge. Evening storytelling sessions continued to be highlights of each day. My contributions to these gatherings evolved from silent listening to occasional participation. The first time I successfully told a story that made people laugh, I felt like I'd passed some invisible test of community membership. The story was about a traveller who got lost and ended up in a place where everything was familiar but slightly different, like his home viewed through a distorting mirror. Looking back, it was probably more autobiography than fiction, but the audience appreciated the humour in someone bumbling through unfamiliar customs while trying to maintain dignity. Sitting by firelight surrounded by faces that had become familiar and dear, I realised I'd stopped thinking about this experience as temporary. The compass still rested in my pocket, still offered the possibility of return, but that possibility felt less urgent than it had when I'd first arrived. Finding your place may mean not just surviving, but also adding value to those around you. Living in medieval Scotland for several weeks taught me that community isn't just a pleasant social concept. It's a survival technology refined over generations. Every relationship, every tradition, and every seemingly casual interaction served multiple purposes that weren't immediately obvious to someone raised in the age of individualism and social safety nets. The revelation came during preparation for what Ilias called the harvest celebration, though my improving language skills suggested the actual name involved several syllables that didn't translate directly into modern English. The celebration wasn't just a party, it was a community-wide ritual of gratitude, resource assessment, and social bonding that would help everyone survive the coming winter. Preparations began weeks in advance and involved everyone in overlapping circles of responsibility. Women organised food preparation that required coordinating ingredients from dozens of households. Men handled construction of temporary structures and arrangements for entertainment. Children managed smaller tasks that nonetheless proved essential to the overall effort. My role in these preparations had naturally transitioned from that of a helpful stranger to that of a community member. Alias no longer gave me basic instructions for simple tasks. She assumed I understood the underlying patterns and would apply them appropriately. This shift from explicit teaching to implicit expectation felt like crossing an invisible threshold. Hamish had begun including me in conversations about metalwork projects that extended beyond immediate practical needs. Planning decorative elements for the celebration, discussing improvements to tools and equipment, and considering the next season's requirements. These conversations assumed I would be present for their completion. The assumption was never stated directly, but it coloured every discussion about future plans. The compass in my pocket had become a familiar weight, no longer foreign, but not quite forgotten. Sometimes I'd catch myself absently touching it through the fabric, like checking for keys or a wallet in a habit that suggested ownership rather than temporary possession. When had it stopped being my great-aunt Moira's compass and become simply mine? As the celebration approached, I began to understand the deeper currents that moved beneath village life. This ceremony wasn't just about harvest. It was about reinforcing social bonds that would be tested by winter's isolation and challenges. The shared work of preparation created opportunities for resolving conflicts, negotiating marriages, planning collaborative projects, and generally maintaining the social fabric that held everyone together. My contribution to the celebration planning surprised me with its complexity. What started as simple task assistance had grown into genuine responsibility for coordinating between different working groups. People came to me with questions, suggestions, and problems that needed solving. Somehow, without conscious intention, I'd become someone others relied upon. The night before the celebration, I found myself sitting with Hamish outside his forge, sharing ale that tasted like liquid bread, and watching stars that looked brighter than any I'd seen in the 21st century. Our conversation meandered through topics that would have been impossible when I'd first arrived. Technical discussions of metalworking, philosophical observations about community life, and shared complaints about weather and neighbours. "You're different than when you first appeared," Hamish said in his careful English, clearly making an effort to communicate precisely. Less like someone watching everything from outside. His observation struck me as profoundly accurate. I had been watching from outside initially, observing medieval life like an anthropologist or tourist, maintaining psychological distance even while learning practical skills. But somewhere along the way that distance had dissolved. I'd stopped analysing and started simply living. The realisation raised questions I'd been avoiding. What was my responsibility to this community that had taken me in? What did I owe to people who'd shared their resources, knowledge and lives with someone who might disappear at any moment? The compass offered escape, but escape from what? And to what? My modern life seemed increasingly abstract when I tried to recall its details. The job that had felt vital, the possessions I'd accumulated, the relationships that operated through screens and scheduled interactions, all of it felt less real than the weight of bread dough in my hands or the satisfaction of shaping metal in Hamish's forge. That night, I lay on the straw mattress in Elise's cottage, listening to the familiar sounds of village life settling into sleep, and tried to imagine using the compass to return home. The image felt hollow, like trying to remember a dream upon waking. This was not because modern life was bad, but rather because it belonged to someone I could no longer confidently identify with. The celebration tomorrow would mark not just the harvest, but a year's cycle of growth, work, and community survival. It occurred to me that I'd become part of that cycle in ways I hadn't planned or expected. The question wasn't whether I belonged here, it was whether I could imagine belonging anywhere else. Tomorrow would provide clarity one way or another. The harvest celebration unfolded like a symphony played by instruments I'd never heard before but somehow recognised in my bones. Dawn brought the scent of bread baking in communal ovens, the sound of children's laughter mixing with adult voices raised in songs that seemed older than the stones themselves, and a sense of anticipation that made the air itself feel alive with possibility. I woke to find that Elias had left new clothes on the stool beside my bed. Not the rough work garments I'd grown accustomed to, but festival clothes in colours that caught the light. The tunic was deep blue, the colour of the evening sky, with embroidery around the neck and sleeves that must have taken weeks to complete. When had she found time to create this? And why? The day began with a ritual I was invited to join rather than simply observe. Standing in the village centre with everyone else, hands joined in a circle that encompassed the entire community. I listened to words spoken in Gaelic that I couldn't understand but somehow felt the meaning of. Gratitude, remembrance, hope for the future, acknowledgement of the cycles that connected all life, universal concepts expressed in ancient syllables. Upon the conclusion of the formal ceremonies and the commencement of the celebration proper, I found myself effortlessly transitioning through familiar routines, helping to arrange food on long tables constructed from planks and sawhorses, ensuring that fires were properly tended to keep everything warm, and solving small logistical problems that arose when large groups tried to coordinate complex activities. But something had shifted in how others responded to my presence. Previously, strangers would greet me with careful politeness, but now they greet me with the casual warmth of family. Children ran to me with questions and small disasters that needed adult attention. Adults included me in conversations without the slight pause that indicated translation or explanation. Hamish found me during the height of the festivities, carrying 2 cups of something that smelled like fermented happiness. "You've been quiet today," he noted as he settled beside me on a log strategically positioned to overlook the celebration. "Thinking heavy thoughts?" The question was more perceptive than I'd expected. I had been thinking heavy thoughts about time, belonging, responsibility, and the weight of choices that couldn't be undone. The compass in my pocket felt heavier than usual, as if it understood that decision time was approaching. "I've been thinking about staying," I said, the words emerging before I'd consciously decided to speak them. Hamish nodded as if his discovery wasn't surprising news. "And what's stopping you?" The question pierced through my inner turmoil. What was stopping me? Fear of commitment to a life so different from everything I'd known. Was I feeling guilty for forsaking my own responsibilities? Or something deeper? The terror of discovering that I might be happier in a world without modern conveniences, that my carefully constructed 21st century life might have been a beautiful prison I'd mistaken for freedom. As evening approached and the celebration began winding toward its traditional conclusion, Aelius appeared at my elbow with timing that suggested she'd been watching for the right moment. Without words, she led me away from the crowd to a quiet spot overlooking the village, where the sounds of continuing festivities provided a cheerful background murmur. "The compass," she said simply, using English words carefully chosen for clarity. "It brought you here for a reason." I looked at her in surprise. "You know about the compass?" Her smile carried centuries of knowledge. "Some things are older than the stories we tell about them. Your great-aunt knew this place, knew these people. The compass doesn't bring travellers, it brings family home." The revelation settled over me like recognition of something I'd always known but never articulated. Great-aunt Moira's stories about Scotland, her mysterious past and the way she'd always seemed slightly out of step with modern times. Suddenly they made sense in ways that had nothing to do with logic and everything to do with truth. The compass grew warm in my pocket, and I understood that this was the moment of choice. I could return to my time, carrying memories of this experience like souvenirs from an extraordinary vacation. Or I could stay, accepting the responsibility and joy of genuine belonging in a community that had already accepted me as one of their own, looking down at the village where lights flickered in windows, where people I'd grown to love were continuing celebrations that would carry them through another winter, where my hands had helped build something larger than myself. The choice felt less like a decision and more like recognition. The compass would stay in my pocket, its work complete. I was already home. In the late 17th and early 18th centuries, France was a land of contrasts. By candlelight in a grand chateau's garden, a curious noblewoman listens as a witty philosopher describes the stars above. He explains that those stars are suns like our own, each perhaps circled by the worlds of their own. A radical idea in an age when questioning the heavens could be dangerous. The scene could be lifted from Bernard de Fontenelle's Conversations on the Plurality of Worlds, 1686, a clever book where a lady and a scientist stroll nightly under the sky discussing Copernicus's sun-centered universe. Fontenelle's charming prose made the latest scientific discoveries accessible to the layperson, planting seeds of curiosity, even as Louis XIV's strict rule cast long shadows. His ideas, along with those of fellow thinker Pierre Bayle, formed a foundation for what would soon be called the Enlightenment. At the turn of the 18th century, official France was still firmly absolutist and devoutly Catholic. Louis XIV, the Sun King, had revoked the Edict of Nantes in 1685, driving Protestants like Bailey into exile. Yet even as the king insisted on religious unity, dissenting ideas quietly took root. In his Safe Haven Abroad, Bayle wrote a sceptical historical and critical dictionary, 1697, that poked holes in dogma and advocated tolerance. These volumes, printed in Amsterdam and London, were smuggled over the borders in barrels of cloth and hidden compartments, finding eager readers in Paris and Lyon. A tradition was beginning. Forbidden ideas could not be easily extinguished. Bailey's call for a society of pluralistic views, a daring notion that people of different beliefs might live together in peace, resonated with a small but growing circle of French minds. Quietly, the Msobeur, monopoly of church and crown on truth was being challenged by pamphlets and letters passed hand to hand. After Louis XIV's death in 1715, the atmosphere in France relaxed somewhat, allowing these early sparks to flare up. In Paris, coffee houses and literary clubs buzzed with talk. One towering figure of this early Enlightenment was Baron de Montesquieu, a provincial nobleman with a dry wit and keen insight. In 1721, Montesquieu published The Persian Letters, a playful novel of letters in which two fictional Persian travellers lampoon French customs. Nothing was sacred in its pages. Parisian high society, the pretensions of the king's court, the absurdities of the Catholic clergy, all were held up to gentle ridicule through these eyes of outsiders. Readers were amused and intrigued. Beneath the satire lay serious critiques of absolutism and religious hypocrisy. The book, though published anonymously, created a stir. It was passed from salon to salon, read aloud in amused whispers. France's own institutions were being examined as if under a foreign lens, and many found them wanting. Montesquieu's success emboldened others. Soon he would take his analysis further. Retiring to his estate, he quietly toiled on a magnum opus about laws and governments around the world. By the 1730s, the term philosophy was coming into use. Not quite the same as philosopher, it meant a man, or occasionally a woman, of ideas who applied reason to all areas of life. These Enlightenment thinkers saw themselves as bringing light into the dark corners of ignorance and oppression. They drew inspiration from English writers like John Locke and scientists like Isaac Newton, whose works were now circulating in French translation. In fact, a fashionable young writer named Voltaire had travelled to England and returned in 1729 bubbling with enthusiasm for Newton's physics and the English spirit of free debate. He set about spreading both. With his vivacious lover Émilie du Châtelet, herself a brilliant mathematician, Voltaire explained Newton's findings in French and praised England's relatively liberal society in his letters on the English. Though the French authorities condemned his book and briefly imprisoned its author for it, the ideas could not be unread. The taste of intellectual freedom abroad only sharpened French appetites for more. Thus, in the decades before the Revolution, the early stirrings of Enlightenment thought took hold. A handful of bold voices, Fontenelle with his popular science, Bayle with his sceptical erudition, Montesquieu with his satire, and Voltaire with his sharp pen, prepared the ground. Their writing circulated in manuscript and in contraband print, fertilizing minds from Paris to the provinces. Over supper tables and university halls, people began asking new questions. Could reason, not tradition, guide human affairs? Must religious uniformity trump individual conscience? Could a king's authority have limits set by natural law? These questions, sown in the early 1700s, would sprout dramatically as the century progressed. For now they were still whispered, but the Enlightenment in France had begun, a dawn of new thinking that promised to chase away medieval shadows. In the mid-18th century, some of the most radical ideas in France were not plotted in dark alleys but discussed over champagne in elegant drawing rooms. The Parisian salon was a unique institution, part social club, part intellectual seminar, typically hosted by a wealthy or aristocratic woman, the salonière. These gatherings brought together writers, philosophers, artists and statesmen under one chandelier. On a given evening you might find the sharp-tongued Voltaire trading barbs with a bishop, or Jean-Jacques Rousseau shyly unveiling his latest essay to a circle of curious marquises. Salons were private and by invitation only, yet they became engines of public discourse. There was a democratic, cosmopolitan and tolerant atmosphere, rare for the time nobles, bourgeoisie, and even an occasional artisan or foreign savant mingled politely, united by a love of wit and ideas. Here Enlightenment thought took on a human face as diverse guests debated art, science, and politics late into the night. The women who ran these salons wielded subtle power in a society that otherwise confined female influence. Take Madame Geoffrin, for example. Born Marie-Thérèse Rodet-Geoffrin by the 1740s, she had established herself as the premier hostess of Paris. Every Monday, her well-appointed home on the Rue Saint-Honoré welcomed the leading writers and philosophes to dinner. Wednesdays were reserved for artists. With motherly charm, Madame Geoffrin presided over the conversation, tactfully steering away from overly explosive topics so as to keep the gathering convivial. She even provided financial support to struggling men of letters, quietly paying debts or buying paintings from her artist guests. The respect she commanded was such that even the crusty Voltaire deferred to her. In her salon one had to follow certain rules. Wit was appreciated, but vulgarity was not. Lively debate was welcome, but shouting and personal attacks were frowned upon. Under her guidance, the tone remained civil, clever, and enlightening, a model of the refinement of manners and speech that salons originally aimed for. Other salonières adopted different styles. Madame de Du-Deffand, an older contemporary of Geoffrin, hosted gatherings from 1745 onward, but famously disdained the more radical philosophe, except for Voltaire, whom she adored. Her salon favoured high society gossip and classical letters over bold new philosophy. In contrast, the witty Mademoiselle Julie de Lespinasse ran a more freewheeling salon in the 1770s. Julie had been tutored in the art by Madame du Deffand, until a falling out, and, with a small stipend from Madame Geoffrin, struck out on her own. She innovated by opening her home almost every evening to a select but mixed company. Young intellectuals, older statesmen and foreign visitors. Nibbles and wine were served, nothing lavish, but the talk flowed. One frequent guest, the writer Jean-François Marmontel, marvelled at Julia's ability to inspire frank discussion. He described her as an astonishing compound of reason and wisdom, with the liveliest mind and most ardent soul. Under her edifice, philosophers from diverse generations convened and exchanged ideas, while even the poorest scholars were welcome to express their thoughts. Such inclusion was unusual. In many salons, one's rank and attire still mattered, but Julia de Lespinasse proved that intellectual passion could trump pedigree. A typical salon evening might unfold like this. As dusk fell, a liveried footman admitted guests to a candle-lit parlour decorated with art. Gentle music played in the next room. Elegant women in silks and men in embroidered coats formed small clusters, exchanging news and bons mots. The hostess circulated, deftly introducing a young poet to a renowned scientist or drawing a shy scholar into a lively debate about the latest play. Conversation was the main event. A good salon guest had something to bring to this conversation, at the very least wit and elegant French. A rising dramatist might recite a scene from his new comedy, met with applause and gentle critique. A visiting American like Benjamin Franklin might regale the company with tales of scientific experiments with lightning. Serious discussions could break out, the merits of Voltaire's newest tract or Rousseau's eccentric theories on education. But if tempers flared or someone droned on too long, the hostess would smoothly change the subject or propose a diversion, perhaps a brief chamber music performance or a round of cards. The result was a peculiar mix of ludic and learned. By evening's end, ideas that might have been seditious in print could be bandied about safely in the salon, cushioned by politeness and mutual respect. The salon thus served as an incubator for Enlightenment ideas. It connected thinkers to patrons. Many an author found a publisher or a financier through salon contacts. It allowed women a rare opportunity to engage in intellectual life, albeit as conveners rather than professors, with notable exceptions like Emily du Châtelet, who, though not a salonière, proved women could match men in science. Salons also helped erode class barriers, if only slightly. Some hostesses prided themselves on gathering a potpourri of talents regardless of noble birth. There were limits, of course. Peasants and labourers did not stroll into these parlours. The salons primarily catered to the elite, who were open to new talent and ideas, not just those inherited from their lineage. In these candlelit rooms, the public sphere had a private cradle. Before newspapers could freely criticise the king or church, and before any elected assembly existed in France, the salons were training grounds for reasoned debate. They fostered what one historian later called the Republic of Letters, a community of minds that transcended social ranks and national borders. Foreigners like the Scottish historian David Hume or the Italian economist Cesare Beccaria were feted at Paris salons when they visited. In turn, French philosophers built networks of correspondence with thinkers abroad. The cosmopolitan chatter in Madame Geoffrin's salon had echoes in London, Geneva or Berlin as ideas spread. By the 1770s and 1780s, even as economic troubles and political conflict loomed in France, one could still find on any given evening a salon in full swing, a microcosm of an ideal Enlightenment society, where conversation flowed freely, differences were bridged by civility, and a new rational France was imagined in talk long before it existed in fact. By the middle of the 18th century, the written word in France was undergoing an explosive proliferation. In bustling Parisian print shops and in secret presses hidden in attics or across the border, printers churned out mountains of paper, books, pamphlets, journals, broadsides. An insatiable reading public had arisen, hungry for everything from scandalous verse to serious treatises on philosophy. The statistics tell part of the story. By the 1780s, literacy had risen markedly. Roughly half of French men and a quarter of women could read, almost double the rates from a century earlier. More people reading meant more demand for reading material. Where the state or the church tried to censor or limit that material, enterprising publishers found ways to supply it regardless. A veritable underground press emerged, and with it a new kind of intellectual warrior, the hack writer and the clandestine bookseller. Together they would spread Enlightenment ideas to every corner of France, even as authorities scrambled to stem the tide. Officially, the French crown maintained strict censorship. All books were supposed to be approved by royal censors and carry the censor's name. Hundreds of titles were outright banned. The Catholic Church, through the Sorbonne faculty and the infamous Index Librorum Prohibitorum, Index of Prohibited Books, also condemned works deemed heretical or immoral. Punishments for illegal printing could be severe: fines, imprisonment, even the gallows for repeat offenders. But by the 1770s, enforcement was increasingly like plugging holes in a sieve. The appetite for new ideas was too strong and the profits to be made from satisfying it too tempting. Smugglers carried forbidden books into France by the crate, stashing them in false-bottom wagons, or floating them down rivers at night. It was said that in some frontier towns, nearly every customs officer could be bribed. Meanwhile, within France, pirate printers secretly duplicated popular works without permission. One way or another, what was officially banned often ended up widely read. A few examples illustrate the cat-and-mouse game of publishing. In 1759, the monumental project of the Encyclopédie, the great encyclopedia of sciences, arts, and trades edited by Denis Diderot, was banned by King Louis XV after the first 7 volumes, under pressure from church authorities who found its articles too impious. But Diderot did not abandon it. Thanks to sympathetic insiders, not least the enlightened censor Malgerbe, Diderot continued the work in secret, finishing 10 more volumes of articles and plates under a false imprint in Switzerland. Officially, the encyclopedies were suppressed. In reality, subscribers received the remaining volumes clandestinely by 1765. As one contemporary quipped, the authorities had winked at the enterprise. They pretended to shut it down to appease the church, but turned a blind eye to its continued existence because it employed hundreds of workers and had powerful supporters. This delicate dance, ban in name, tolerate in practice, typified the later old regime's lax censorship. By 1780, Diderot's encyclopédie stood complete at 35 volumes, an astonishing trove of Enlightenment knowledge made available to the public, despite all edicts to the contrary. In addition to the Encyclopédie, Geneva, Amsterdam, London, and the Rhineland produced illicit literature. Scholars believe that around 600 prohibited books circulated in France before the Revolution. These included philosophical books, scurrilous political pamphlets, and censored novels. According to historian Robert Darnton, several were forbidden bestsellers, books too filthy or seditious for the censors, but eagerly read by everyone who could. Rousseau's Emile on education and the social contract were prohibited in 1762, but pirated volumes spread and made him famous. Obscene leaflets criticising the royal family's morals and crazy stories about the king's ministers were other underground bestsellers. Grub Street writers, hack authors living hand-to-mouth in Paris who wrote whatever sold, specialised in libelles, libellous pamphlets. To get money, such writers might mock the king's mistress one week, compose a natural rights tract the next, and spy for the police the next. Voltaire and Diderot mocked this literary underworld. Voltaire called hack writers things. Ironically, radical ideas sometimes spread through these less recognised venues. The hackers, hungry and alienated from the previous regime, hated authority and fueled the revolution. Print circulation is immense. A recent police inventory of a seized bookstore or the Bastille's confiscated shipment documents shows thousands of illegal books. Popular illegal titles have been republished many times. In the 70s, the Swiss underground publisher Société Typographique de Neuchâtel transported tens of thousands of volumes into France, from Voltaire's philosophical fables to prohibited novels. By 1796, 20 sanctioned and 50 pirated volumes of the forbidden anti-colonial work history of the Two Indies 1770 surfaced. Abbé Raynal's History of the Two Indies, which boldly denounced slavery and tyranny, was banned by the French government and exiled, while the clergy despised him as one of the most seditious writers, which only piqued readers' interest. Despite the embargo, the book was a bestseller and influenced American colonists with its human rights advocacy. The paradox of French Enlightenment publishing was that repression often increased a work's fame and audience. Reading revolutions spread outside the capital. Provincial cities developed lending libraries and reading societies, where members pooled funds to buy books and newspapers under the watchful eye of a suspicious bishop or magistrate. Literature was available to many residents and artisans by the 1780s. Budget-friendly Bibliothèque Bleue books simplified Enlightenment ideals, fairy tales, and practical information. Peddlers sold chapbooks in local marketplaces, spreading new ideas. In a tavern, a peasant may hear a hot story about the king's mistress, or a Voltaire joke. Of course, not everyone liked this print deluge. Conservative voices argued that excessive reading, especially forbidden materials, was corrupting ordinary people. One booklet at a time, some worried that authority was losing respect. They were partly right. Before 1789, printed words affected French public opinion. The pamphlet avalanche swayed public opinion after high-profile scandals or trials, like the Diamond Necklace Affair, 1785, involving Queen Marie Antoinette. Enlightenment authors inform and influence public opinion. They thought education and critical thinking could improve society. It worked, but it also fueled high expectations and simmering discontent. A prison kiosk sold a cheap Rousseau leaflet on the eve of the revolution stating, "Man is born free and everywhere he is in chains." A bawdy song mocking the fat archbishop or a broadsheet celebrating America's successful uprising against its ruler were available. Rights, liberty and equality, formerly discussed in salons, have permeated common consciousness. The future was printed on legal and unlawful presses. Despite their efforts, the old order's guardians could not unprint it. The clatter of the printer's type and the rustle of secretly turned pages shook a changing France. In a modest Paris apartment in the 1750s, two brilliant men sit exchanging letters, not amicably, but as rivals locked in intellectual combat. On one side is Voltaire, the most famous wit of the age, now in his 60s, polished, urbane, a skeptic who relishes skewering folly. On the other, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 2 decades younger, intensely earnest, a loner who distrusts the very society Voltaire so enjoys. They rarely meet in person, but across miles they trade barbs in print. Upon reading Rousseau's latest work, Voltaire cannot resist sending a withering reply. "I have received, sir, your new book against the human species, and I thank you for it," Voltaire writes with biting sarcasm. "No one has ever employed so much intelligence to make us all stupid. Reading your book inspires a strong desire to take action." His words drip with mock praise. Rousseau's idealization of primitive man, Voltaire implies, is absurd. Civilization may be flawed, but it's far better than the savage life Rousseau extols. This famous quip that Rousseau's philosophy is enough to make a man want to become a beast epitomizes the clash between two towering Enlightenment thinkers whose visions of human nature and society were worlds apart. The Enlightenment was not a singular entity, rather, it represented a multitude of diverse perspectives, frequently engaged in intense debate. Voltaire and Rousseau's rivalry is legendary. Voltaire championed reason, science, and a certain cosmopolitan elitism. He believed enlightened monarchs, ideally advised by philosophers like himself, could gradually improve society. Religion, to Voltaire, was useful as a social glue, but needed purging of superstition. Écraser l'infâme, crush the infamous thing, a fanaticism he would famously declare of the Church's abuses. Rousseau, by contrast, distrusted the pretensions of polite society. He thought civilization had corrupted man's originally good nature. In works like Discourse on Inequality, he argued that arts and sciences had led not to progress, but to vanity and oppression. His ideal was a simpler life in harmony with nature and a political community based on genuine equality and the general will of the people, as he later outlined in the Social Contract. To Voltaire, the idea sounded naive at best, dangerous at worst. Their correspondence started courteously but soured over time. After the devastating Lisbon earthquake of 1755, Voltaire wrote a poem questioning providence. How could a just God slaughter innocents? Rousseau oddly rebuked Voltaire, saying people should not question God's plan, and that if men didn't live packed in cities, the quake would do less harm. Voltaire privately scoffed that Rousseau wanted to send mankind backwards. "One longs, in reading your book, to walk on all fours," he jeered, stung by Rousseau's critique. Rousseau, for his part, grew increasingly convinced that Voltaire and his clique were conspiring against him, mocking him behind his back. By the 70s, their relationship had fractured completely. Rousseau even refused Voltaire's offer of refuge when Rousseau was fleeing arrest. The Voltaire-Rousseau split was not just personal, it symbolised a deeper divergence in Enlightenment thought. Voltaire stood for the party of reason, progress through enlightened authority and sharp criticism of tradition. Rousseau became the voice of the party of feeling, valuing emotion, authenticity, and the wisdom of the common man over the polished salon sophisticate. Their quarrel highlighted contradictions. The Enlightenment celebrated reason, yet Rousseau accused reason's apostles of being cold and elitist. It preached equality, yet Voltaire privately disdained the uneducated masses and preferred benevolent despotism to democracy. In their ways, each was prophetic. Voltaire of the liberal, secular values that would shape modern Europe, Rousseau of the romantic, democratic, and even revolutionary currents that would soon erupt. It's fitting that both men died in 1778, a decade before the Revolution, almost as if fate meant to clear the stage for the drama to come. Beyond this famous duo, the Enlightenment was rife with intellectual rivalries and collaborations. Diderot and D'Alembert, co-editors of the Encyclopédie, had their share of squabbles. D'Alembert quit the project in frustration in 1759, leaving Diderot to slog through the remaining volumes largely alone. Diderot also fell out bitterly with Rousseau, who had once been his close friend. Diderot and Baron de Holbach welcomed Rousseau as a kindred spirit in the 1740s, but as Rousseau's ideas diverged and his paranoia grew, he came to believe Diderot had portrayed him negatively in a satirical play. Their friendship collapsed, illustrating how personal slights could fracture even those working for the same broad cause. Meanwhile, Baron de Holbach, host of a famously irreverent salon of atheists, published The System of Nature 1770, a book denying the existence of God outright. This extreme materialism alarmed even Voltaire, who attacked Holbach's atheism as fanatical in its own way. Voltaire believed society needed belief in God as a moral bedrock. If God did not exist, it would be necessary to invent him, he quipped. Holbach and Diderot, however, privately ridiculed Voltaire's deism as a lack of nerve. To them, reason pointed to a universe without need of a divine being. Thus, even among philosophes united against the Church's tyranny, there were deep fractures about religion's role. Another poignant clash involved Montesquieu and Rousseau's political theory. Montesquieu's The Spirit of the Laws, 1748, argued for a balanced constitution, like Britain's, with powers separated among king, parliament, and courts, a moderate vision to prevent despotism. Rousseau's Social Contract, 1762, dismissed Montesquieu's model as too aristocratic. Instead, Rousseau envisioned a republic so egalitarian that in theory, everyone would obey laws they themselves willed. Voltaire found Rousseau's political ideas as impractical as his primitivism. He quipped that Rousseau's ideal republic was a city of ghosts, and indeed Rousseau's notion that citizens be forced to be free if they violate the general will would trouble critics for its potential for tyranny. Yet these quarrels were not destructive in the long run. Rather, they enriched the Enlightenment's legacy by presenting contrasting ideas that later generations could draw upon. In the salons and in print, rival philosophers might lampoon each other, but they also all contributed to a broader movement questioning the status quo. Occasionally the debates got personal and nasty. Pamphlets full of character assassination flew about. Voltaire was a master of the artful insult. When a pompous critic, the Abbé Desfontaines, attacked him, Voltaire retaliated by portraying Desfontaines as a criminal and a fool in a biting satire, effectively destroying the man's reputation. Rousseau too lashed out. In his later years, he wrote withering letters accusing former friends of treachery. Still, these human dramas had larger consequences. The sharp exchanges clarified differences in thought. What was the best form of government? The true foundation of morality? What is the role of religion? Through argument, the philosophy refined their positions. By the 70s, a new generation was emerging too. Figures like Condorcet, a mathematician and protégé of D'Alembert, admired both Voltaire and Rousseau trying to synthesize Enlightenment ideals with practical reforms. Condorcet would advocate for the abolition of slavery and women's rights, pushing the Enlightenment's egalitarian logic further than his predecessors dared. Meanwhile, the rifts among the older philosophers presaged splits in the coming revolution: aristocratic liberals versus radical democrats, deists versus atheists, and pragmatists versus idealists. The Enlightenment was not one sun but a constellation, with Voltaire and Rousseau as two bright stars often in eclipse of each other. Their clashes, bitter though they were, gave the era much of its dynamism. The salon gossip about Voltaire versus Rousseau was the talk of intellectual Europe. Interestingly, when both Rousseau and Voltaire passed away in 1778, they received brief eulogies as if they had been complementary heroes. Within a few years, the French Revolution would enshrine them by interring both their ashes in the Panthéon in Paris, Voltaire in 1791, Rousseau in 94, symbolically reconciling the two in the Republic of Posterity. France, it turned out, would need both Voltaire's razor wit and Rousseau's passionate cry for freedom as it hurtled toward a new age. The Palace of Versailles courtyard was packed on a sunny September afternoon in 1783, with eyes fixed on the sky. Two provincial brothers, the Montgolfier brothers, were ready to attempt the first hot air balloon flight by the living creatures in front of King Louis XVI and Queen Marie Antoinette. A sheep, duck and rooster were placed into a wicker basket under a taffeta balloon at the sound of a cannon. A second cannon fire announced release. As the balloon gracefully climbed 600 metres, tens of thousands of people gasped. It carried its barnyard aeronauts through the heavens for 8 minutes. Royal biologists quickly examined the animals, which were alive and eating hay, after it softly landed a few kilometres away. The audience applauded. The king was thrilled, albeit the inventors deftly avoided his suggestion to use convicted felons as test passengers. More than amusement, this balloon flight symbolised the Enlightenment's faith in science and reason to expand the conceivable. That moment, even the ancient dream of flight seemed possible. Ingenuity and experimentation had turned imagination into reality before the French public. French Enlightenment science pervaded daily life and great politics. Savants, learned men, and a few women, who passionately studied nature, rose in the 18th century. They studied chemistry, anatomy, botany, astronomy, and electrical. Importantly, they sought practical social reforms. The former Royal Academy of Sciences in Paris was full of experiments. Antoine Lavoisier, a rich Parisian tax officer who loved chemistry, discovered oxygen's role in combustion and established the idea of mass conservation. Lavoisier and his wife Marie, who illustrated and took notes, measured gases and metals with astonishing precision in their home laboratory. He proved that rusting metal gains weight by mixing with airborne oxygen, disproving the phlogiston idea. Such work paved the way for modern chemistry. Lavoisier was a systematic, empirical Enlightenment savant who felt knowledge should advance humanity. Outside the lab, he improved France's gunpowder industry, helping the military, and agricultural research to boost yields. Science historically clashed with religious theology, but by mid-century many clergy were fascinated by it. After the Galileo episode a century earlier, the Church was cautious. Jesuit instructors in France adjusted Cartesian and Newtonian principles. Still, tensions grew. In the 1770s, the Comte de Buffon, the king's naturalist, proposed that the world may be far older than the Bible's 6,000 years. Paris's Faculty of Theology forced him to include a pious disclaimer in his book. Enlightenment science favoured natural explanations above magical ones, contrary to traditional beliefs. Many devout Christians saw scientific findings as proof of God's laws. Medicine and public health were where science and belief intersected most. The introduction of smallpox inoculation, a predecessor to vaccination, was noteworthy. Millions, including royalty, pindurized or scarred by smallpox. After Louis XV died brutally of smallpox in 1774, the new King Louis XVI decided to undergo inoculation, a risky, purposeful infection to bestow immunity. Marie Antoinette supported it. Parisian milliners produced the pouf à l'inoculation, a hairdo with symbols of medicine and victory, a serpent-entwined rod, a rising sun for the king, and an olive branch for peace, to commemorate the royal inoculation's success. Fashion and science were linked. The pouf made inoculation look cool and calm public worries. After the monarchy's high-profile sponsorship, what many considered a dubious, possibly impious activity, deliberately infecting someone, gained legitimacy. It was the moment when empirical knowledge, inoculation success in England and the Ottoman Empire, triumphed superstition. People's veins were filled with Enlightenment notions. Enlightenment science influenced common devices and advances. The elite enjoyed mechanical and scientific exhibitions. Salons had electrical machines with spinning glass globes that generated static electricity, sparking and raising arm hair. These machines were novelty but important research tools. When American scientist Benjamin Franklin showed lightning was electrical by harnessing it with a kite, Europe was enthralled. France copied the experiment. Franklin was a star in Paris as a revolutionary diplomat and scientist, and his lightning rod creation was praised as a reasoned defence against nature. By the 1780s, even churches were putting lightning rods, possibly recognising that saving a steeple from blowing up was worth it. Some churchmen first opposed them, believing that it was blasphemous to meddle with the artillery of heaven. So science quietly challenged the idea that disasters were divine will by treating them as mechanical issues. No subject was too obscure for the philosophers to probe. Enlightenment thinkers compared doctors' discussions about the heart to a state's circulation of commerce. Philosophy considered classifying human civilizations like naturalists did species. The encyclopedia includes many scientific articles and images, from anatomical diagrams to windmill improvement designs, aiming to gather and disseminate essential knowledge. To catalogue and communicate practical information was an Enlightenment ideal. Knowledge should not be hidden or guild-bound, but shared for the common good. Diderot published on metallurgy, music theory and other subjects because he believed nature and art might liberate minds and enhance life. During this era, the state often linked scientific development to its goals, fostering a culture of enlightened absolutism. Louis XVI and his ministers wanted to use science to improve armaments, maps and agriculture. In the 1760s, the French government supported the enormous meridian voyages to estimate the Earth's form, reflecting Enlightenment curiosity and state pride. The Academy of Sciences researched ways to enhance navigation and chronometers and gave prizes for practical answers. Nutritionists like Parmentier staged meals featuring potato dishes to convince aristocracy it could prevent starvation. To promote potatoes, Parmentier had a field guarded by troops but let peasants steal from it at night. In urban living, the Enlightenment provided new conveniences. Paris's nightly street illumination improved, bringing enlightenment. Public places like the Jardin du Roi, now Jardin des Plantes, offered botanical gardens and a small zoo, representing the era's natural science curriculum. Travelling lecturers demonstrated physics experiments, such as how an air pump could smother a bird in a vacuum jar, ugly, but a dramatic lesson in air. Crowds watched. These shows blurred the lines between education and spectacle. Science was trendy by the 1780s. In clubs, men debated the ideas of Newton and Descartes, while aristocratic women wore small lightning rods as jewellery. The revolutionary idea of rationally evaluating and engineering society also drew inspiration from science. As scientists sought natural rules, philosophers sought social laws. Scientists' skill in describing the world encouraged them to question whether social structures like the monarchy, church, and feudal privileges were logical or historical accidents. Why not redesign a kingdom if a balloon could fly? Science wasn't politically neutral. Some Enlightenment savants faced persecution and challenges. Revolutionaries denounced Lavoisier for being a tax collector in 1794, despite his gunpowder and chemistry advances. Despite his scientific credentials, Lavoisier faced execution when the public turned against experts with links to the Ancien Régime. The Republic has no need of scientists, the judge allegedly declared, rejecting mercy requests. The new administration returned Lavoisier's things to his widow with a note. To the widow of Lavoisier, who was falsely convicted, a year after his execution, acknowledging his innocence and genius, mathematician Lagrange mourned, "It took them only an instant to cut off that head, and 100 years may not suffice to produce another like it." The convergence of Enlightenment science and revolutionary politics was fragile. Science permeated salons, state policies, and street culture in Enlightenment France. It offered control over nature and reflected society. People cooked, healed, travelled, and illuminated their homes differently. It also influenced their thinking by encouraging them to believe that empirical observation and reason could explain and improve the natural and human world. They would put this optimism to the test, but it held significant power. The Montgolfier balloon soaring to cheers at Versailles showed how knowledge may lift humanity. Once a place of gods and mystery, the sky today hosted human achievement. Everything appeared possible currently, and a social and political revolution was about to happen, spurred in part by Enlightenment science's confidence and inquisitive attitude. Toulouse experienced a horrible scene that exemplified the Enlightenment's fight against injustice in 1762. The cruel wheel punishment sentenced Protestant merchant Jean Calas to death for the murder of his son, who was reportedly converting to Catholicism. Calas claimed innocence, but anti-Protestant sentiment decided his fate. He suffered and maintained his innocence until death. Voltaire learned about this injustice at his Ferney house. The famous philosopher was outraged. I believe it's in everyone's interest to study this topic, which some may consider the apogee of fanaticism. Voltaire wrote, "To ignore such a thing is to abandon humanity." Voltaire pursued Calas's vindication and the diligent judge's prosecution. He wrote to powerful people, authored a treatise on tolerance, 1763, and stirred popular support for religious freedom. After years of struggle, Voltaire succeeded. In 1765, the King's Council in Paris overturned Calas's sentence and exonerated him posthumously. This victory of reason over bias was applauded by Europe and the age of Voltaire. The Calas scandal proved that the monarchs could be swayed to right or wrong, advancing Enlightenment religious tolerance and legislative change. Voltaire's "Écraser l'infâme," crush the infamous thing, inspired the philosophes. Legibictory superstition and priests' misuse of authority were his concerns, not religion itself. Numerous examples enraged the philosophie. 1766 saw the execution of 19-year-old aristocrat Chevalier de la Barre for impiety for not removing his hat during a religious procession and defacing a crucifix. The authorities fastened Voltaire's philosophical dictionary to La Barre's burning body, blaming Enlightenment principles for teenage irreverence. Voltaire, outraged at La Barre's execution, wrote harshly about the cruelty and stupidity of it. These events led philosophes to strengthen their attacks on the Catholic Church and the absolute monarchy with its nobility as oppressors. Enlightenment ideas held the monarchy and religion accountable to reason, justice, and human rights. In the 70s, old regime criticism, previously nuanced and typically articulated through satire or foreign tales, became bolder. Montesquieu questioned absolute monarchy by praising England's equilibrium. Some went further. Rousseau's Social Contract, 1762, opens with the bold claim, "Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains," attacking royal and noble privileges. Rousseau believed that sovereignty was with the people, that laws should represent the public will, and that aristocratic titles were illogical. Secret copies of the banned and destroyed book disseminated its ideas quickly. In later works, Diderot focused on colonialism and slavery and suggested that oppressed people should rise up. Raynal and Diderot's popular History of the Two Indies predicts a slave insurrection and the fall of European authority overseas. That conversation exploded. The French crown spandard censors tried to crush it, but they merely pushed it underground, where it became more appealing. Not all Enlightenment figures were radicals. Many favoured enlightened despotism, which held that a wise and sensible king could reform from power. Voltaire courted Frederick the Great of Prussia and praised Emperor Joseph II of Austria for religious toleration and serfdom reform. Enlightenment influenced French ministers and nobility included Turgot, who tried to deregulate grain trade and abolish forced labour, and the Marquis de Condorcet, who promoted educational and judicial reforms in aristocratic circles. Britannica.com, Britannica.com. These men attempted internal system reform. In 1780, mild-mannered Louis XVI prohibited torture and interrogations, inspired by Cesare Beccaria's Enlightenment essay on crimes and punishments. By providing Protestants civil rights in 1787, he advocated immunization and religious tolerance. The monarchy often failed and faced opposition from existing interests. Nobles resisted Turgot's reforms, dismissing him. The church leadership actively opposed privilege reduction. The French Catholic Church was a key Enlightenment target. The church had long ruled education, literature, and dissenters with immense great riches. Philosophers, mostly deists or agnostics, denounced church persecution. Voltaire opposed intolerance, like the Calas scandal, to humble the church. Candide, his satirical tale, attacked religious hypocrisy and other flaws. In Cannibals, Diderot subtly mocked European religious communion by comparing Pacific Islander customs to European religious communion. Baron de Holbach's system of nature atheism depicts priests as deceptive characters who use hell to subjugate people. The words were provocative. Toulouse experienced a horrible scene that exemplified the Enlightenment's fight against injustice in 1762. The cruel wheel punishment sentenced Protestant merchant Jean Calas to death for the murder of his son, who was reportedly converting to Catholicism. Calas claimed innocence, but anti-Protestant sentiment decided his fate. He suffered and maintained his innocence until death. Voltaire learned about this injustice at his Ferney house. The famous philosopher was outraged. I believe it's in everyone's interest to study this topic, which some may consider the apogee of fanaticism. Voltaire wrote, "To ignore such a thing is to abandon humanity." Voltaire pursued Calas's vindication and the diligent judge's prosecution. He wrote to powerful people, authored a treatise on tolerance, 1763, and stirred popular support for religious freedom. After years of struggle, Voltaire succeeded. In 1765, the King's Council in Paris overturned Calas's sentence and exonerated him posthumously. This victory of reason over bias was applauded by Europe and the age of Voltaire. The Calas scandal proved that the monarchs could be swayed to right a wrong, advancing Enlightenment religious tolerance and legislative change. Voltaire's Écraser l'infâme, crush the infamous thing, inspired the philosophes. Legibictory superstition and priests' misuse of authority were his concerns, not religion itself. Numerous examples enraged the philosophie. 1766 saw the execution of 19-year-old aristocrat Chevalier de la Barre for impiety for not removing his hat during a religious procession and defacing a crucifix. The authorities fastened Voltaire's philosophical dictionary to La Barre's burning body, blaming Enlightenment principles for teenage irreverence. Voltaire, outraged at La Barre's execution, wrote harshly about the cruelty and stupidity of it. These events led philosophes to strengthen their attacks on the Catholic Church and the absolute monarchy with its nobility as oppressors. Enlightenment ideas held the monarchy and religion accountable to reason, justice, and human rights. In the 70s, old regime criticism, previously nuanced and typically articulated through satire or foreign tales, became bolder. Montesquieu questioned absolute monarchy by praising England's equilibrium. Some went further. Rousseau's Social Contract, 1762, opens with the bold claim, "Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains," attacking royal and noble privileges. Rousseau believed that sovereignty was with the people, that laws should represent the public will, and that aristocratic titles were illogical. Secret copies of the banned and destroyed book disseminated its ideas quickly. In later works, Diderot focused on colonialism and slavery and suggested that oppressed people should rise up. Raynal and Diderot's popular History of the Two Indies predicts a slave insurrection and the fall of European authority overseas. That conversation exploded. The French crown spammed, censors tried to crush it, but they merely pushed it underground, where it became more appealing. Not all Enlightenment figures were radicals. Many favoured enlightened despotism, which held that a wise and sensible king could reform from power. Voltaire courted Frederick the Great of Prussia and praised Emperor Joseph II of Austria for religious toleration and serfdom reform. Enlightenment influenced French ministers and nobility included Turgot, who tried to deregulate grain trade and abolish forced labour, and the Marquis de Condorcet, who promoted educational and judicial reforms in aristocratic circles. Britannica.com, Britannica.com. These men attempted internal system reform. In 1780, mild-mannered Louis XVI prohibited torture and interrogations, inspired by César Beccaриa's Enlightenment essay on crimes and punishments. By providing Protestants civil rights in 1787, he advocated immunization and religious tolerance. The monarchy often failed and faced opposition from existing interests. Nobles resisted Turgot's reforms, dismissing him. The church leadership actively opposed privilege reduction. The French Catholic Church was a key Enlightenment target. The church had long ruled education, literature, and dissenters with immense great riches. Philosophers, mostly deists or agnostics, denounced church persecution. Voltaire opposed intolerance, like the Calas scandal, to humble the church. Candide, his satirical tale, attacked religious hypocrisy and other flaws. In Cannibals, Diderot subtly mocked European religious communion by comparing Pacific Islander customs to European religious communion. Baron de Holbach's system of nature atheism depicts priests as deceptive characters who use hell to subjugate people. The words were provocative. The mathematician, philosopher, and liberal nobleman Marquis de Condorcet died in a dismal Bourg-la-Reine jail cell in August of 1794. He fled from the extremist Jacobin regime that called him a traitor. Condorcet, who championed human rights, slavery abolition, and women's suffrage, almost alone among his peers, was now a victim of the revolution he supported. His lifeless body was uncovered by guards. He may have died from disease and exhaustion or from poison he hid when the guillotine approached. The terror's gloom killed one of the Enlightenment's brightest lights. His demise typified the tragic irony that befell many Enlightenment luminaries during the revolutionary storm. Their promised progress had turned on them. As previously mentioned, Lavoisier faced execution despite his claims that his scientific efforts benefited the nation. Madame Geoffrin's daughter saw her salon acquaintances scattered, some executed, as genteel reform conversations gave way to mobs. Even after their deaths in 1793, Voltaire and Rousseau were disputed by revolutionaries, with radicals favouring Rousseau's egalitarianism and moderates Voltaire's tolerance. The Enlightenment inspired the revolution, but the revolution tested it. The French Revolution both upheld and undermined Enlightenment values. On one hand, it formalised many philosophers' essential ideas. Based on Montesquieu, Voltaire, Rousseau and Locke, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen, 1789, advocated freedom of speech and religion, equality before the law, and the right to resist injustice. The philosopher's dream of a meritocratic society was realised on August 1789, when feudal privileges and tithes were abolished in one night. The Constitution of 1791 established a constitutional monarchy with a Montesquieu-like division of powers. The Revolution fulfilled Voltaire's calls for toleration by seizing church property in 1790 and awarding full citizenship to Protestants and Jews in 1791. When Louis XVI was guillotined in 1793, Rousseau's vision of popular sovereignty, the people's will above divine right kingship, was most clearly confirmed. However, the revolution's violent, illiberal turn troubled many. The Enlightenment sought to replace tyranny with reasoned conversation, not crowd or one-party power. The Committee of Public Safety murdered thousands of enemies of the revolution during the Reign of Terror, 1793-4, a terrible inversion of Enlightenment ideas. Reason gave way to another frenzy. Under Robespierre, the revolutionaries formed a municipal religion of the Supreme Being and held deistic festivals, a guillotine-enforced version of Rousseau's civil religion. People executed under the guise of reason for being aristocrats or moderate republicans would have horrified Voltaire. The terror exposed an Enlightenment contradiction. The confidence in a single truth, rational or ideological, can lead to tyranny. Philosophers like de Holbach and Helvetius were as intolerant of religious people as atheists. The revolution showed how abstract enlightenment may become dogmatism. No one shall spread darkness, on pain of death. Many Enlightenment thinkers did not want democracy. Voltaire favoured an enlightened monarch over an uninformed mob. Some intellectuals said early revolutionary assemblies' disarray showed Voltaire was right about the Quenelle rabble. Before his 1784 death, Diderot had become pessimistic, arguing that despotism might only cease when the last monarch was strangled with the last priest's entrails, a dismal hyperbole the revolutionaries half-jokingly repeated. Diderot probably wouldn't have celebrated the 1793 mass guillotining. Philosophers had not solved how to justly implement principles. This gap existed between theory and practice. Enlightenment supporters faced social contradictions. Few addressed women's condition directly, although they promised equality. Though a proponent of democracy, Rousseau believed women should be educated exclusively to please men and stay at home, contrary to Olympe de Gouges and Condorcet, who authored an essay in 1790 advocating for women's political rights. After writing a Declaration of the Rights of Woman, the revolutionary authority guillotined de Gouges. The Enlightenment fraternity had excluded their sisters from universal rights. There was division among Enlightenment views on race and slavery. Some, like Diderot and Condorcet, strongly criticised slavery as against natural law. The 1788 Society of Friends of the Blacks, founded by Enlightenment-influenced men, sought abolition. Others, like Voltaire, criticised the slave trade in the abstract but made racist statements and invested in colonial corporations. Enlightenment, Universal human nature battled with pseudoscientific racism, ironically, a consequence of species classification. The revolution abolished slavery in 1794 after a massive slave insurrection in Saint-Domingue, Haiti, but Napoleon reinstalled it. Ideal and reality differed. Relationship between intellect and emotion was another tension. Rousseau noted that humans are not rational, but the Enlightenment praised reason. The revolution showed that passions, anger at injustices, desire for vengeance, hope for glory, drive events more than academic treatises. Romanticism, a 19th century counterattack, accused the Enlightenment of disregarding the heart, tradition and faith. Edmund Burke in England and Joseph de Maistre in France held the philosophes unfairly responsible for the revolution's bloodshed by unmooring society from traditional institutions. They said that the Enlightenment's abstract reasoning had dissolved authority and led to chaos and Napoleon's rule. While this view is debatable, by the early 1800s, the Enlightenment was hailed for the declaration of rights and scientific advancement, but also accused of revolution. Long-term, the French Enlightenment left a deep and mostly good influence. It inspired the French, American, and later independence movements worldwide. Many Enlightenment goals were achieved in the 19th century, including the abolition of slavery in European empires, France in 1848, Britain 1833, the spread of public education, the rise of secular states and the reduction of church temporal power, the gradual and uneven expansion of suffrage, and the advancement of science and technology without dogma. The 1948 UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights is based on Enlightenment ideas. Today we echo Voltaire's calls for press and conscience freedom. Governments cite Montesquieu when creating checks and balances. When protesters invoke the will of the people, Rousseau is followed. However, the Enlightenment left more uncertain legacies. The scientific revolution and industrial society were fueled by reason, but romantics and later existentialists criticized it for promoting technocracy and soulless rationality. Westerners defended imperialism as bringing civilization, an attitude oddly at conflict with the Enlightenment's empathy, but facilitated by its aim. Enlightenment secularism allowed diversity to develop, but also left a spiritual hole that 19th and 20th century ideologies and nationalisms strove to fill, not always for the better. After Napoleon's collapse in 1815, France's monarchy re-established church dominance and conservative tendencies. Intellectual life had changed, thus the genie could not be put back. French politics alternated between liberal and conservative in the mid-19th century, but Enlightenment ideas set the standard. Even conservatives had to justify themselves in terms of logical government and national interest, not divine authority. France will officially divorce church and state in 1905, fulfilling the philosophes' aim of a secular republic based on liberté, égalité, fraternité. Enlightenment principles filtered through revolutionary experience. The French Enlightenment did not finish neatly in 1789. The revolution was chaotic and its aftermath complicated. Perhaps that emphasizes a last Enlightenment lesson. The movement always understood that human affairs are imperfect and progress zigzags. Diderot observed, "Passions are the only orators that always persuade, conceding that reason doesn't control the world." Later in life, Voltaire tempered his mockery with appeals for steady improvement, not utopia. Even radical Rousseau cautioned that abrupt upheaval could lead to harsher despotism. Many Enlightenment thinkers realized that Enlightenment would be a long-term, tense project. Thus, the Enlightenment's twilight transformed rather than ended. People called themselves ideologues or intellectuals instead of philosophes in the 19th century, but they inherited the Enlightenment's realm. Questioning authority, demanding reasoned answers, and claiming individual dignity became entrenched in Western civilization. When we read Voltaire's witty, courageous writings, Rousseau's profound challenges, Diderot's encyclopedic labours, or Condorcet's prescient humanism, we are reminded of the Enlightenment's very human story: salon gatherings and clandestine pamphlets, friendships and feuds, and people risking prison for a pamphlet or exile for a principle. Ideas could overthrow thrones in that age. Its legacy lives on every time an informed public holds a tyrant accountable. A youngster is taught science without superstition, various individuals sit down to talk and debate rather than fight, and we choose light over darkness. The French Enlightenment was truly a turning point in human history. Think about how cool it would be to wear all of your savings on your wrist. This is not a smartwatch that displays your bank balance, but rather real money transformed into something beautiful that complements any outfit. For more than 1,000 years, such jewellery wasn't a fantasy. It was the everyday life of millions of people in Africa and beyond. Bracelet money, which had different names in different cultures, was precisely what it sounds like. Money that you could wear. These were carefully crafted metal bands. They were carefully made pieces of functional art, each one representing a different value. Each one was designed to catch the light as you moved your arm, and they were all heavy enough that you could feel your wealth with every gesture. We are used to paper bills and plastic cards, so the idea may seem strange to us. But bracelet money solved many problems that would be hard for any ancient economy to deal with. First, it was portable in a way that made sense for societies where people move frequently. Traders, herders, and seasonal farmers who needed to carry their wealth with them. Second, it was valuable in and of itself because it was made of metals that were worth more than just their money value. Third, and maybe the smartest thing, it was both useful and lovely, working as both money and decoration. These bracelets came in many different shapes and sizes, with each area making its own unique styles and rules. Some were thick and heavy, and wearing a lot of them would make a satisfying metallic sound with every movement. Some were fragile and complicated, made to fit nicely on a forearm. Copper and bronze, both valuable and easy to work with, were the most common. However, some special pieces used iron, brass, or even precious metals for transactions that were very valuable. The weight of the bracelet money was crucial to how it worked, in contrast to modern currency, where the physical object has little to do with its stated value. The value of bracelet money was directly related to how much metal it had. This meant that a heavier bracelet was worth more than a lighter one, which made it very difficult to fake or lower the value of the money. You couldn't just print more money when you needed it. You had to mine the metal, melt it down, and shape it into the right shape. What was intelligent about bracelet money was how it solved the problem of making change. You could break up big bracelets into smaller pieces for smaller purchases, and when you needed to, you could melt down the smaller pieces and make them into bigger ones. It was a flexible system that could handle any size transaction you needed to make. However, if you needed to break your money to buy groceries, you would have had to plan ahead. The bracelet's luxurious appearance played a significant role in its functioning. People were more likely to trade beautiful things, accept them across cultural lines, and not melt them down for their raw materials. A trader coming to a foreign market with a bunch of nice bracelets was easy to spot as someone with money and style. These characteristics opened doors that might have stayed closed for someone carrying shapeless lumps of metal. It was interesting and complicated how wearing your wealth affected your social life. One aspect of bracelet money's safety was its physical attachment to your body, making it difficult for thieves to steal. On the other hand, wearing your wealth made it clear to everyone around you how rich you were. You couldn't hide your wealth or poverty when your bank account was on display. This visibility made for some intriguing social situations. Rich people might wear dozens of bracelets, which would make music every time they moved and let people know they were rich from a distance. You could hear a rich person coming before you saw them, and the soft clinking of metal on metal served as a kind of status soundtrack. In many ancient societies, women didn't have much financial freedom, but bracelet money gave them some. You could better track your money when your jewellery was your wealth than with other currencies. A woman could earn bracelet money through her own work or trade, wear it as jewellery, and keep it even after she got married. The practice was a practical and empowering way to have financial security. Making good bracelet money required a lot of skill, which turned metalworking from a simple trade into a complex art form. Master craftsmen made bracelets that were both pretty and useful as currency. They used twisting, braiding, and hammering to make unique patterns and textures. People often kept these methods a secret, passing them down through families or guilds. This is why some areas are known for the beauty and quality of their fine jewellery. Another big plus was that bracelet money lasted a long time. Paper money can be ruined by water, fire, or just normal wear and tear. Conversely, if properly cared for, metal bracelets can endure for generations. Because they lasted so long, they were excellent stores of value that could keep wealth for decades or even centuries. Archaeological sites in Africa and other parts of the world still show examples of bracelet money, which shows how long they last and how widely they were used. Think of the first metalworker who saw copper as a useful material rather than just raw material. Somewhere in the mists of prehistory, likely in a small workshop filled with the warm glow of forge fires and the rhythmic sound of hammering, someone made the creative transition from crafting tools to crafting money. It wasn't just metallurgy, it was economic philosophy that had been hammered into shape. Bracelet money has been around for thousands of years. It started in different parts of Africa on its own, and spread through trade networks that connected faraway communities long before Europeans ever thought about going around the world. The oldest examples we have are from around 500 CE, but the practice was probably much older. These weren't simple attempts at making money. They were smart ways to solve challenging economic problems made by societies that knew more about trade, value, and human psychology than most people give them credit for. Archaeological evidence points to the copper-rich areas of what is now the Democratic Republic of Congo as the place where the practice began. There were many raw materials and a lot of advanced metallurgical knowledge. For thousands of years, ancient African societies worked with metals and came up with mining, smelting, and shaping methods that were as effective as or better than those used anywhere else in the world. These societies needed a way to trade over long distances, so they naturally turned to their strongest technology. The change from trading goods for money to using bracelets as money probably took hundreds of years to fully happen, rather than occurring all at once. Early versions were just twisted copper rods, which were worth more for the metal than for their quality. As time went on and the system proved itself, artisans started to add decorative elements to the basic design to make the bracelets more appealing and, as a result, easier to trade. There was a reason why most bracelet money was made of copper and bronze. These metals had all the right properties for a monetary system. They were valuable enough to give the money worth, yet common enough to allow small purchases. They could be used at relatively low temperatures, so local blacksmiths could make and change them without needing advanced industrial infrastructure. They were also resistant to rust, so your money wouldn't literally disappear in your hands. When iron was used for bracelet money, it changed the way things worked. Iron bracelets were often worth more than copper ones because iron was harder to work with, and because people always needed iron tools and weapons. An iron bracelet was a sign of wealth that could be turned into useful things when needed. For example, your money could become a spear point or a hoe blade if you needed it to. Standardizing bracelet money was a big step forward in early economics. Communities across large areas somehow came up with consistent standards for weight and purity that made their currencies acceptable to each other, even though there were no central banking systems or government oversight. This indicates a degree of inter-community communication and collaboration that contests simplistic perceptions of ancient African societies as isolated or primitive. The different styles of bracelet money in different regions tell fascinating stories about trade relationships and cultural identity. In some areas, people liked thick, heavy bracelets that showed how rich they were. Some people liked delicate, detailed designs that showed off the skill of the people who made them. Some people even made unique twisting patterns or surface decorations that made their bracelets easy to spot in far-off markets. The religious and spiritual aspects of bracelet money gave it a lot more meaning than just money. Many African cultures thought that metals had spiritual powers, and wearing metal bracelets could have protective or ceremonial purposes in addition to being valuable. This spiritual aspect helped bracelet money become a big part of cultural practices, making it more than just a way to trade. It became a part of social and religious life. Making successful bracelet money required a lot of specialized knowledge. Smiths needed to know more than just the basics of metallurgy. They also needed to know what their money system needed. They needed to know the right weight ratios, how to make sure their products were always pure, and what decorative styles would make them acceptable in different markets. Those who had this knowledge often kept it to themselves, leading to the formation of specialized communities that were the mint masters of their areas. Making bracelet money had a big effect on the environment because it needed a lot of mining and fuel for smelting. This made the economic ties between mining towns, metalworking centres, and trading networks very complicated. The need for bracelet money led to the search for and development of mineral resources all over Africa. Such developments helped mining technologies and trade routes grow, which would have a big impact on the continent's economy for hundreds of years. Instead of government rules, quality control in the making of bracelet money was based on community, standards and reputation. Smiths who consistently made bracelets that were the right weight and purity would build reputations that let them charge high prices for their work. Individuals who compromised quality or violated standards faced immediate exclusion from trade networks that depended on trust and dependability. Because a lot of ancient African economic activity was seasonal, bracelet money had to do many different things throughout the year, Farmers might trade bracelets for seeds or tools during planting season. They could obtain bracelets during the harvest by selling extra crops. When it was dry and travel was easier, they might have used their savings to trade with people far away. This cyclical use pattern necessitated a monetary system capable of maintaining value over time and facilitating easy changes when necessary. Picture the sound of a caravan getting ready to leave in the early morning mist. The soft lowing of cows, the soft conversations of traders checking their goods, and the musical chiming of hundreds of metal bracelets as their wearers moved around getting ready were all part of the scene. For hundreds of years, this was the music that played in African markets. Bracelet money was both the instrument and the symphony. The major trade routes of medieval Africa were like the internet of their time. They were invisible networks that linked far-off communities and let people trade goods, ideas and cultures on a scale that would have impressed any modern logistics manager. The famous Silk Road receives most of the historical attention, but African trade routes were often fluid and seasonal, changing with the weather, politics, and business opportunities. Bracelet money was a perfect fit for this fast-paced trading world. Bracelets could go anywhere their wearers could go, unlike big items or items that could spoil. They didn't need special storage, they couldn't spoil or break easily, and their value stayed the same regardless of what the market was like in the area. A trader could go from the copper mines in Katanga to the goldfields in Zimbabwe to the ivory markets in East Africa, and their bracelet money would be accepted and recognised all along the way. Along with other types of money, bracelet money was widely used on the trans-Saharan trade routes that connected sub-Saharan Africa to North Africa and the Mediterranean world. These routes were like highways through one of the hardest places on Earth, and to get through them, you needed to plan ahead, have a lot of resources, and work well with people from other communities. Bracelet money helped these partnerships by giving people a way to trade that was accepted across cultures and languages. Because a lot of African trade happened only at certain times of the year, traders needed a type of money that could hold value, even when they weren't working. When it rained, travel became hard or impossible, and trade would stop for months at a time. Bracelet money was perfect for these times because it didn't go bad while it was being stored. It didn't need any upkeep, and it was ready to use right away when trading season started again. Using bracelet money was different along river routes, especially along the Niger, Congo and Zambezi river systems. River trade made it possible to move heavier goods and more money, but it also needed different security measures. Canoe traders devised ways to wear and store their bracelet money, so it wouldn't get wet and was easy to access. The spread of bracelet money along trade routes wasn't just about making money, it was also about passing on and adapting culture. As traders brought their money to new places, local craftsmen would watch how they made things and slowly change them to fit local tastes and materials. This process led to differences between regions that show how cultures and technologies spread across medieval Africa. Different mining areas had their own unique ways of using bracelet money. Communities close to copper mines often became specialised centres for making bracelets. They used their access to raw materials to build advanced metalworking industries. These centres would then send finished bracelet money along trade routes, making economic ties that linked mining communities to far-off markets in complicated webs of interdependence. The fact that bracelet money had the same weight in different parts of Africa is a great example of how advanced African trade networks were. Somehow, even though there was no central authority or modern communication systems, communities over large areas were able to agree on and keep consistent standards that made their currencies acceptable to each other. Traders who were always on the move and acted as living repositories of market information and standards likely helped make this standardization happen. Bracelet money was used a lot on salt routes, especially those that connected the Sahara Salt, mines to markets in sub-Saharan Africa. Salt was very important for keeping food fresh and staying healthy in tropical climates. This made it one of the most important trade goods in medieval Africa. The salt trade needed currency systems that could handle both big wholesale deals and smaller retail sales. Bracelet money was perfect for these different business needs because it could be used in many different ways. Pastoralist communities moved around a lot during the seasons, which created mobile markets that bracelet money was perfect for. As herders moved their cows, sheep and goats around looking for food and water, they made temporary trading spots wherever they stopped. These communities could trade with each other using bracelet money, which was easier than using barter systems or carrying a lot of other types of money. Trade fairs and markets that sprang up at key points along major routes became places where people could see different regional styles of bracelet money. These meetings gave traders a chance to compare currencies from different areas share information about market conditions, and build the relationships that would make future trade easier. These markets had a wide range of bracelet styles, which would have been like looking through a physical catalogue of African metalworking traditions. Taxes paid in bracelet money were often used to pay for the protection of trade routes. In exchange for tribute payments, which were often made in the form of metal bracelets, local rulers would protect traders who passed through their lands. This set up systems of rewards that encourage people to keep trade peaceful and build things like wells, rest stops and storage spaces. Imagine walking through a busy market in medieval Timbuktu with several pounds of carefully made copper bracelets on your arms that jingle softly with each step. The air in the morning smells like spices, leather and wood smoke from many cooking fires. Vendors shout out their goods in many languages, and soon you'll see how useful it was to wear your money. Using bracelet money every day made shopping both more personal and more difficult than anything we're used to today. Every transaction was a physical experience. You could feel the weight of your money leaving your arms as you made purchases. This made you aware of how much you were spending right away, which is something that modern digital transactions don't do at all. In medieval Africa, people often used bracelet money to pay for groceries. A farmer who brought millet or sorghum to market might take small copper bracelets as payment. They would weigh the bracelets carefully to make sure they got a fair price for their grain. Making change often meant breaking up larger bracelets into smaller pieces, which required both skill and trust. You couldn't just give the exact amount of money. You had to talk about how to break it into the right size pieces. Buying clothes was one of the most interesting ways to use bracelet money. In many parts of medieval Africa, textile production was a very advanced field. They had elaborate cotton weaving traditions and complicated dyeing methods that made fabrics that were as good as anything made anywhere else in the world. A piece of high-quality cloth could cost several heavy bracelets, so you would have to be very careful when talking about weights and purity. It was ironic that you were using jewellery to buy things to make other kinds of jewellery. Food vendors in busy markets became very good at dealing with bracelet money transactions. While they were cooking and serving customers, they had to be able to quickly figure out how much different bracelets were worth. A bowl of stew could cost one small bracelet, but a full meal with meat and vegetables could cost several. These vendors probably had very strong arms because they were lifting weights all day as part of their job. Buying and selling livestock was one of the most valuable ways to use bracelet money in everyday business. A cow could be worth dozens of heavy bracelets, while a goat or sheep could be worth a few smaller ones. These deals often had a ceremonial feel to them. For example, the buyer would show off their wealth by wearing all the payment bracelets at once before giving them to the seller. Picture how impressive it would be to see someone walking through a market with enough metal coins to buy a cow. They would have sounded like a one-person percussion section. People who bought crafts basically traded their skills for money that they could wear. A skilled potter might trade a set of cooking pots for a few bracelets, which they could wear until they needed to buy more things. This led to some interesting situations where successful artisans could become very wealthy, as shown by the heavy bracelets on their arms. In traditional African societies, people often paid for medical services with bracelet money. This made for interesting relationships between healers and their patients. Depending on how complicated the treatment was, a traditional healer might charge different amounts. For example, serious illnesses might need a lot of money and heavy bracelets. Because their income was directly tied to how well they treated patients, this system gave healers reasons to keep their reputations and effectiveness up. Bracelet money payments were often used to pay for school, especially for specialised training in trades or crafts. A young person learning metalworking, weaving or other useful skills might pay their teacher with bracelets that their family has collected over time. This led to investment relationships where families would literally wear their children's educational savings on their arms until it was time to pay for school. In the past, when people had different ideas about property ownership, housing, transactions sometimes involved bracelet money. You could use metal bracelets to pay for building materials, construction work and rental agreements. However, because you needed so many of them, you often had to melt them down and make them into more useful shapes. The social aspects of buying things with bracelet money gave each purchase more meaning. When you took off your bracelets to pay for something, you were telling the world about your wealth and what was important to you. This visibility put social pressure on people to spend wisely and show off their wealth in a way that was appropriate for their social status. People started to shop at certain times of the year because of the way farming and trade worked in cycles. Farmers would turn their crops into wearable wealth during harvest seasons, which would lead to more bracelet money circulating in markets. During planting seasons, the flow would change as people turned their stored bracelet wealth back into seeds, tools, and other things they needed for the next growing season. Taking care of and maintaining bracelet money made its own mini-economy of services. Metalworkers cleaned, fixed, and changed worn-out or broken bracelets. They could also make larger bracelets out of smaller ones, or break larger bracelets into smaller ones as needed. These services were necessary to keep the currency system working, and gave skilled craftsmen a steady income. Different strategies were needed to store and protect bracelet money than modern money. Rich people might have special boxes or cloths to keep their bracelets when they weren't wearing them, but the safest place to keep them was usually on their own arms. This made for interesting sleeping arrangements. Going to bed with a lot of money on you probably made for some uncomfortable nights, but it was usually the safest choice. Get even more comfortable and picture the steady rhythm of feet on old paths, the slow plodding of pack animals, and the soft, metallic music of thousands of bracelets moving with their wearers along trade routes that crossed the whole continent. These weren't random wanderings. They were the arteries of a sophisticated economic system that moved goods, ideas, and bracelet money across distances that would challenge modern logistics companies. The spread of bracelet money along established trade routes happened naturally, like water flowing along the path of least resistance. Traders, who were always practical, quickly saw the benefits of a currency that was easy to carry, store, and keep its value across cultures. They not only carried their own bracelet wealth along their usual paths, but they also brought the idea of wearable money to new communities. The Swahili coast, with its advanced cities and large networks of maritime trade, became an important centre for the flow of bracelet money. Indian Ocean trade brought together merchants from Arabia, Persia, India, and China. This made cosmopolitan markets where bracelet money competed with and worked well with other currency systems. The fact that bracelet money could be used in these multicultural settings showed that it was a good way to trade. Coastal communities made their own versions of bracelet money that showed how much they cared about the sea. These coastal versions were often made from alloys that were less likely to corrode in salt air. Their designs sometimes included patterns related to sea life or maritime activities. A trader coming from the interior with regular copper bracelets might trade them for these special coastal ones before doing business at sea. Bracelet money was widely used in the Great Lakes region of East Africa because Lakes Victoria, Tanganyika, and others made it easy to move goods by water. Canoe-based trade networks brought bracelet money, ivory, iron goods, and agricultural goods to places where people fished, farmed, and traded. These networks linked fishing communities with farming areas and trading centres. Local merchants must have been happy to see a loaded canoe pull up to a lakeside market, with its passengers wearing the musical wealth of many trading trips. In mining areas, people had special relationships with bracelet money that went beyond just using it as money. People who lived near iron deposits often made iron bracelets that could be used for two things, as money when worn and as tools or weapons when needed. Iron bracelets were especially useful in frontier areas where useful tools were just as important as money. The spread of Islam along trade routes made it interesting to use bracelet money. Islamic law had strict rules about usury and money exchange that didn't always match up with how African currencies were usually used. But bracelet money's intrinsic value and ability to be both a commodity and a currency made it more adaptable to Islamic commercial law than purely symbolic currencies. In agricultural areas, people used bracelet money in ways that matched the seasons of their farming. Farmers would turn stored bracelet wealth into seeds, tools, and labour during planting seasons. They would gather bracelets by selling extra crops during the harvest. Traders who had been doing this for a while learned to expect and take advantage of these predictable flows of money. Setting up permanent markets at key points along trade routes created places where people could trade bracelet money, which was almost like modern foreign exchange markets. These markets let traders switch between different regional styles of bracelet money, making sure that their money would be accepted no matter where they went next. The exchange rates between different types of bracelets were based on complicated math that took into account the quality of the metal, the quality of the craftsmanship, and the preferences of the region. Royal courts along major trade routes often got a lot of bracelet money from tribute, taxes, and trade. These collections had many uses. They were stores of wealth, symbols of power, and practical reserves that could be used to pay for military campaigns or public works projects. Seeing royal regalia with hundreds of expensive bracelets would have shown off both wealth and cultural sophistication in a big way. The use of bracelet money to create credit systems showed how advanced African business practices were. Trusted traders could often get goods by promising to pay in bracelets at a later date. This created debt relationships that made it easier to trade over long distances. These credit arrangements needed a level of knowledge about market conditions, trader reputations, and currency values that was on par with what you would find in modern European or Middle Eastern business centres. There was a lot of bracelet money going around on pilgrimage routes, especially those used by Muslims going to and from Mecca. Pilgrims needed money that they could carry with them, and that would keep its value while they travelled. Bracelet money was perfect for this. During certain times of the year, a lot of pilgrims would come together, and this would create temporary markets where bracelet money from all over the world would be shown and traded. The use of bracelet money in diplomacy gave it a new dimension as it spread along trade routes. To start or keep political relationships, rulers often sent each other elaborate bracelets as gifts. These diplomatic gifts helped make designs and values more consistent across different areas. A very beautiful set of diplomatic bracelets could set design trends that would last for generations and affect local craftsmen. In many cases, the borders between different political groups became places where people could trade and change bracelet money. In this place, bracelets from one area could be melted down and made into styles that were more popular in nearby areas. These border markets were places where different cultures and economies could mix and share ideas about how to design and use bracelet money. Get ready for a more thoughtful part of our story by pouring yourself another cup of tea. Every currency system, no matter how well it works or how well it fits, will eventually run into problems that test its strength. The era of bracelet money was no different, and the factors that caused its slow decline reveal as much about the evolving nature of African societies as its emergence illustrates their historical sophistication. The end of bracelet money wasn't sudden or terrible. It was more like watching a tide slowly go out, leaving behind signs of its presence while slowly giving way to new economic realities. This change happened over the course of several centuries, from the 1400s to the 1800s. It was caused by a complicated mix of technological advances, political changes, and outside forces that changed African economies. European contact with Africa started in the 1400s along the coasts and brought new types of money that competed with older systems. European traders brought silver coins, gold pieces, and later, things that were made by people that could be used as trade goods. These new currencies were better in some situations. For example, they were often lighter than bracelet money for the same value, and they were easy to use in global markets that African traders were becoming more interested in. The Atlantic slave trade, which was very sad, also messed up traditional currency systems by making people want different kinds of trade goods. European slave traders often liked to trade in things that were made, like textiles, guns, and alcohol, instead of traditional African currencies. This change in trade patterns slowly made bracelet money less useful in coastal areas, where Europeans had the most contact. Changes in technology in metallurgy and manufacturing started to have an effect on the economics of making bracelet money. As European industrial methods became available, the cost advantage of traditional African metalworking started to go away. Handmade bracelets often cost more than mass-produced metal goods, so bracelet money wasn't as good of a store of value. In many parts of Africa, centralized political systems grew, which made people want more standard currency systems. When kingdoms and empires were trying to strengthen their power, they often liked currencies that they could control and regulate more easily than the traditional bracelet money systems that had grown up naturally through trade networks. Rulers had more direct control over their economies when they used government-issued money. Changes in religion, like the spread of Christianity through missionary work, sometimes put cultural pressure on people to stop doing things like using bracelet money. Some missionaries were wary of traditional African practices and urged their converts to adopt European-style economic practices, including the use of European currency. As African economies became part of global trade networks, there was a need for currencies that could easily be exchanged in international markets. Bracelet money worked well for trade between African countries, but it wasn't as useful for trade between countries where European and Middle Eastern currencies were becoming standard. People who wanted to trade in global markets needed money that would be accepted in London, Paris, or Cairo. As cities grew in many parts of Africa, the economy changed in ways that weren't as good for bracelet money. In cities with a lot of people, where people worked in more specialised jobs and didn't have as much direct contact with farming cycles, the seasonal patterns of bracelet money use became less important. People who lived in cities often liked currencies that were easier to store and move around in small spaces. As banking and credit systems based on European models grew, they slowly took over some of the jobs that bracelet money used to do. These new banks could give out loans, keep money safe, and make it easier to do business over long distances, which was often better than the old bracelet money systems, especially for big businesses. When colonial governments came to different parts of Africa, they actively tried to get rid of traditional currency systems in favour of colonial currencies that were easier to control and tax. Colonial governments had strong reasons to get rid of traditional currencies that they didn't directly supervise or control. The drop wasn't the same in every area or community. People in rural areas, places with few European contacts, and places where traditional political systems were still strong often used bracelet money long after it had disappeared from coastal cities. Some communities kept two types of money: bracelet money for everyday transactions and newer currencies for trading with other markets. The same durability that made bracelet money such a good currency also meant that examples kept going around long after new ones stopped being made. For decades after they stopped being made as money, people could reuse, melt down, or pass down old bracelets. This made the bracelet money systems useful for a long time after they stopped being made. It wasn't always easy or welcome to stop using bracelet money. A lot of communities had strong cultural ties to their old money systems, and the loss of bracelet money was more than just a change in the economy. It was the loss of traditions that had linked communities to their ancestors and to each other. It was often harder to find a replacement for bracelet money's social and ceremonial uses than for its purely economic ones. Some groups tried to keep bracelet money systems going by making changes to fit new situations. They could keep making bracelets for ceremonial use while switching to newer currencies for everyday business. Or they could change traditional designs to use new materials or techniques that made them more competitive with imported options. As demand for quality bracelet money went down, the skills and knowledge needed to make it started to fade away. Master craftsmen who had spent their whole lives perfecting traditional skills found it harder to find apprentices who wanted to learn skills that seemed to be going out of style. This loss of technical knowledge was a kind of cultural loss that went far beyond just money. As you sip your bedtime drink and maybe look at the jewellery on your wrists, think about this amazing fact: the traditions and new ideas that led to Bracelet. Money didn't just go away when the currency itself stopped being used. Like all truly important human inventions, bracelet money left behind marks that still have an impact on African societies and global culture, in ways that may surprise you. The metalworking traditions that made bracelet money didn't die out. They changed and grew. Many of the methods used to make currency bracelets were also used to make decorative jewellery, ceremonial items, and works of art. Modern African metalsmiths still use techniques that can be traced back to the artisans who made jewellery that medieval traders could wear as wealth. There are clear links between modern African jewellery styles and old bracelet money styles. Many African cultures today prefer big, meaningful jewellery. This is because jewellery and wealth used to be the same thing. The heavy bangles, fancy armlets, and big necklaces that are popular all over Africa today are similar to the design ideas that made bracelet money both useful and pretty. In modern Africa, where the economy is unstable and there aren't many banks, the idea of portable wealth is still important. Traditional Western financial systems aren't as reliable. Many African communities still like to keep their money in forms that are easy to move, last a long time, and keep their value even when the economy or politics change. For example, gold jewellery today does many of the same things that bracelet money did hundreds of years ago. Many cultural ceremonies in Africa include things that are clearly based on bracelet money traditions. People often wear or give away big metal jewellery at weddings, coming-of-age ceremonies, and religious celebrations. This jewellery has symbolic meanings related to wealth, status, and being part of a community. These traditions keep the social and ceremonial roles that bracelet money used to have in African cultures. With more people interested in traditional African culture, bracelet money is once again being appreciated as both a historical artifact and an artistic inspiration. Modern African artists often use bracelet money designs in their jewellery, making pieces that connect wearers to their cultural heritage while also looking good. Museums all over Africa and the world now see bracelet money as important cultural objects that should be preserved and studied. When creating alternatives to traditional banking, some economic development programs in modern Africa look to traditional systems like bracelet money for ideas. Microfinance programs, community savings groups, and local currency initiatives frequently embody principles of portability, community governance, and intrinsic value that defined effective traditional currency systems. The archaeological examination of bracelet money sites has yielded significant insights into African economic history and technological advancement. These studies have shown that African societies and their economies were more advanced than previously thought, going against the idea that Africa was economically primitive before Europeans came into contact with it. Bracelet money is proof of how smart and creative Africans are when it comes to business. As part of a larger effort to connect young people with their cultural heritage, schools all over Africa now teach about bracelet money. Students learn to appreciate the depth and complexity of African civilizations and develop pride in their cultural heritage when they learn about traditional economic systems. These programs often let you try out traditional metalworking techniques for yourself. In many parts of Africa, bracelet money history is now a part of cultural heritage tours. While buying modern copies of old bracelet money designs, visitors can learn about how traditional African economies worked. This kind of tourism helps local artisans and lets people all over the world learn about African culture. Academic research on bracelet money has enhanced the comprehension of the evolution and operation of currency systems. Economists and anthropologists examine bracelet money as a case study of how societies can establish complex financial systems devoid of centralized authority or governmental oversight. These studies offer insights pertinent to current dialogues regarding alternative currencies and decentralized financial systems. When creating programs for communities that don't have access to regular banks, international development organizations have looked at traditional African currency systems like bracelet money. Development workers can make programs that are more likely to work by learning how traditional systems worked, instead of just using Western financial models. Bracelet money has an aesthetic impact that goes beyond Africa, because African people live all over the world, and people all over the world appreciate African art and design. Modern jewellery designers all over the world get ideas from traditional African metalwork, like bracelet money designs. They make modern pieces that keep the old styles alive. Some of the new technologies in Africa today are based on the same ideas that made bracelet money work. Mobile money systems, for instance, share bracelet money's focus on being easy to carry, giving users control and not relying on a central banking system. Even though the technology is very different, the ideas behind user empowerment and decentralized control are similar to the democratic nature of traditional bracelet money systems. Modern African fashion is using more and more elements from traditional bracelet money designs. Fashion designers all over the continent make clothes and accessories that are inspired by the geometric patterns, metallic finishes, and big shapes that were common on old currency bracelets. This fashion movement helps keep traditional styles alive in today's world, while also making new ways for people to express themselves culturally. The examination of bracelet money has shaped contemporary comprehension of African economic history, contributing to a more precise depiction of the continent's commercial sophistication prior to European colonization. This scholarship has been very important in fighting racist stories about what Africans can do and have done. It has shown that Africans have come up with new ways to do business, work with metals, and trade over long distances. When making modern institutions, community groups in Africa sometimes use symbolic parts from bracelet money traditions. Credit unions, cooperative societies, and community development groups may use images or ceremonies that refer to old ways of organizing the economy in communities, linking their modern goals to those of the past. The environmental lessons of bracelet money are still important when talking about how to grow the economy in a way that is good for the environment. Modern disposable consumer culture is very different from traditional African currency systems, which focused on durability, recyclability, and using local materials. These historical instances serve as a catalyst for modern initiatives aimed at fostering more sustainable economic practices. As your evening becomes more peaceful and your body adjusts to the soothing rhythms of sleep, let's look into the deep meanings of bracelet money that go beyond just buying and selling. This old system of money gives us a look into human nature, how societies are set up, and the link between beauty and usefulness that is still as true today as it was 1,000 years ago. Bracelet money is a fundamentally different way of designing currency than what we are used to today. It combines aesthetic beauty with practical function. Modern money is only a symbol. Its physical form has nothing to do with its value. Bracelet money, on the other hand, showed its worth in both its material form and its artistic achievement. This integration implies societies that esteemed beauty as fundamental rather than superfluous, where utilitarian items were anticipated to be aesthetically pleasing, in addition to fulfilling their purpose. The bracelet money that made wealth visible to others had complicated effects on people's minds and behaviour. Bracelet money made it clear to everyone in the community what their economic status was. Modern banking systems, on the other hand, can hide economic inequality behind privacy laws and complicated financial instruments. This openness could put social pressure on people to be both generous and responsible. It was hard to ignore poverty when wealth was literally on display, and it was just as hard to get rich without taking on social obligations to share it. The physical link between people and their money that bracelet money needed made people have different relationships with money than abstract financial systems did. When your money had weight, texture, and temperature, when you could feel it move with your body and hear it chime with your gestures, money became a more physical experience than the numbers on bank statements or digital displays that show how much money you have now. Bracelet money systems are democratic, which goes against what most people think about how currencies grow and work. African communities made their own money systems that worked across large areas and different cultures, even though there were no central banks, government oversight, or standard minting facilities. This success shows that grassroots cooperation and shared cultural values can lead to effective monetary systems, not just top-down institutional control. Craftsmanship was important in making bracelet money because it turned currency production into an art form. People who were proud of their skills and reputation made each bracelet as a way to trade and as a work of art. This link between art and money led to economic systems where aesthetic value and monetary value worked together instead of against each other. The way people used bracelet money in different seasons and cycles showed that the economy was closely linked to natural rhythms and farming cycles. Modern economies try to keep growth and activity going all the time, no matter what natural patterns are happening. In contrast, bracelet money systems worked with and adapted to the changing seasons of farming, trading, and social life. The fact that wearing your wealth could make you less safe made trust, community, and personal safety more complicated. Bracelet money systems could only work in societies where people were close to each other and safe enough to wear valuable things without fear. This implies that the effective utilization of bracelet money was both a result of and a factor in the stability and functionality of communities. The gender dynamics surrounding the use of bracelet money differed among societies, yet it frequently afforded women economic independence and security that were less accessible in alternative currency systems. When women wore and controlled jewellery as a form of wealth, it opened up chances for women to be involved in the economy that may not have been possible with other types of money. The transfer of wealth between generations through bracelet money led to different ways of inheriting and family economic relationships than those seen in systems that only use abstract money. Families could pass down bracelet money as both useful items and meaningful items that linked generations to their ancestors and cultural traditions. Bracelet money's ability to resist inflation and debasement showed that its currency systems were very different from today's fiat currencies. Authorities couldn't change the value of bracelet money for political reasons, because it was based on the materials and work that went into making it. The cultural integration of bracelet money into religious, ceremonial, and social practices resulted in currency systems that transcended mere economic instruments. They were important parts of cultural identity, spiritual practice, and social organization in ways that modern currencies that only serve a purpose cannot match. The technological needs of making bracelet money led to the growth and upkeep of advanced metallurgical knowledge that was useful for more than just making money. People who made bracelet money were usually also good at making tools, weapons, and other kinds of metalwork that were useful for both everyday life and war. The trading relationships made possible by bracelet money built networks of trust and cooperation that went well beyond just buying and selling. These networks laid the groundwork for cultural exchange, diplomatic ties, and mutual aid during crises, which made African societies stronger in ways that economic analysis alone cannot fully explain. As we get ready for the last chapter of our journey through the world of bracelet money, take a moment to think about how this old way of making money might help us understand today's economic problems. The ideas that made bracelet money work for hundreds of years still apply today, even though we now do most of our transactions online, and the world of finance is much more complicated. Bracelet money was based on intrinsic value, which is very different from modern currency systems that are based only on faith and government support. In a time when inflation can make money worth less without anyone noticing, and financial crises can wipe out savings in a flash, the idea of currency that keeps its value through its physical substance has become more appealing. Although it is improbable that we will revert to wearing our wealth, the concept of underpinning currency with tangible value instead of mere promises warrants examination. The democratic and decentralized nature of Bracelet money systems provides insights for current dialogues regarding alternative currencies and financial autonomy. People who are interested in cryptocurrencies often want to bring back the peer-to-peer, government-independent features that traditional African currency systems had by working together and following the same rules. The success of Bracelet money shows that currencies can work well when they come from the ground up instead of from institutions. The combination of beauty and function that Bracelet money had goes against what we think we know about efficiency and specialization today. In today's world, we often separate aesthetic concerns from practical ones. This leads to the creation of objects that are only useful and don't provide any sensory pleasure. Bracelet money says that this separation isn't needed and might even be harmful. Things that are both beautiful and useful might work better, because people take better care of beautiful things. The seasonal and cyclical patterns of Bracelet money use can help us understand how to build a long-term economy. Modern economies that expect growth all the time, no matter what the natural cycles are, often cause social and environmental problems that traditional systems didn't. The capacity of Bracelet money systems to integrate natural rhythms while preserving economic functionality indicates potential avenues for cultivating more sustainable methods of economic organization. The social openness of Bracelet money wealth goes against modern ideas about financial privacy and its benefits. It is clear that privacy in financial matters is important, but the visibility of wealth in Bracelet money systems may have led to more responsible and socially conscious economic behavior than our current systems of hidden wealth and anonymous transactions. The connection between craftsmanship and currency that Bracelet money represented shows how modern economies could better combine artistic expression with practical production. The tradition of Bracelet money reminds us that in a time of mass production and automated manufacturing, it's important to connect individual skill and creativity to making useful things. The community-based standards that made Bracelet money work in different parts of the world show that international cooperation is possible without formal institutional frameworks. In this time of complicated international negotiations and bureaucratic trade deals, the fact that African communities came up with compatible currency standards on their own shows that grassroots cooperation can sometimes do what formal diplomacy can't. The long-lasting and durable nature of Bracelet money teaches us about how to make and use things in a way that is good for the environment. Modern, disposable culture makes a lot of trash and hurts the environment, but older systems avoided this by focusing on making things that last and can be used again. We can't go back to the way bracelets were made in the past, but the ideas of durability and longevity that guided their creation are still useful. The educational aspects of Bracelet money systems, where successful participation required understanding, metallurgy, trade routes and market conditions, suggest ways that economic systems can serve educational functions beyond their primary purposes. Contemporary financial literacy initiatives could gain from comprehending how conventional systems integrated economic education into everyday practices. The conflict resolution mechanisms that enabled Bracelet money systems to operate across cultural and linguistic divides provide valuable insights for modern international relations. These traditional systems fostered cooperation through mutual practical advantages rather than formal treaties or institutional structures, indicating alternative methods for cultivating trust and collaboration among diverse groups. The function of Bracelet money in safeguarding and conveying cultural values illustrates that economic systems can fulfill objectives beyond mere efficiency. In our globalized world, where local cultures are pressured to become more alike, the example of currency systems that strengthened rather than weakened cultural identity shows that there are ways to develop the economy that support rather than undermine local traditions. The flexibility that allowed Bracelet money systems to change and grow while keeping their basic features can teach us a lot about how to design institutions. Modern organizations often have trouble finding the right balance between stability and adaptability. However, Bracelet money systems were able to keep their core functions while adapting to new technologies, political changes, and market conditions. As we come to the end of our journey through the world of Bracelet money, let this story's gentle weight settle in your mind like a well-made bracelet on your wrist. We've travelled through centuries of African creativity, innovation, and business savvy, learning how our ancestors dealt with problems that we still have today, but in different ways. The story of Bracelet money is really about how smart people are, and how creative they are when it comes to making systems that are fair, work well, and look beneficial for organising their economic lives. It serves as a reminder that our current financial systems, like Bracelet money, are subject to change, improvement, and replacement when they no longer meet people's needs. When you wake up tomorrow and view your bank balance on your phone or tap a plastic card to pay for your coffee, take a moment to remember the soft musical chiming of copper bracelets in an old African market. Keep in mind that money is just a tool that people make to help them work together and trade. The best money systems are the ones that help people thrive instead of forcing them to work for them. The artisans who hammered copper into beautiful, useful bracelets 1,000 years ago were dealing with the same basic problems that financial innovators are dealing with today. How to store value safely, how to make trade easier between people from different cultures and distances, how to make economic systems available to everyone who needs them, and how to make currencies that people trust and want to use. The most important thing to learn from Bracelet money is that economies work best when they are part of and help human communities, instead of being separate from them. The bracelets worked because they linked people to their wealth in direct physical ways and linked communities to each other through shared standards and recognition. In our time of ever more abstract and complicated financial systems, it's smart to remember the simple beauty of money that you could wear, money that was pleasing to look at and touch, and wealth that linked you to skilled craftsmen and old traditions instead of far-off companies and unknown algorithms. The slow pace of Bracelet, money transactions, carefully weighing, feeling the quality and talking to each other during each exchange, made economic systems that were more community-oriented and human-scaled than what we usually see today. We should not try to bring back the economies of medieval Africa, but we can learn from how they valued personal relationships, community standards, and combining beauty with usefulness. As you drift off to sleep, remember that you're part of the same ongoing story of people coming up with new ideas, changing to fit new situations and working together. The need for portable wealth, reliable standards, and systems that work across cultural boundaries are problems that every generation has to confront in its own way. The sound of Bracelet money may be gone from African markets, but people are still coming up with new ways to work together and be creative. The spirit of Bracelet money lives on every time someone comes up with a new way to solve an old problem, every time communities work together to make something useful and beautiful, and every time people find ways to trade and share that make their relationships stronger instead of weaker. Rest easy, knowing you are part of a long line of people who have run their businesses according to their values and goals. The story of Bracelet money is also yours. It shows that people have always been smart enough to change the systems they need when they do, and maybe tonight in your dreams you'll hear the distant sound of metal hitting metal, the soft beat of prosperity moving through old markets, bringing with it the hopes, dreams, and practical advice of people who knew how to make their money as beautiful as their lives. Friends, we're going back more than 400 years to meet a young girl who would have a profound impact on American history. The interesting part of our story is that almost everything you believe you know about her is likely incorrect. Of course, you've heard of Pocahontas. Everybody has. However, her name wasn't really that. Amanute, which translates to Little Mischief in her native Powhatan language, was her true name. And believe me when I say that she immediately lived up to that moniker. She was born in what is now Virginia in 1596. Her father was Chief Wahunsa-Nakau, but everyone called him Chief Powhatan because, to be honest, his real name was too long even for his own people. Now picture yourself as the daughter of a chief, in a world where your father ruled over 30 tribes and about 15,000 people. It's like being the child of the president, the governor, and the mayor combined. Amanute, however, was no ordinary spoiled princess who sat around munching on grapes. Oh no, she was actually getting her hands dirty out there. The tidy suburban communities you may imagine when you think of home were nothing like the Powhatan world. Through forests so dense that sunlight hardly reached the ground, these vast villages were connected by well-travelled paths. Imagine a forest where you would get lost trying to find your car keys, but these people knew every tree, stream and hiding place as well as you do the rooms in your home. Amanute adapted to this world like a sponge. She already showed signs of being what we might politely call spirited, the type of child who would sneak out of the longhouse to go exploring when she was supposed to be helping with dinner preparations or climb the tallest tree just to see what was on the other side of the hill, while other kids her age were learning to weave baskets and tend crops. You would find the way of life of her father's people to be both remarkably alien and oddly familiar. They had politics, a lot of them. The Powhatan Confederacy resembled a sophisticated neighbourhood association, but instead of fighting over lawn care, they were settling territorial disputes and negotiating trade agreements. Chief Powhatan was effectively in charge of a small country, complete with all the hassles that came with juggling conflicting interests, personalities, and the occasional neighbouring tribe that felt they could just walk in and take over. Little Ammonute was in the midst of all of this, keeping a close eye on everything and not missing anything. Before she could pronounce the word correctly, she was studying statecraft. You know how some children, even when adults believe they are being subtle, have an amazing ability to pick up on every nuance of adult conversations? Ammonute was doing just that, but she was also learning to read the political winds of a whole confederation of tribes. Being the daughter of the chief meant that everyone expected you to do great things, but no one knew exactly what those great things should entail. Boys had clear careers. They would either be hunters, warriors, or, if they were fortunate and intelligent, political leaders. But girls were making their own rules, especially girls like Ammonute, who had a special combination of intelligence, curiosity, and a total disregard for staying out of trouble. Ammonute was known for her ability to charm her way out of nearly any predicament by the time she was 10 or 11 years old. Imagine the type of child who, when caught exploring the basement during lunch, could persuade the principal of the school that she was, in fact, conducting educational research. That was Ammonute, but she was interacting with tribal elders who had been around long enough to recognise most ploys rather than a principle. What set her apart, though, was more than just her charm or intelligence. She was innately able to see connections that others failed to notice. Ammonute could see complex situations and find solutions no one else had considered, much like a person who can quickly identify where the odd-shaped piece goes in a jigsaw puzzle. Nobody could have predicted how crucial this specific set of skills would become. You know how it feels to be going about your day as usual, perhaps reading a book or doing some yard work, when something totally out of the blue occurs and alters everything. Perhaps you run into someone you haven't seen in 20 years, or the phone rings with news that could change your life. That time, however, came for Ammonute and her people in the spring of 1607, and it showed up as 3 ships that appeared on the horizon like something from a fever dream. Imagine waking up one morning at the age of 11 to find that aliens have landed in your backyard. Not the spooky aliens from movies, but the ungainly, obviously lost, and most likely harmless kind. That's about what happened when 104 English colonists arrived on the shores of the Chesapeake Bay, surveyed the mosquito-infested swampland, and concluded that the area would be ideal for establishing a settlement. The Powhatan people likely had a few other names for their new home, most of which would not be suitable for bedtime reading, but the English named it Jamestown, after King James I. Because, let's face it, would you really pick a swampy island with dirty water, hostile mosquitoes, and soil that appeared to have lost all life as a place to establish a new town? However, there they were, pale, strangely dressed strangers, unpacking their things as if they had recently moved into the area. Chief Powhatan was no idiot now. Having been in charge of his confederacy for decades, he had witnessed his fair share of strange situations, unanticipated guests, and individuals who were obviously inexperienced. His attitude toward the English was similar to that of a patient neighbour, observing someone attempt to put together IKEA furniture without first reading the instructions, curious, a little amused, but also wondering when they would eventually ask for assistance. Ammonute, who's 11 years old and inherently interested in anything novel and possibly thrilling, found these odd newcomers to be fascinating. They wore more layers of clothes than seemed practically necessary for the Virginia weather, had hair in colours she had never seen, and had pale skin that burned in the sun. She loved puzzles, and they were like walking puzzles. However, what was most fascinating about these English colonists was not how they looked, but rather how utterly unprepared they were for, well, everything. These were individuals who somehow persuaded themselves that they could arrive in a foreign country and start discovering gold strewn about like spare change. It seems that no one had considered bringing anyone who truly knew how to grow food or construct houses that wouldn't collapse in the first strong wind, despite the fact that they had packed a ton of expensive clothing and weapons. It was similar to watching your city cousins attempt camping, but instead of spending a weekend in the woods, they were planning to stay forever, and they had forgotten how to survive rather than where the can opener was. One of the colonists' leaders was a man by the name of John Smith. Historians take some of Smith's stories with a grain of salt the size of a dinner roll, because Smith was the type of person who would later write extremely detailed accounts of his adventures. If you've ever known someone who tells really great stories that get a little better every time they tell them, you'll understand why. Smith's later writings claim that he met Amanute when he was taken prisoner on one of his exploration trips. Back in England, he told a very dramatic story about how young Pocahontas, he used her nickname, threw herself across his body to save his life just as he was about to be executed. Although it is a romantic story that has served as the basis for innumerable novels and films, the real world was likely far more ordinary and fascinating. Most likely, Smith misinterpreted Amanute's presence during a formal ceremony, which could have been an adoption ritual. Imagine assuming the bride and groom are in trouble because everyone appears so serious during a wedding ceremony from a different culture, without knowing what's happening. That was most likely Smith, standing there feeling as though he was going to die while being accepted into the community. Amanute most likely found the entire scene to be both amusing and fascinating at the same time. This adult man was obviously afraid of a ceremony that was supposed to be helpful to him, and he was totally unaware of the significance of everything that was going on around him. She was already learning that the ability to translate not just words but entire worldviews is sometimes the most crucial competency when interacting with people from diverse cultural backgrounds. And the most significant event in her early life was going to be that ability, that innate talent for recognizing connections and creating bridges between other worlds. You may be wondering how an 11-year-old girl became one of the most significant diplomats in history as you settle into your cozy spot for tonight's chapter. So grab that hot beverage and prepare yourself for a tale of a person who learned to speak two languages that were not simply Powhatan and English, but rather the languages of two completely different worldviews. Anyone who has ever been the only person in a room who can understand both sides of an argument will recognise Amanute's situation after her initial meeting with John Smith. You know how it feels when your friend is upset with your other friend, and you hear both of their points of view, only to discover that their anger is about entirely different things. That was Amanute's life, except that two civilizations' survival was at stake rather than a friend's drama. If they weren't so desperate, the English colonists' struggles would almost be humorous. Imagine attempting to cultivate a garden without ever seeing a seed sprout or building a house, without ever holding a hammer. Like people who arrive at a beach expecting to find a shopping mall, these individuals had travelled to Virginia expecting to find cities teeming with gold. They were put in the awkward situation of needing assistance from the very people they had thought would be impressed by their superior European ways when reality set in. Amanute started going to Jamestown on a regular basis, and her presence there was like having a professional interpreter at a multilingual meeting. She did a lot of literal translation, but she also translated expectations, traditions, and entire ways of thinking. She could explain that the English probably didn't mean to come across as rude or menacing to her people. She could explain the rationale behind her people's actions to the English when they did something that scared or perplexed them. She was developing into what we might refer to as a cultural interpreter, but she was doing it naturally, much like some people are born musicians or athletes. She understood the reasons behind each side's reactions and, more crucially, how to facilitate mutual understanding. This work wasn't simple. Consider yourself constantly caught between two groups of people who both believe they are correct about everything, and who continue to turn to you for solutions to issues that seem to be growing more complex by the day. Because they continued to try to grow crops that weren't suitable for Virginia soil, and because they had brought along more gentlemen than farmers, the English were always running out of food. The Powhatan people were growing more and more irritated with their neighbours, who seemed to believe that borrowing food and supplies without asking was okay. However, Amanute possessed a quality that most diplomats learn over the course of years. She truly liked people, even when they were acting absurdly. She admired the English colonists' unyielding resolve, even when it took them in completely different directions, and found their errors more humorous than dangerous. However, she could also understand why her people were annoyed by these odd neighbours, who didn't seem to understand common sense or basic courtesy. She took a refreshingly realistic approach to diplomacy. She would bring food to Jamestown when people were hungry, or set up unofficial meetings where both parties could actually speak to one another, rather than assuming things, in place of formal negotiations and drawn-out speeches. She was skilled at finding common ground in unexpected places and using humour to diffuse tension. She observed, for example, that both the Powhatan and the English enjoyed storytelling, games, and showcasing their abilities. She would therefore plan storytelling sessions or contests in place of official diplomatic gatherings so that people could get to know one another as unique individuals rather than as representatives of intimidating foreign cultures. Once you've witnessed someone laugh at a funny joke or face the same common issues you do, it's difficult to remain afraid of them. Pocahontas, which translates to playful one in Powhatan, was the name the English adopted for her. It was a loving moniker that reflected both her gift for finding novel solutions to issues and her ability to inject humour into serious situations. Amanute could find ways to remind people that they had more in common than they realised, much like a person who can make a group of quarrelling relatives laugh together by telling the perfect story at the right time. She was vital to both communities' survival by the time she was 13. The Powhatan people needed her to help them deal with these unfamiliar but seemingly permanent new neighbours, and the English needed her to help them understand how to live in Virginia. Imagine what it would be like to spend your adolescence literally torn between two worlds, each with its own set of rules, expectations and ideals for you as you become more comfortable in your evening attire. Growing up for Amanute meant negotiating the more complicated relationship between her people and the English colonists, in addition to the typical difficulties of puberty. The situation at Jamestown had changed from being awkwardly funny to actually dangerous by 1609, when she was around 13. The colonists had to endure what they dubbed the starving time, a severe winter in which they had to eat tree bark and shoe leather in order to survive. It was similar to witnessing your neighbours go through the most dreadful camping trip imaginable, only instead of being able to simply leave when things became too tough, Amanute was in the unique position of being a teenager and a prominent figure in two distinct societies. Imagine being in high school and being asked for your opinion on important political issues by adults from two different communities. Most adults would be overwhelmed by this kind of responsibility, but she managed it with a sense of humour and wisdom that seemed well beyond her years. Her father's relationship with the English had grown more tense. Chief Powhatan faced a problem that would be difficult for any leader to handle. How do you deal with neighbours who consistently take more than they give, who don't seem to understand the fundamentals of reciprocity, and who keep making promises they can't or won't keep? It was similar to having house guests who had stayed for years and had no intention of going. Though not in the way the Disney films would have you believe, something happened during this trying time that would forever alter Amanute's life. She was taken prisoner by English colonists in 1613, when she was around 17, with the intention of using her as a bargaining chip with her father. Although the term captured conjures up images of a dramatic chase scene, the truth was likely more akin to being duped by people she trusted. A betrayal that must have been like learning that friends you'd supported during adversity had been plotting to take advantage of you all along. She was brought by the English to a community known as Henricus, where they intended to detain her until Chief Powhatan accepted their demands. Amanute didn't spend her time in captivity planning retaliation or longing for her freedom, which is where the story takes an interesting turn. Rather, she began constructing bridges, as she had always done. Alexander Whitaker, an English minister she met at Henricus, was tasked with converting her to Christianity. In reality, it was more akin to a lengthy philosophical debate between two highly intelligent individuals with diametrically opposed worldviews. Whitaker was confronted by a young woman who questioned preconceptions, asked insightful questions, and approached Christianity with the same curiosity she had always shown in learning about other cultures. At this point, our story begins to resemble a romantic comedy, albeit one with far greater stakes and a lot more cultural nuance. She also met a tobacco farmer named John Rolfe. Rolfe was a widower, a businessman, and a man who devoted most of his time to contemplating tobacco plants. He was not the handsome hero of movie fantasies. In addition, he had a sincere desire to comprehend Amanute as a human being rather than just as a political figure or symbol. Their bond grew gradually, much like a friendship that progressively transforms into something more. Rolfe was one of the few English colonists who treated Amanute as an equal, rather than an exotic curiosity, who genuinely listened when she spoke, and who inquired about her culture without passing judgment. Finding someone who was prepared to meet her halfway must have been like finding a cosy chair, after years of standing as the link between two worlds. However, the romance was more than a straightforward tale of love. Amanute was faced with a decision that would shape the rest of her life. She could attempt to return to her father's world, given the growing hostility between the Powhatan and the English, or she could dedicate herself to creating something new that incorporated the best aspects of both worlds she'd learned to appreciate. She made her choice in 1614. She became a Christian, changed her name to Rebecca, and wed John Rolfe in the first known interracial union in American history. Politically speaking, the marriage established a formal alliance between the English and the Powhatan, which resulted in years of peace in the area. More than that, though, it was a decision that reflected who she had grown into, someone who thought that intercultural understanding was not only feasible, but also necessary. Imagine an 18-year-old woman who had just made one of the most important choices in early American history as you delve deeper into this evening's story. Although the term American wouldn't be coined for another 150 years, Amonute was essentially creating a new way of being American when she changed her name to Rebecca Rolfe in 1614. Her union with John Rolfe brought about what historians refer to as the Peace of Pocahontas, a period of time during which the Powhatan Confederacy and the English colonists were able to live side by side without perpetual hostilities. The stakes were the survival of entire communities, so it was similar to finally bringing rival neighbours together on property lines and noise levels. Both sides were able to concentrate on building rather than defending for the first time since the arrival of the English. Rebecca threw herself into this new life with the same vigour she had always used to tackle challenging issues. It was probably like learning to play a completely different sport, with completely different rules when she learned how to manage a household in the English way. She was now running a colonial farmhouse in place of the communal longhouses where she had been raised. She was dealing with the very English idea of a nuclear family, rather than shared responsibilities dispersed throughout an extended family network. She contributed to the creation of something completely new, though, rather than merely assimilating into English culture. Powhatan and English traditions merged in her home in ways that benefited everyone. She raised her son Thomas, born in 1615, to be at home in both worlds, served corn alongside English bread, and used indigenous plants for medicine while also learning European cures. Being one of the first individuals to be born into a truly bicultural family, Thomas Rolfe exemplifies something extraordinary in American history. He would grow up understanding that having multiple identities was a strength to be celebrated rather than a problem to be solved. He came to view cultural differences as chances for growth, rather than causes for contention, as a result of Rebecca's influence. In the meantime, John Rolfe's tobacco experiments were yielding impressive results. By 1617, tobacco was starting to become the colony's first significant source of income. He had been working to create tobacco strains that would thrive in Virginia soil and satisfy European palates. The establishment of long-term economic ties between her people and the English may have seemed like a side note to Rebecca's story, but it was actually essential to everything she had been striving for. Rebecca saw what many others did not. Mutual benefit, not just tolerance, is typically necessary for enduring peace between communities. The tobacco industry produced financial incentives for collaboration, providing both parties with realistic justifications to uphold mutually beneficial partnerships. It was similar to discovering a profitable business venture that simultaneously resolved a political issue. In colonial circles, Rebecca had gained some notoriety by 1616. Both sides of the Atlantic were captivated by tales of the Indian princess who, despite their exaggerated nature, had saved John Smith and subsequently wed an Englishman. She was viewed by the Virginia Company, which was constantly searching for methods to draw in more colonists and investors, as the ideal spokesperson for the success of their colonial endeavour, in part as distinguished visitors and in part as tangible evidence that the colonial experiment was successful. They invited Rebecca and John to come to England. Rebecca saw this invitation as an amazing opportunity to visit the country of the people she'd been working with for almost 10 years, and perhaps to speak directly to English authorities about treating her father's people fairly. She had no idea what the trip to England would be like. One of the biggest cities in the world in 1616, London was a place of both extreme wealth and debilitating poverty, grand architecture and foul odours, sophisticated culture and cruel entertainment. Walking through London must have felt like visiting an alien planet to someone who had grown up in Virginia's forests. However, Rebecca adjusted to London society with the same poise that she had displayed in each of her previous difficult circumstances. She attended court events, met with nobles, and enchanted everyone with her intelligence, dignity, and innate ability to negotiate. She became the first Native American to be welcomed as a guest of honour by English royalty when she was introduced to King James I and Queen Anne. More significantly, she made use of her time in England to tell her people's story. Not the idealised one that English audiences desired to hear, but the truth about a civilised society deserving of dignity and justice. She discussed the agricultural innovations, the intricate political structure of the Powhatan Confederacy, and their aspiration for peaceful coexistence with their English neighbours. The establishment of true understanding between peoples who had initially viewed one another as incomprehensibly foreign was, in a sense, the result of everything Rebecca had been striving for since she was 11 years old. She had turned into a living example of how such comprehension was not only feasible, but also had the potential to serve as the cornerstone of enduring harmony and shared prosperity. Pour yourself another cup of tea and settle in for what may be the most moving part of Rebecca's story as we draw to a close our evening journey together. Because sometimes, rather than on either side, those who dedicate their lives to constructing bridges between worlds find that they are most at home in the crossing itself. Anyone who's ever felt torn between two different versions of themselves will recognise Rebecca's time in London as both triumphant and difficult. She was hailed as evidence of the success of English colonialism, hailed as an exotic princess, and admired as a Christian convert. However, she was also exhausted, homesick, and becoming more conscious of how little the England she was seeing resembled the impoverished towns she had left behind in Virginia. During her months in London, she ran into John Smith once more, the same John Smith who had made her famous with his dramatic rescue story. Their encounter was likely awkward, as reunions with old friends can be when both of you have undergone difficult-to-explain changes. Smith was now earning a living as a writer and professional explorer, sharing his tales of the New World. As a mother, wife, and unofficial ambassador, Rebecca had to negotiate the complicated politics of two continents. The thing that most impressed her about Smith was how his account of their early interactions had developed over time. In his stories, the ceremony she recalled had evolved into a last-minute escape from certain death, probably a formal adoption ritual that he had misinterpreted. Hearing someone characterise your childhood neighbourhood as a perilous wilderness when you remember it as just home was like that. However, Rebecca refrained from publicly correcting his stories. She had discovered that sometimes the understanding that develops from shared narratives, even if they are flawed, is more significant than the truth. Despite their embellishment, Smith's stories had influenced English audiences to feel pity for her people. Perhaps the larger truth that these stories conveyed was more significant than the literal truth, if dramatic tales of romance and rescue helped English people see that Native Americans were deserving of respect. In addition to being a well-known visitor, Rebecca actively supported her people during her stay in England. She consistently argued that the Powhatan Confederacy should be regarded as a valid political entity deserving of respect and equitable treatment when she met with representatives of the Virginia Company, religious leaders, and political figures. She was effectively acting as an unofficial ambassador, attempting to influence English colonial policy from within by utilising her special position. But the physical strain of London life was wearing thin. For lungs used to Virginia forests, the city's air, heavy with smoke from innumerable coal fires, was harsh. For someone accustomed to a more active outdoor lifestyle, the rich foods, formal attire, and ongoing social obligations were draining. The psychological toll of always being on, always standing in for something greater than herself, always conscious that her actions would be taken as proof of her entire people, was the most difficult of all. Rebecca, John, and infant Thomas got ready to leave for Virginia at the beginning of 1617. She couldn't wait to return home, see her family, and get back to work fostering useful collaboration between the Powhatan and English communities. Rebecca became gravely ill with what was likely either tuberculosis or pneumonia, which were common diseases that killed people in the 17th century London just after the ship had left the Thames River. At around age 21, she passed away in Gravesend, England, in March 1617. According to John Rolfe, she expressed her faith and hope that her work would continue in her final remarks. Although the precise location of her grave has been lost to time, it was in St George's Church in Gravesend. Although Rebecca's remarkable life came to an end with her passing, her influence persisted. She'd contributed to the peace between the Powhatan and English, which persisted for a number of additional years, allowing both groups to build stronger bonds. Her son Thomas became a prosperous planter, who remained connected to his Powhatan and English roots, eventually visiting his mother's family in Virginia as an adult. Most significantly, Rebecca had shown that people from vastly different cultures could not only understand one another, but also develop completely new lifestyles that respected the best aspects of both traditions, something that many people in her era believed was impossible. She had demonstrated that being torn between two worlds could mean belonging everywhere rather than nowhere. As our time with Rebecca draws to a close, remember this. You just spent time with someone who, more than 400 years ago, figured out how to do something we're still learning. How to create true understanding between people who have very different perspectives on the world. Rebecca's death in England was not the end of her story. It was only the beginning in many respects. Thomas Rolfe, her son, became the embodiment of all she had strived for. He was equally comfortable in Powhatan council meetings and English drawing rooms, equally proficient in both indigenous ecological knowledge and European agricultural methods. He took his mother's genetic heritage and her talent for seeing connections where others saw only differences with him when he eventually visited Virginia as an adult to meet his grandfather, Chief Powhatan's people. Rebecca's lineage persisted in Virginia through Thomas and his descendants, eventually extending throughout the American South and beyond. She's one of the most common ancestors of old Virginia families, with thousands of Americans today tracing their lineage back to Rebecca and John Rolfe. More than genetic inheritance, however, these descendants continued her method of negotiating difficult cultural circumstances, the capacity to stay loyal to oneself while remaining receptive to new information. Rebecca may not have realised it, but her life story also evolved beyond historical fact to become a fundamental American myth. Despite the fact that the reality was far more complicated and the conclusion far more tragic than the myth implied, the story of Pocahontas saving John Smith came to represent the potential for collaboration between Native Americans and European settlers. Every American generation has retold and reimagined her story, which is fascinating because it frequently reveals more about the storytellers than it does about Rebecca. She's occasionally portrayed as the honourable savage who eschewed barbarism for civilization. She is the unfortunate victim of colonialism at times. At times, she's the courageous heroine who used love and compassion to unite two worlds. Although there are truthful aspects in each of these versions, none fully conveys the complexity of her true self. Because she was more human, the real Rebecca was more fascinating than any of these mythological representations. She was a person who found herself in an unprecedented circumstance, and responded with intelligence, flexibility, and extraordinary emotional maturity. She was neither a symbol nor a stereotype. She made errors, had to make difficult decisions, and occasionally had to put workable solutions ahead of ideal results. To put it another way, she was just the kind of person that we need more of in every age. Her method of diplomacy, which is founded on interpersonal connections, realistic problem-solving, and sincere interest in the opinions of others, provides lessons that are still applicable today. Rebecca's example serves as a reminder that, in a society where people frequently appear more concerned with winning arguments than with understanding one another, listening to others with genuine interest and respect is frequently the most effective way to influence them. She also illustrated something that is worth reiterating in the present, that learning from others does not necessitate sacrificing your own values, nor does preserving your own cultural identity require rejecting everything about other cultures. Rebecca converted to Christianity while maintaining her Powhatan identity. She was able to navigate English society while maintaining her understanding of her father's political concerns. She instilled in her son a sense of pride in his entire heritage, not just the aspects that were deemed acceptable by society. Most significantly, Rebecca demonstrated to us that serving as a bridge between other worlds is not only feasible, but also necessary. There are people who fulfill this role in every community and time period, assisting various groups in understanding one another by translating not just words, but entire world views. Though they rarely receive the credit they merit, these bridge builders enable civilization. Think about this as you get ready for bed tonight. Although Rebecca's life was short, just 21 years, she was able to stop wars, bring about enduring peace, forge new kinds of collaboration, and show that individuals from very different backgrounds could not only live together, but also produce something beautiful. She demonstrated that one individual could alter history if they worked with tolerance, humour, and sincere concern for other people. Remember Rebecca the next time you're in a situation where people seem to be talking over one another, when various groups are assuming things rather than asking questions, or when conflict seems unavoidable because no one is paying attention. Remember that understanding can develop even in the most unlikely situations, that bridge building is feasible, and that sometimes the most significant thing you can do is just assist people in seeing one another as fellow human beings rather than as symbols of terrifying alien ideas. I hope you have a little more of Rebecca's ability to see connections where others only see differences when you wake up tomorrow. Sweet dreams.